on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. I can't believe it's so true. Whenever you touch my hair, I'm feeling closer to you. Nothing else can compare. And higher we fly, admire the beautiful things you do. And higher we fly, desire these moments just with you. With you, with you, with you, with you, oh, with you, with you, with you, oh, with you, with you, with you, oh. Never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you. that same old feeling. Don't know what's right or wrong. Searching for meaning. I've been thinking about it way too long. So whatever you long for, don't give up along the way. Just don't give up along the way, you know, and cherish the moment. Come on up and just let go. Come on up and just let go. No more competing, bound to your inner voice, yeah. Things seem misleading, just until you stop and make your choice. So whatever you long for, don't give up along the way. Just don't give up along the way, you know, and cherish the moment. Come on up and just let go. Come on up and just let go. Let it 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 go. It's a beautiful life. It's a beautiful life, don't you think? It's a beautiful life. It's a beautiful life, don't you think? If we go down in history. If we go down in history. Beautiful life. It's a beautiful life, don't you think? It's a beautiful life. It's a beautiful life, don't you think? It's a beautiful life. It's a beautiful life, don't you think? disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? Why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? Why did you say goodbye?
It doesn't matter. We seem too young to understand. For the better. The weather changes when we dance. Belong together. Catching sunsets, riding waves. We stay forever. Where the rhythm never ends. 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 We seem too young to understand. For the better. The weather changes when we dance. Belong together. Catching sunsets, riding waves. We stay forever. Where the rhythm never ends. 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 Where the rhythm never ends.
to the wild and nature. If you give me your heart, I'll break it. I've been known to lie, I've been known to lie. I was sitting all alone on the sidewalk when you caught me by surprise. I'm a lone wolf, I die by my own rules. I know when to follow my prey, and now it's right in front of me. It's right in front of me. It's right in front of me. Right in front of me. Right in front of me. Give me some clarity. First time that we met not long ago. Before you had to get back on the road, we spend every second of the day together. I remember when we talked till 3 a.m. Driving around in town in your old van. Tell stories about who we used to be. Why don't we speak? I'm running circles. Since you're in my life, I can get no sleep. If you give me a sign, I'll be yours to keep. Just wanna say you're mine and make history. Cause I've been playing blind, wasting all this time, yeah, I need clarity. Give me some clarity. Waiting for your call all night and day. Where did we go wrong? Don't wanna wait until you're just a distant memory. I still feel your touch though you're not here. Since you've been gone, you're all I see. Still hear your voice, why don't we speak? I'm running circles. Since you're in my life, I can get no sleep. If you give me a sign, I'll be yours to keep. Just wanna say you're mine and make history. Cause I've been playing blind, wasting all this time, yeah, I need clarity. Give me some clarity. Yeah, I need clarity.
Day 2 of the ESL Challenger Katowice qualifiers here, and we are very much looking forward to continuing on the B stream. Myself, Scriv, and Neo for the action today. 2 more BO3s. We're going to be keeping track of that lower bracket here, sir. And yeah, I think some interesting results, to say the least, have been going down yesterday. So we've got a interesting game, let's say. We've got 9Z, who maybe we didn't expect to be down here, actually. One of our sort of favorite teams in the tournament, but 3D Max making quick work of them yesterday. And then we've got Apogee as well to kick off, which I don't think a lot of people expected Apogee to really do a hell of a lot of anything. They ran into OG, though, and they took them down in a 3-map affair.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing what we get out from Apogee. I mean, they're a side that I have caught a little bit of. I've casted one game of theirs and watched a couple more because they started making slight waves for themselves as I guess a newer name. And some of these players are a little bit newer as well, for maybe people who don't really look too much into kind of like the tier, maybe even arguably like kind of tier 3 side of things. They might not recognize these guys coming through Poland. I mean, Virtuoso is the first name on the list who's actually been around for a little bit. He grinds FPL, playing a lot of those sort of tournaments, and actually, in all fairness, has been quite impressive when I have caught him in the past. So I'm looking forward to seeing what these guys can bring. Relatively young, a relatively unknown roster, but this is kind of a perfect tournament for them to start to gain the ground, gain the footing, and see sort of how they look in comparison to some of these other sides. They started off with a 2-0 loss to Saw. That's fair enough, right? Saw, very solid side there. One of the closer teams at the upper echelon of tier 2 who've been actually getting those international lands, so that's fair enough. But like you mentioned, drop it towards the lower bracket, eliminate OG as well, which I think as well, you probably got to take that with a bit of a pinch of salt. OG are a new side at the moment, or they got, a few changes to the side. They're also quite young in terms of like this team that they're kind of building with at the moment. So, maybe kind of give, OG slightly the benefit of the doubt, but I think at this point, that is just classic. It's a classic OG result, isn't it? If we're being completely honest, that's just been them for a good year and a half now. No longer by any means considered like a tier 1 team at all, really. They've not been playing like one, that's for sure. So, they need a complete reset probably heading in towards 2025 and to really put the hours in to be back in that position where they come in tournaments like this and say, oh, they're one of the highest seeds. I mean, we already kind of came in yesterday talking about teams like 9Z, like 3D Max, like Bait as well. We bigged them up quite a bit. But OG weren't really in our conversations because we've been here before. We know what OG are like. We know this is a classic one in which, unfortunately, they kind of fumble a little bit. But for, the Apogee side, be fair play to them, right? Take down OG in a 3-mapper, good work. And now they've got an actual game which feels like they are actually seen as quite the big underdog, right? We can talk about OG and talk about the chances they've got there and, basically harp on the weaknesses of OG. But this 9Z side, they don't have that sort of argument to fall back on anymore. This is actually going to be a little bit harder. This one they're going to have to really work for. And this is where we're really going to get a test of actually what these guys are like, how good, not even just the fundamentals go, but like how deep the strat book goes. Can they adapt on the fly? Because 9Z, they're no easy feat.
Yeah, no, definitely not. I think that this will be a very difficult challenge for them. I think as well, 9Z are a kind of team where they like to play a game based around the individuals, where if they can just come in as the better team, pound for pound, all those sort of phrases, I think that they will absolutely relish in this opportunity to just kind of, I don't know, overwhelm your opponents, really. I don't want to be like too harsh about it, but I don't know that these Apogee guys are really just going to be able to match up in that sense. Maybe still a bit too early. Now, if they get a victory here, then we start to go, okay, maybe there's something to this team. But I don't know. It's going to be difficult. It's going to be very difficult when you've got players like Martinez, who looked brilliant yesterday, Quasso, Peak, Buddha as well. Really, really clean from them overall. So, yeah, I think that this could be a very difficult matchup, just irregardless of where the maps end up necessarily.
Yeah, no, I've got to agree there. So it does also open up a little bit of kind of a conversation about for Apogee, how much prep they've got really on this 9Z side coming in. They've got their ups and downs. Obviously coming over towards EU, it will change things up a little bit for them. But we want to see basically what they've sort of got in the locker in terms of the depth of this side. I mean, even getting towards day 2 of a tournament like this is actually, in all fairness, pretty impressive, right? I mean, they're a side who probably most people would have expected to be first round eliminated, lose both games day 1, like OG, for example, and then not really have too much of a conversation about them. So they've already gone further than expected, and they've still sort of got this, maybe this sort of aura around them where it's like, they're going to get slightly overlooked there. I think 9Z will come into a game like this very confident and saying, right, this is one that we should win 99 times out of 100. So let's just make sure that that is the case, right? Let's not, you know, overthink things too much, but let's go in and play our game. But at times as well, teams can get a little bit too overconfident with matches like this, you know, especially for 9Z, who have got, you know, already quite a few lands under the belt and quite a few lands to come up as well, right? The rest of this year is super busy for them. You know, they're currently boot camping out in Spain. They've got then like IM Rio, Elisa, the RMRs, potentially even the Major as well. I mean, they've got a busy end to the year and potentially even the qualifier as well, right? So they got this, that, and the other to work with. And I think because of that, that's where potentially, you know, they could maybe even slightly take their foot off the taking on Apogee. And while we're kickstarting things on towards Ancient, let's talk through the veto ever so slightly. We're starting off towards Ancient. Dust 2 is picked by 9Z, and our Nuke is our decider if we need it. Watford start things off, and oh, it's already completely underway here, Screw.
Yes, they have been mowed down, I think is a light way of putting it. Nothing in it at all. Apogee kind of read there. 9Z very, very expectant of an A play. They had a molly down that they ran through, and they had a lot of players ready to go. Didn't really need all of them, to be fair, just the default defenders.
Yeah.
In the end. But Polo, I don't know, what you got to go for it here. You've got nothing to save, right? There's absolutely no point holding on to this, so he's obviously going to try and give it a little look in, get a few kills and whatnot. If he had some armor, maybe like an argument for it, but ultimately just got to try and send it. He's taking his time about it, hoping that maybe one of them he can catch sleeping. DGT does get aggressive, doesn't land any shot, so a couple more opportunities here for Polo. The only problem, really, okay, the Julies is one, but the other I was going to mention is the lack of armor. He would easily just get chipped away at to finish that round off. Really, really clean stuff from 9Z. Yeah, on the veto, I think, you know, we got started early today, if anything. Yesterday we were a little bit behind time, so we maybe expected to have a bit more time to go over the veto. Ancient seems to be the map that Apogee are leaning towards. They've played it as their pick. Not necessarily won it in every single series, but they have played it in every single series now. 9Z, same story with Dust 2. They've got one win there pretty decisively against Alliance in their opening VO3, and then a bit of a tougher one in the overtime against VMAX yesterday. So both teams clearly have a favorite map that they will absolutely play regardless of who their opponent is. And then the Nuke. I don't think we've seen either team on Nuke just yet.
No. I do know that 9Z, I've actually watched them play it a little bit. That Nuke recently is a decent map for them. They do play quite an aggro style of it, especially on that CT side. But it's pretty fun to watch. So definitely keep an eye out for that if we get there. But yeah, Dust 2 felt like a bit of a shoe-in, right? Obviously, we saw them play it yesterday. Did require that OT, but they ended up losing to 3D Mark. So at the very least, it's a map that we know they're okay on. It's a bit of a time to get going. Once they did get going, it was impressive. It's just unfortunate they couldn't close it out in their favor once they go towards overtime. But Apogee feels like they've got a slightly more of a chance there. First gun round. The Apogee side. The boys also going to kickstart this one. Not a bad way to start things off. DGT, though, will respond pretty nicely in kind of one of his own, as Swizz will kind of max play to catch him playing anti-flash. And actually, Bomb's already down. This round sort of feels done. They might even just save Martinez's orb.
Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, Apogee testing the water in the pistol didn't quite work for them. They go for very much the same thing here on the first rifle, and it's much more successful. So very quickly, we're seeing some depth to this team. I think it is going to be the save angle. You are correct. So anticlimactic finish, but a good finish nonetheless for the Polish squad. I think they will be pretty satisfied with getting themselves on the board early on. 9Z have been stopped in their tracks after such an explosive start from them. They are now having to think about it a little. The save, quite important. Unfortunately, it's the two sort of poorest players that save, so not like they can really help out too much. Maybe an MP9 drop for DGT or something like that, but yeah, this buy's going to be rough around the edges for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Especially, I mean, with an orb, you sort of, I feel like in most cases, sort of have to buy around it. And they've managed to squeeze something out. I think the MP9s on a map like Ancient, there's so many kind of corners and crevices to play around. You can actually suffice a relatively solid fight, especially when you get usual damage like that. Oh, what a start. DGT for a double. The first full blind, the second just on the edge of a smoke.
And here we are, 9Z back into the mixture. Fighting fire with fire. It's a very quick game thus far. We only got in 5 minutes ago, and we're already moving into round 5, so that's kind of half the time that it should take, really, folks. If, you know, maybe you are new to Counter-Strike. Either way, 9Z have themselves set up here for a really nice finish to this round. Should be able to find it flawlessly if they continue playing safe here. I don't know that the Apogee boys are necessarily going to move in at this late stage.
Gonna pull back away. It seems from B. I think this might be a 30-second save over towards just outside of their own spawn. The question is now, do the MP9s go poking around? I'll see, you know, especially maybe Wasso peak, even though it's taking a bit of damage. Have a little push through elbow. Actually, upgrades to be picked up too. Yeah, an AK there picked up. So Buddha, now he's got an AK. There is really no need to hunt, if I'm being completely honest. You can just kind of call it, I think, at this point. So they will. Apogee keep hold of a double AK. It's okay, but they just lose out their one key battle you have to try and contest with pretty much every single round, and that's mid, and it doesn't go in their favor, and especially the round concluded within the first few seconds. So tough one for sure, but 9Z, good response. Lose a round and then get straight back into an aggressive stance and utilizing a little bit more of a close range battle sort of in their favor. So yeah, well done.
Okay, let's see then whether 9Z can continue to string things together. This is a really difficult look now for Apogee. They've very quickly gone through the basics of their strat book, right? The A play, the mid play. Has yet to really see anything super convincing around B. So, therefore, 9Z have changed their setup to kind of accommodate that, expecting a B play here. Looks to be another mid approach, though. I don't know that there's necessarily anything for 9Z to find. That's a dink through the wall, thankfully. Or Prism. He's able to survive it. The Molotov, though, going to force him out. Max a little late on the spam, but follows. That's a dangerous move from Prism, you have to say. All the same, cost him his life.
Pump the brakes. Buddha! Oh, worst possible time to pull some util out. And he hesitated for half a second. That was enough to cost him his life. Yikes. At the very least, a decent response, though, so they keep the numbers in their favor. Swizz looks like he wants to go have a little look. Or first contact. Max with that AK can take the second contact behind it.
Slow roll here. This could be dangerous. Looks like a really good position for 9Z at this spot. Taneza looking good. Yeah, surely no way they get through this. 3 players in on the site itself. DGT makes himself known and finishes off the round. 9th kill for him thus far. Really, really, really high fragging game. Not a lot of save opportunities, not a lot of dominant rounds from either side, but 9Z really starting to stretch ahead now. Lack of bomb plants for Apogee, etc. They are struggling to get into the sites.
Okay. Yeah, tough position they're in. I wouldn't mind a pause, but I guess probably a little bit more effective to go in towards the next true gun round. The Hero AK on Polo. And there's a few upgraded pistols. Double Deagle, basically. Tiny bit of util in the pocket of Prism. Always. But that AK starts well, very well indeed. For a second, can't get it. M4 tagging down as Max and Buddha combine, shutting down over towards B. Nice and easy. And only the one casualty, and the AWP should be collected no bother. So pretty inexpensive for the most part.
Okay, 9Z rolling into yet another gun round. Again, man, I have to comment. It's been an insanely fast game. So we'll see if Apogee keep this kind of pace up. It looks like they are leaning towards this B site now, trying to just, again, roll through their scrapbook. But as I mentioned in the pregame, 9Z are going to enjoy a game like this if you are flying at them. I think it's absolutely a game that they want to play, but their mechanics do the test. Really where they excel.
It's true. But they go aggro towards mid, and Wasso and DGT caught early. It's not exactly the start you want. I mean, this is the other side. Sometimes you kind of reap the benefits where you're in this sort of aggressive stance, the fights come to you, and you just hit your shots. Other times when you don't, just put you massively on that back foot.
We'll see. Apogee have themselves in a really good spot. It's just a question of what they want to do with it now. It looks like a B lean here. That would be the better defended bomb site. They still have the numbers. Buddha, aggressive for 2. Oh my goodness, back in for a bit more as well. Scares the AWP off at the very least. Reveals its location, spots that bomb. So the jig is up a little bit for Apogee. They now, again, have another decision to make. Trying to allow the play towards middle. Take over the round. Polo, here's these footsteps of Martinezza and is able to just creep in. Might catch him. Might catch him. I think so. Oh, Martinezza, though, he knows what's up. Lovely little jiggle there to just draw the fire and the attention. They still feel pretty confident around the A hit. They don't have a lot of time. Only 22 seconds for that bomb to get all the way across. -4. You've not got a lot at all. So really, really tight here, especially if they run into any kind of resistance. They're down another man now. The bomb dropped by the AWP, and that will be that. Apogee, such a great start, just could not do anything with it.
Yeah, lovely stuff. For a second, like you mentioned it, out the gates felt pretty good, right? A double killing towards mid. It's exactly the start you sort of want, and they immediately just slightly overface, isolated fights as well, and fights that do not favor them. So, tough predicament in that sense, and they're in generally a bit of a harsh position at the moment. 4 buy-in, lose it, not getting the bomb plants either, and eco rinse and repeat, and it's a really brutal cycle to try and break from. And yeah, they're already really starting to flounder in this game. I mean, 6-1 down, probably expecting to go 7-1 down, if I'm being completely honest. And I mean, even just 7 in general is a pretty solid way to start off Ancient. It's a map which is these days seen as relatively even. Yeah, tough spot. Goes without saying, DGT, this is so bold, and it won't even work for 1.
Yeah, we'll see, man. It is a wild sort of move. He's playing a confident game and having a good one thus far. I'll be able to do something with this now. Yeah, you can see some of the 9Z players are getting ahead of themselves. Martinezza. Caught. He's actually covered from the side. Wasso Peak does a great job of keeping Martinezza alive. And, of course, the triple kill. Really could have gone south. Goodness, Virtuoso, though. 1v3 to 1v1. Oh, Tech 9, it's close. He had a couple of shots off there. Just couldn't get him in the cranium. Closest round we've had in a while for Apogee. And it comes from something, again, very pace-changey from them. So hopefully we get a bit more of that.
Yeah, no, exactly. I'll take that. That's for sure. A little bit uncomfortable, I guess. It's maybe an opportunity that, or is something that Apogee can try to utilize in their favor. But 7-1, like I said, this spot that they're in is really good to see. It is that they can continue it. Right. Back into a buy. Hoping to change the fate for Apogee here, but felt that 9Z would be a real good true test, and so far they're looking exactly like that. It's been pretty plain sailing, if I'm being honest.
30 remaining here for Apogee. Find on the spam by Prison. This could be the marker that they need. Buddha trying to be present. It's a little wild here. They just go running through smokes again. Confidence from 9Z, maybe indeed cockiness in there. They will be forced to save out here. Should be able to take this off into the next, which is the important gun. But Apogee get themselves on the board. Bit of confidence, taking them some time, but as they come close in the previous, they've been knocking on the door, and eventually 9Z will falter.
For this one, keep on the AWP. I mean, they're not running super low on econ or anything, but it's just one of those ones where I think internally you just say, percentage-wise, the chance of retaking this is so small anyway. There's no point even entertaining the fact. So keep out of the AWP, keep out of the M4, go right back into a buy. Yes, Apogee get around, but for Apogee to make something out of this half, it does need to be a pretty consistent showing. It needs to be kind of the first of a few, if they want a sort of a shot in this. So I don't think that there's too much worry. Not now, at the moment. But a second is better than nothing. We said we want to see them and hope that they can change the tides a little bit. And at the very least, that's something to go off. They get a second. While putting a little bit of pressure on the shoulders of 9Z, saying that we can still pick up round wins here. Let's see if it does lead to one of those. Go quick, very quick towards A. And DGC's doubling back, but he actually might lose out this race.
Oh, just about gets the kill. 2 HP remains. Ooh. In comes a wild one from Wasso Peak, just blindly spraying through until the bullets land. The molly, that would have been one tick to take DGT. Is it enough to get them back into the round, though? Polo in the aggressive position here. Great angle, great find. There's also this flank coming in. You know, they're kind of all over the place, but Polo is finding all the headshots required. Another off angle here for Prism. Difficult to clear. He's a little asleep, so will lose his life, but they're both in the donut. They don't know where this last player is at right now. Ollie down, tap on the bomb, try and hopefully get the defuse in, but yeah, they're just so unsure. Swizz even gives his life to the Molotov, but ultimately it will be Apogee getting 2 in a row.
Yeah, good work. I mean, had to really fight for that, but Polo does such a good job. Quad kill to his name. 2 and 7 before that moment, and well, he picks it perfectly. Now, like we said, we're getting these moments and these bits where, at the very least, there's this showing from Apogee at the tail end of this half that might give them a little bit of a look in towards this game. They can get a 7-5. It's honestly not the worst half in the world. Definitely a workable one. Still, I think still needed a second half as well. It's still probably to keep them afloat and all the rest. I think at a bare minimum, if Apogee get 8-4, I think they've salvaged the half a little bit. Not a good start though, so it's going to get caught.
Virtuoso. Creeping, looking for anyone on the jump up. I think they're thinking about it, but they've already got their 1 kill. They don't need to get greedy here. 9Z have had some respect given to them, I suppose. Humbling in these past couple of rounds, and you can see the discipline has returned. So 1 pick feels like a good enough position for them to be in. Apogee again on the back foot, not a position that they play well from. Going for some mid-control here. Hwasu Peak. Timing for the double dink is perfect.
Yeah, really. Couldn't have been already better there. Boost up on towards box, but Martineza not giving this Peak a look. The bomb might be first to Peak, but the bomb is going to get the shot. Martineza talking about a little bit of sleep of the will. That one did feel like it. Bombers are still good for 9Z though.
Waku moving in here on the entry. Virtuoso to take another on the AWP though. That evens things up. Bomb plant coming in. That's not spamming away. It'll be DGT just walking in blind. And they go trade for trade, blow for blow. Max, good timing here to get a catch, but he steps. Forward 40 out, and the MP9 nearly lets him down. The run and gun is effective enough. Trying to scoop up some utility before getting the defuse in. 9Z back to their winning ways.
Yeah, good to see. Good to see for sure. For a moment, the one thing that worried me is when he does step, because back turn, he was looking towards ramp. He was expecting the big flank, and well, it doesn't come, but either way, running and gunning with the MP9, perfect sort of place for it. Like we said, I think 8-4 is okay. However, if it does go 9-3, for example, then Apogee, we've got to discuss about them really being in a tough spot. I think with 8-4, you get a pistol round and game's still on, but 9-3 feels really kind of, it's so difficult to work with. And even if it does go 8-4, then you lose the pistol. There's so much pressure there. Just off the rip, that doesn't give you a lot to work with. Smoke going to come down. Shell flare. He does peek. And oh my god, that flick was pretty close.
Moku. Oh no, the smoke just goes down. Not so sneaky. When the lights come on, you look a little different, I suppose. Polo will manage to find the aggressive move. However, we are back. Apogee again have got to work from a less than ideal situation, but at least easier than the previous. What is going to be the endpoint? Not seen them go A for a long while. They have been leaning B quite a lot. Maybe feel like they're finding more success there, getting the rounds closer, getting bomb plants, etc. And therefore, 9Z, they're ready.
Yeah, double stack here towards long. One hold to the push out from Cave, the other from ramp. Pretty decent setup, and neither of them are in the standard pre-fire. Angles, Swizz, oh, he's so low, but he's going to get a kill. And his booty goes 1 for 1. Max finds one of his own as well as Polo will drop, and look how low they are. So low. Prismos going to get tagged up again, but going to get a kill of his own and a poison ace somehow. Flank coming through, retake with the orb. Everybody in the server tagged now. This is going to make it difficult. Orb's going to hit the shot and can't, and DGT thrust into a tough 1v2.
Yeah, not looking good here at all. Low HP bars for both of them, though. He's got to move in for this kit. Please. Okay, good. He picked up the kit. Lovely stuff. Not good. Swizz, the timing peak takes him. Fantastic find. 8-4 at the turn. Might not be enough for Apogee, but they pick up some steam towards the end. We're going to take a break. We'll see how things look on the flip.
Somebody new every night, and I pray, and I pray, and I pray that you feel the same way. Is it wrong of me to think of you all the time? Even though I'm with somebody new every night, and I pray, and I pray, and I pray that you feel the same way. I don't know what you're thinking, but my mind is full of fear. 'Cause I felt this world without you. I feel safer when you're here. It's been a couple months now, feels like time's been moving slow. And I can't tell where my head's at, so can you let me know? Is it wrong of me to think of you all the time? Even though I'm with somebody new every night, and I pray, and I pray, and I pray that you feel the same way. Is it wrong of me to think of you all the time? Even though I'm with somebody new every night, and I pray, and I pray, and I pray that you feel the same way. I'm out of focus, I need just wish that you were here. 'Cause when I'm alone, I get lost in my head and I try.
The big question is whether Apogee can use their newfound success into this CT half. The pistol would be a great place to start, of course. 9Z maybe getting a bit ahead of themselves, I think. They were in a very good position, and then a few overzealous repeaks, a few lackadaisical rushes end up costing them. But we'll see. A fresh start, of course, as we flip over now.
Yeah, I really do want to see whether... I mean, Apogee are not out of it by any means in the kind of the spot that they're in, right? 8-4, you get a pistol, and there's definitely something to work with, but it's just the other side. You lose this pistol, and it probably puts you on such a back foot, which feels slightly irrecoverable. This is a really quick flank there from Swizz. I mean, it won't get out of the plant, and it won't get killed just yet, but he's got a decent angle, and it will pop for his first. Looks for the second, and he gets it. Okay, now we're on.
Yeah, we definitely are. The bomb, though, is the one big thing. It forces them into the fights, and these blocks can turn in an instant. That's exactly what Martinezza is trying to do. Prism left low here as well. The headshot will come in, but he's traded. All on Swizz. Knows there's one at ramp. Where the hell is the other guy? The Molotov as well. Going to buy even more time for the T side here. Should be enough, you feel. Yeah, he's just a bit frustrated, not getting the peaks that he wants. And that is unfortunately how it goes. Max incredibly low. Buddha confirms that he's not on the bomb, basically, and confirms the round. So 9Z do take it incredibly close into their teeth stuff, but it is unfortunately not good enough for Apogee.
Yeah, exactly. Tough spot for them. It looks like we're going to go for that force, though, for the Apogee side, and they're going to try and hope that things can change here. This is a bit of a Hail Mary, though, isn't it, right? This force, you lose this, and it is most definitely done at this point. That's not only 10 for 9Z, that'll be 11 as well, and at that point you're playing for, at the very best, sort of overtime. That's pretty unlikely. We'll get mid-control, though, for Apogee, which is good. Progression there, the smoke's out towards elbow and outside a cave, so you're going to get this sort of control to work with at the very least, which is good, but 9Z pump the brakes. Any fights at range, you're going to be at a bit of an advantage. And also, any fights towards A, which is where they're going.
Flashes out. They're not wasting any time getting in here. Unfortunately, it's all a waste. In theory. Maybe he doesn't want to go down here. They want him. Not careful. Flash comes in. He maybe thought he was around the corner. Not the case. They are looking to just overwhelm him. As the bomb goes down, I think they'll begin to get a feeling that he is all alone. Runs out of ammo. Down he goes. That's a rifle for the next round. So I think you save here, and then you've got a pretty decent looking buy into the next.
Should be okay, yeah. That's also only one with sort of out an upgrade, but Galil M4 is to a degree workable. Yeah, unfortunately, that is that. 9Z, pretty simple conversion against that force. They just go to a completely barren site. Apogee go for a gamble, which I think is basically all you can do on on those sort of buys, but yeah, it doesn't work out for them. Interesting to see what Prism goes for himself. He had like 2.5. He's going to go in towards that 5, so it's actually dropped over. So it's a slight investment, not a full investment. A lot of this is down to Polo and Swizz, maybe Virtuoso with that half armor, but they still feel pretty unlikely in that sense. Hence why we say 9Z are favorites to get the 11. Prism get mollied out. Swizz with one of those guns can't do basically anything. And Polo, the other gun, also going to get caught too.
Yep. So that'll be that. Maybe see Virtuoso save his armor here. Beyond that round, indeed, is going to be over. Prism sticking about. Might be able to snipe something if he's lucky. Yeah, Virtuoso actually has quite a lot to work with into the next round. Smoke and a flash as well. So just going to buy the time and hopefully stay alive. They are somewhat after him, though. again, 9Z never letting up. 11 rounds very quickly for them. This looks like it should be their map. Apogee are going to have to put up a really stellar side. They are indeed capable. They've played this map to a good level against Saw, picked up 9 rounds there. And of course, beating out OG on this one. So there's capabilities. I just think 9Z, as I mentioned earlier on, man, on that other level, bro.
Yeah, exactly. And this is just, you know, in a slightly sort of, I mean, just basic way of putting it, it's expected. 9Z are just that team, right? 19th in the world right now, I think 20th in Valve rankings. I mean, really good side. When they play to this sort of level, they are so difficult to try and break down and find ways back into this. Credit to 9Z. This has been a really good showing. We'll see. Back out towards A. And unfortunately, same as last time, really. There's no one home. They're gambling here on this sort of buy, and it's a gamble that's not going to pay off.
Yeah, a bit of a wacky move for sure. I think as more and more presence is shown at B there, they will obviously make this move at A. Bomb's going to go down. Molotov in. I'm going to stop the plan. Bits of damage. It's still definitely on. Don't get me wrong. Apogee just making life hard for themselves at the end of the day. A difficult way back in. They have 1 kit, 2 flashes. Really not a lot to work with here. So you want some presence. You want a body to be in there to just panic 9Z a little bit. But now they are in such full control of this post-plant situation. Quick trade there. Bomb is really far gone. Trying to keep your eye on the kit as well. And they're just sort of overwhelming. Winding the clock down. Look, the trades are coming back in, but there's just no time for Apogee to do anything. DGT catches 1. Might be able to deal it, not going to happen, but the bomb does the work for him. And 9Z, despite losing everyone, still got plenty of cash, and of course now on that map point.
Yes, exactly, right? That's the main thing. I think 9Z don't really mind that they've all fallen there because they've got so much cash in reserves. Granted, plenty of cash for Apogee to go in for an investment of their own. M4's out across the board, bar that 1 FAMAS being picked up. But, yeah, I don't know. Feels done here, doesn't it? 12-4. And on your opponent's map pick 2. Just to really come out the gates flying to start this off. Really impressive stuff. Laser. We're caught on at exactly the same time. Max also falls too.
Okay. Maybe a bit of something from Apogee then. All about map 2 now, it feels, you know. Plus 2 could be an area in which, again, a fresh slate, they could compete, but yeah, it's a hard line, one that we go with quite often. I just don't know. Apogee have really not given us an awful lot of anything. It felt like at the end of that first half, it was more on 9Z making mistakes than it was Apogee getting the better of them. This is nice, though. Some forward movement. Find success. Good timing from them, leaving DGT all alone. And I mean,
Yeah.
do you just save here? To be fair, he's got plenty of money in the bank. Drop someone across. It might just be a pretty slow 45 seconds.
Alrighty. DGT. Any constellation kills would be nice. I mean, there is still money to work with for 9Z, so a buy in towards the next is absolutely fine. But it feels like a pretty tempered 20 seconds here. Will they hunt? They're so close to them. They don't realize it's just sort of a very spammable wooden wall is the only real difference. There's his, gets it. Spamming. Oh, they're going to get him. They're going to get him after time as well. EGT. And thankfully, he can buy back in. No problem. Buda's the only one who hasn't got really lots of money to work with, but still, Galil will come through. AKs across the board. It's fine. It's workable. And even an AWP out for Martineza. Vaso has an AK on the drop for him, so it's cool. And Z, yeah, they fall, but so many opportunities to close this out. I don't think they're going to 3D max this sort of situation.
No, this is true. It's quite a long road. But maybe they can extend play, and again, you know, we're a young team. We're looking at improving game on game. Ancient seems to be one that they really like. Being consistent for them at the moment, you might argue. I definitely expected more from them on this. As I say, a victory against OG is decent, and not super close, but semi-competitive half potentially against Saw. Didn't see the game ourselves, but scoreline-wise, there was something in there for our rifles. Going for something very similar to the previous round, where they just sort of walk down the ramp, try and get that timing. This time does not work out. I think the timing was there. There's just not enough manpower to deal with the entirety of 9Z in towards lane. Thus, one now on B. Rotation is on the way, but it's going to be smoked off pretty heavily. Flash comes in. Nice and effective. Ooh, nearly for Polo. Max is quick with it. Looking to end this game nice and speedily. Just Swizz. They know where he's at. Forced to reload, and that will cost him his life. 13-5. 9Z dealing Ancient for a quick start to this series.
Yeah, and a really, really effective one as well. I mean, very, very fun to watch playing this sort of quite fast, quite, you know, high pace as 90 do like to do, and they just do it so effectively as well. So really, really well played for them. And now, again, on the other side, it does start to throw a couple of question marks in for Apogee in just terms of, you know, what have we really got in the locker for them? I mean, do we have anything heading in towards that Dust 2 where we can maybe start to kind of turn the tides a little bit? But generally speaking, very solid Ancient, very good showing just how good this 9Z side are. And I think, unfortunately, if that's going to be the showing on your opponent's map pick, when 9Z go in towards their comfort of Dust 2, you'd probably just expect that and some, right? And I think that's all the credit to the 9Z side. This is a side who want to qualify to that spot. There's 2 spots available here, right? So they can make this lower bracket one, and they're a runway, I say, and they're definitely a side that you would actually put there as one of the highest kind of possibilities of doing exactly that. So really, really good show. And I don't know about you, but Dust 2 feels like it might just go the same way.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I think 9Z, again, started off that game very aggressive, very in the face of Apogee. Maybe took them a few rounds to get used to the playstyle, but once they did, got a read on those defaults and protocols, they were really, really effective, and it just didn't slow down too much throughout. There was a little bit towards the end of that first half, but yeah, 9Z, they know what they're doing, and I think they are playing a much better individual game for my money. We are yet to really see Martineza maybe take over the game. I think he could definitely do that on Dust 2. We're going to take a break before we get there, though, of course, folks. So make sure that you are sticking with us. We've got about 10 minutes or so, and then Dust 2 will be getting underway. See you there.
But for now, I just be reading, doing nothing. I won't give in if you won't make a move right now. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. You should let me know. Oh, I'ma be clear now. Patience is really not my key, but if you play your cards right, I might just think about it twice. Yeah. Say it like you mean it, I won't fake it and believe it when I see it. But for now, I just be breathing, doing nothing. I won't give in if you won't make a move right now. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You hesitating, always busy. You know we always get so busy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go 360? You're hesitating, always busy. You know we always get so easy. You should let me know. can pile up. Is it important for you? There ain't no bother. No, no. Hey, 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be shy, no. 1, 2, 3, oh, I want you near. I need you in my life, boy. Oh, I feel like you and me got this chemistry. One look at you and my heart explodes. Just let me be the one you keep. I'll be right here through the hot and cold. Boy, I'll be loyal to you. No need for drama. Feel royal with you. Cry like an pile up. Is it important for you? There ain't no bother. No, no. Hey, 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be shy, no. 1, 2, 3, oh, I want you near. I need you in my life, but alright. 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be shy, no. 1, 2, 3, oh, I want you near. I need you in my life, but alright. Just come over. Won't you come closer? Yeah, just come over. Oh, hey. 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be shy, no. 1, 2, 3, oh, I want you near. I need you in my life, but alright. 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be shy, no. 1, 2, 3, oh, I want you near. I need you in my life, but rolling on a feeling, knowing I must go on. If I don't do it now, I will never have it. Dreaming is deceiving, falling to slumber. If I don't do it now, someone else will grab it. If I don't, yeah. I wanted it so long. It's taking me some time. I tell myself don't stop. Like waves are breaking, I found a way, I made it. If I
Hello, everybody. Welcome back in here. Map 1 completed swiftly by 9Z. Ultimately, not much of a competition from Apogee, unfortunately. You know, we wanted a bit more from them. Their pick of Ancient. We've seen some good things on that map from them in this very tournament. But yeah, 9Z maybe just too hard of a matchup for this squad, it looks like. Dust 2, though, coming up now. We'll see. Anything is always possible on a map like Dust 2.
Yeah, I feel like at the moment we can't completely count out this Apogee side. I mean, obviously, it wasn't really the showing that they would have wanted. They'll admit that. It wasn't really the display that gives us a hell of a lot of confidence. But Dust 2, like we said, is a map at the very least which they have played, you know, a few times recently as well. They've picked up a couple of wins from the last 5 times they played. One of them against Rebels as well, which is not a terrible team. They did lose, however, on this Dust 2 yesterday, right, to OG. So that's maybe something that we can kind of keep an eye out for. They lost 13-6 as well. So definitely something to kind of flow heading in towards this matchup. But at the same time, for 9Z, you know, even then, when you look on paper for them, it's not exactly the best map either. Lost to 3D Max. They've actually only got 1 win from their last 7 played. So they've been playing it a lot to little success, but they're picking into it a lot as well, which is either, you know, very stubborn or there is an overarching sort of master plan there. But they haven't actually been the most successful. So I don't think Apogee should be coming in towards this completely bricking it and saying, all right, we're done here, right? But what we need to see is just a better performance. It was not the display they wanted to see out from them at all. Nobody really kind of stepped up. Nearly everybody was on single-digit kills. Had a couple who just crept on towards 10, but even that's not really good enough. Where on the other side, everybody sort of had their moments. I think in particular, DGT looked very, very solid. Went 18 and 12 for him, but it was a pretty much a team-wide performance. There's not that much disparity between the top and the bottom. So I do want to see maybe whether we can see a little bit new or something different out from Apogee, but if we're being completely honest, they did just get outplayed in every way possible, right? They were sort of overwhelmed and looked very off guard. They start on the CT side, that might help them out, but they do need all the help they can get.
Seemed to be some good communication, some good team play, but lacking a bit of the extra level of like well-placed flashes and good utility to facilitate their aggressive plays. Again, this is something similar moving into the tunnels, and we'll discover that it is pretty much clear, but 9Z seem to know what's up. Again, maybe a pistol that they have seen from this team. That's an awkward one, but Max does find them both. And now they're going to get worried about B, but Max is all by himself. Not even a B hit, really. Prism gets caught completely off guard by the contact. That's got to be that in the pistol. Really well done here from 9Z. It looks like they have absolutely done some watching here. They know what is up. A single kill as yet. Can't get anything done. So a flawless one there for 9Z.
Yeah, what a way to really sort of set the tone heading in towards your map pick and just say, this is what we've sort of got on offer, and this is the sort of level we can play at. Brilliant stuff. Very little we can sort of complain about, I think, at all, being completely honest. So, yeah, nice work. 9Z will get a first, get rid of these, and this time, you know, unlike the last map where Apogee went in for that force bite, that was because they made it somewhat expensive. That's not going to be the case here. Go by is what we are getting. This should be a very comfortable second on the board for 9Z. Couple of AKs out, couple of Galils, and Martinez with that scout can tag and bag with that.
I like it. I like it. This is a cool little setup in towards short. And I hopefully draw them in, but I don't think they're going to see any action on shorts. At least in the position that they're at. You know, it should be good to cover the cross here. Got a few boys on the smokes. We'll eventually get in there. Slow rolling hit. Flash comes in. And the fight from the Polish side is decent, to be fair. A couple kills for them. Not quite setting up anymore, but I think they will take that every day of the week. Don't even need the headshots here to finish off the round. They're so low. Max makes it look easy to finish, but, you know, both teams going to be satisfied. 9Z keep 3 alive, which is your bare minimum.
Yeah.
And Apogee still make them buy up a little bit, make their econ slightly worse for wear. So, all about this round, of course.
Exactly. Couple of kills on a, you know, non-investment sort of situation. I don't think it's sort of the worst in the world, but this is the one that we really do need to see something quite special. You know, sort of a rise in this situation. Really have to start to find some form. It's about saying. It's about there by Virtuoso. He wants to just try and stop this long control, but not even a place that at the moment 9Z are going to test. Mid and Cat are more of a priority. And speaking of Xbox, bit of sleep at the wheel there, bit of a tag, and Polo gets caught, and down he goes, and there's no ability to trade.
Oh, Prism, right idea on the spam, couldn't quite get the bullets in. Full pause here from 9Z as they are just hoping to draw some attention. They have done that. So we've got to be careful here. Gets that smoke in. The aggressive steps here from the CT side, completely bested. 9Z again, they know they've got the man advantage. They know that Apogee are likely to make a move, and they walk straight into the crosshairs. All right.
Max. Sure, he's looking for a player out towards the A side. He's expecting maybe somebody lurking over towards ramp, but I'll find out sooner rather than later. Nobody's there. It's actually only this pit player that they have to be worried about, and I doubt they'd even plant for pit regardless. Swizz gonna get caught from the side, and I think it's safe to say that is that. Last man of Virtuoso is spotted. He's on track for a flawless round. They're just going to try and catch his head. They're a little bit of a bigger target, though, so for him, slightly easier. He will get his one on towards DGT, but should be just a stopgap of what is going to be ultimately a done round. Max 7-0 to start off this game. He is absolutely flying at the moment, just shy of 200 ADR.
Yeah, pretty fire stuff. See whether it continues for him. But again, when these types of individuals get activated, it can be really problematic for Apogee to answer. .145 on the clock here. And a lot of aggression from 9Z, looking to just play pretty simple default, pretty wide default. Know that it should be a low buy, and it would indeed be correct in their assumptions. Just waiting for something to come their way. Deagles looking good here. One will get traded out, but it's still an advantage for Apogee.
All right. Idea. Waiting and trying to make something work. Oh, and he's actually just going to get caught. Nice little bait and switch as well as the USPS goes first. The Deagle hits the shot.
Nasty. Very, very nasty indeed. And now we're upgraded. Bomb in hand as well. This is a really difficult situation for, I would say 9Z, but it's not, is it? It's just Buddha and DGT here to get through. Virtuoso definitely killable here. And the AWP, has to move fast, but if he's hitting shots like that, it's not going to happen, is it? Oh, the aim punch doesn't make a difference. Clean spray down in the end, and wow, 9Z have let an easy one slip through their fingers.
Yeah, it's a bad round to lose. It really is. It's given a fair, decent amount of something to work with for the Apogee side, and basically very minimal investments. We do see, though, a tech pause. That's unfortunate. Just as, you know, we had a pretty smooth map number one. But yeah, we will see a tech pause to kickstart things in this sense. But yeah, it's a bad one to lose. I guess post-tech pause, maybe a bit of a conversation that can be had here for this 9Z side. That's not the sort of rounds that you want to let slip sort of a nothing. So those ones do hurt. Oh, hold on, wait. There's a buyback in, which is good. Martinez will get his AWP. That's fine. So it's a first true test, I guess, in towards this next round of what these guys have got on offer. For now, we wait.
Indeed. Yeah, always rough to have a pause early on in these games, but hopefully nothing too substantial. We'll try and keep you guys updated. I think that is one of the things that we miss online is, you know, online we get to kind of see what's going on. Is it a monitor change? Those are always fun.
Yeah.
But online we are often in the dark. However, I hear some ticks and we are indeed back into the action. So, yeah, just speak it into existence, man. I'm working on my manifesting at the moment, and there you go, in full flow, mate, in action.
There we go. Okay, so we are live, back underway after 9Z, letting that one slip away. It's a tough round to lose, but actually a bit of a wake-up call as well. Martinez is not giving these flicks this time. Missed one spotted on the cross, and a second just after. It's a bit of information about what's going on towards B. Couple in that direction.
Really slow move in. As we saw 9Z play a very, very sort of methodical T side, potentially against what you might expect from this team, but clearly it is a map that they have been working on, and they have to get these all thought out rounds in the locker. Vaso peak, that's exactly what he was waiting for. A nade, a misstep, a reload, and he will catch Kloku.
Martinez up, waiting. Just in case that all decides to tempt fate again by mid doors, it would be massive risk to be taking. Martinez can just hold and wait, but smoke down over by the CT side will give them that luxury of the cross if they want it. And yeah, they'll take it. Polo dip back over towards CT spawn. This bomb's not committed yet, but this is feeling like an A finish the way they're setting up. 3 out towards long, 2 towards short. This is a 9Z setup that's pretty standard. We saw it's a lot to be marked. Only one out there, but numbers now level. And what a shot by Virtuoso. He turns his back to play anti and just gets immediately traded though.
Yeah, that's a little awkward. That is a little awkward. Maybe could have been a bigger moment for him. Not quite the case. Oh, the missed shot. Buddha fights his way through and Polo panics. Doesn't quite spot the head here, but now we'll know about DGT. So, information on both being on the site, I suppose. Still not the easiest for the AWP to win. They know what to do as well. Group up on top of each other and try and get this trade. Should he reveal himself? The contact pays off. He jumps up, doesn't spot. Spots now. And knows what's up. The clutch in his control doesn't land the quick scope. He's got another chance at it here. On missing, gets the USB out, and the dink lands. DGT keeps his cool and wins out the 1v1 for 9Z.
Yeah, credit to him. It's very easy to get flustered in that position in particular. I was looking a little awkward for a moment, but no. Not this time. Attack balls will be called, though. Just don't want to give these rounds, you know, or let them be as close as they are, right? So I guess I can understand it, in all honesty. Don't allow them to make things as close as they are at the kind of their current presence, and then even them going down to how close they have been. It does make the buys a little awkward for 9Z, but they do have to bring things like a Gillo, things like a Mac 10. Break it down for DGT. Or dropped by. I'm assuming he's going to swap it over. But it looks like DGT's going to go for the timing peak because of his spawn with that AWP. And look out towards long. And I hate this. Can I get the shot? Is the question. Just an aid. Waiting. He's going to see. There are peaks. They do. And he'll get out of there alive.
About. All right, let's see what the play is here for Apogee. All 4 in towards short. I'll make this M4 the hero. All playing bait for him. Clocku with the Julies, and here we go. The M4 indeed going to get itself active for a couple. Max has got a couple of targets to get through here. Eventually bested, and once again, Apogee looks set to pull off the low buy.
They're really good at these. They just find ways of getting slight advantages, and I mean, this is looking like it. DGT, I mean, 1v3, which feels, I mean, nigh on impossible now. So I have to just call it. Keep hold of the AK-47. Their money's not great either, so it feels like a done affair. 40 seconds to try and chip away at the clock, but yeah, this is not really going to amount to all too much, so credit to Apogee, another round in which they have sort of no right winning, but find a way in doing so. And especially off the back of a pause as well for 9Z. Not exactly the sort of round you want to be losing.
Definitely not. Definitely not, and it seems to be a bit of an issue for them. I mean, look, Apogee are going for something completely wild, but why would you not in the low buy round? You can see as well, it's so big for them. Such a big boost to the economy, as they will get themselves that AWP in particular. Really, really good stuff. So 9Z not out of the woods just yet. Apogee are hot on their heels. An opportunity to close this gap now, especially because the money is totally in the bin.
Yeah, this is definitely where Apogee can start putting the pressure on. We are going for a force though, 9Z. 1 AK for DGT, Martinez with a scout. Double Deagle and a Tech 9. It's, you know, you can say like a somewhat serviceable buy, but these are the sort of investments where you normally expect a bit of a quicker round to try and, especially get that Tech 9, for example, for Wasso in your face and close and personal. Scout, taking pop shots. I mean, Polo going to be tagged. He's down to 30. We'll make him a little bit on edge.
Spamming away here. We'll do some decent damage to kick things off. They are taking a leaf out of the Apogee book. Low buy, short play. May well work. They get the control of it. They slow down ever so slightly. They do have utility remaining, trying to sort of fake things out that it could be some B presence. You can see they're not biting. They are not biting. They are more and more ready for the A play. In fact, and this one is a classic. Throwing it back. Oh, and that smoke does not work anymore, I suppose, or at least hasn't landed correctly. Virtuoso's got himself a bit of space to work with then. This kill comes in. There's a player that's dropped down that they are completely and utterly unaware of. Is it going to be enough to work with? Prism gets traded out. The close pressing in the form of Wiz, and he's all good. Beats out that scout, leaving Max to do it all. Couple low HP bars for sure, but just doesn't have the fire rate. They will stem it off.
Yeah, not to be. Not in that sense. They just rein it back in. It was close. Had a bit of a moment behind it. But yeah, no. Not on the cards there. So this now should be a tied-up game. If we're being completely honest. And this is where potentially we can see the sort of vibe of this maybe slightly flip and come back to being an okay spot. If Apogee can get a good few rounds in a row, and especially against full buys, then we're okay. Just in a similar vein, but on the flip side to 90, don't lose to the low buy. 90 lost on 2 low buys, hence why their economy and the position they're in is a little uncomfortable. Just make sure they don't kind of repeat their mistakes.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. What are we going to do here? I mean, they've got the M4 in the pit. Do they really do anything around that? I'm not so sure. I think this could be sort of delaying the inevitable, really.
Yeah.
But he's creating a bit of space. He's got a channel for them to work with. You never know. If they work their way in, get 1 kill, then potentially they could find a bomb plant. Maybe not, though. We have to go now while he's reloaded. Yeah, okay, Martinez. He actually moves on to the AWP, and yeah, fair enough. Got to do a bit more to get that bomb down cleanly, I suppose. All the same, Apogee again, bending them off.
All tied. This is good. This is good, and at least we have something on the cards that potentially could lead to maybe just a tad of kind of confidence and consistency out from Apogee. We are going to see, unfortunately, another tech pause, though, so that's not what we want to be seeing, but there is definitely an idea here which is feeling at least relatively classic out from Apogee. You know, comfortable in the opening few rounds where the guns come into play and they start delivering in their own way, and now putting a fair decent amount of pressure on the shoulders. So I'm liking to see, hopefully the tech pause is not too much of a worry, and then we can, yeah, go back underway. But I'm impressed with Apogee. It's kind of the first time we've seen kind of consistent, at least, where they've looked pretty solid, at least enough to give us an understanding of how we're going to find a map win and how we're potentially going to push this towards a nuke.
Possible. There's still legs. You know, we ain't dead yet. Kind of vibe from Apogee. I will say, maybe not as much coming out from their rifle play. It has, you know, been because of this kind of low buy and everything that goes their way at the perfect moment. So we'll see. Got to convince me a little bit more in the big rounds, as it were. I think that, yes, they do well on low buy, don't get me wrong, but there is some luck associated with it. A crazy move from 9Z here. No one on the other end of it, though, unfortunately. I like the idea. I like the balls to go for it, but yeah, it doesn't quite find success.
Oh, it's a nice reaction from Buddha. The flash, I think actually was just a tad too deep.
Oh my. Popping off over here with the double orbs. All looking good for 9Z, though. We have managed to just about come on top of this exchange. Max is hidden towards middle. I think he may well have shown himself. He's taken a tag. Not got a kill, so I'm not quite sure if they have definitely noted him. In the same vein, Swizz is acutely aware of the area. Is he going to check all his angles, though, is the big question. Like not, and Max makes him pay. It's Virtuoso now on the other side of things. A drop down to try and pick up the pieces, but there are no pieces to find. Bomb goes down. That'll be the round.
Yep. Virtuoso, it's actually about whether he can keep this alive. Yes. Martinez will get caught. They might still hunt him, though. He's got one right above him. There's a little bit of pressure put on by that mid play. Even just a bit of noise, and it might be enough. Oh, that jump might have been heard, though, by Max. I think DGT does need to sell the noise of himself. Potentially try and give an opportunity to drop down, but no. Looks like DGT sneaking up. Max waiting. Yes, he'll get it in the end. Orb collected as well, so that's a real nice silver lining. Back into the full gun round. Back into 9Z, taking a win. So, great work. Great work indeed. And that's exactly what we want to see, to be honest.
Indeed. 9Z refinding their feet, as I say. With the guns, I think they have been the much more proficient side. So, scoreline is close, but it may well be deceiving. We will check back in at the end of the half, and particularly at the end of the map. See how impactful this round ends up being. Another buy to come round from Apogee. Pretty much workable, but one of these things is not like the other. Just a deagle sticking out like a sore thumb.
Yeah. Yeah, I hate to say it. Can we make that deagle sing? I mean, Virtuoso, he's pretty crisp, and there's something quite special about all players on the pistols. No matter what type of pistol, they do tend to make them look very clean. First fight, Polo, good for him. We'll catch Max, and it's the start you wanted. The bomb's still waiting. And by this sort of weight that it's had, it's giving an opportunity to really bolster off this A site.
Oh, I hope someone's watching this smoke. Traders looking to make a play. They were watching. Traders there, but Virtuoso, the second man in, is not dealt with. The bomb's not crossed yet. The numbers now going to start looking a little bit egregious. They go wild and wacky here on the Apogee side, but they make it work. Quasso has just managed to get around that corner and get the bomb out, so he could have some good time here to go B if he so chooses, which it looks like he will. In the same vein, he's read them beautifully. Not looking to take the fights. Not sure if... I think they might hear those steps, Not a lot of time, unfortunately, for Quasso to really make some plays here, so just going to go wild. Doesn't work. And there we are, Apogee. They get their rifle finally.
Yeah, nice little response there, in all honesty. Good work. And potentially keeping things in a very kind of contentious position. It's very back and forth in that sense, and that's where we can kind of see Apogee putting up the stability in this first half. I mean, this is already very nice, very clean. Already 5 rounds. It just feels generally better as a whole than what we saw in towards map number 1. It's at the very least competitive, and that was... It was a really big ask, wasn't it? Something we didn't get. Prison for 2. Max will trade. A low buyout for 9Z, so Apogee should guarantee this lead. Oh, not a lead, at least kind of guarantee going a tied game in towards that next half. I mean, the lead is definitely still a potential.
Oh. Messy here at middle. It looks good, though, for the M4s. There you go. Buda will punish. That is that. Yeah, we'll see, man. Apogee continuing to impress. I will still go to bat for this econ and how they managed to just break it at the perfect moment. 9Z maybe feeling a bit bitter, a bit scrupulous about the whole thing, but still, you'll take what you can get. And into the second half, they could really run with this advantage.
Yeah, that's true. Attack ball is going to be called, though, just before heading into that final round. Make sure that they close it take a lead, have the confidence as well heading towards our second. But we take a brief break. I mean, that would go pretty hard for them. Okay. 6-5. Apogee already have done better than what they did in towards map number 1. So definitely had a better idea here. And it's probably also as well for us, goes back to a bit of a conversation that we had yesterday about, you know, Nazi, why are we so diligent in picking in towards this Dust 2 when you've got other maps that are kind of very evidently a bit cleaner for you? You know, is this actually them being super stubborn in a sense? Because didn't win it yesterday and so far not winning now.
Utility just being spilled across the map here. 9Z again, very, very slow from them. Not a great deal of overly aggressive rounds. I really think we've seen them go B the entire half, maybe right at the start, but they have stayed firmly away from it. Always nice to have in your back pocket. Bit of a threat towards B, nonetheless. Once again, taking things out here with the mid to B smokes. It looks to be an A finish, of course.
That's where so gonna be tested from this backside. No open play for him in this round. He's pretty cute when he uses it, but with the rifles, maybe not as crisp or clean. But we'll see whether maybe there's something here to work with. First fight, good for Prism. Second is a big trade from DGT to claim the space, but he does take a pretty serious tag himself.
Oh, Virtuoso spotting that shadow. Actually wins out the fight, but overwhelmed from short. Polo, the next man in, and Huaso deletes him. We know where this final player is now as well, by the way, so bit of a bomb recovery required, but 2v1 looks decent. Still is winnable for Swizz, very much so. If he can find one of these kills quick. Molotov comes in. That will force a bit of a peek from Buddha, and he loses it. It's all on to Huaso. He's got this AWP. Is it firmly planted for him? I think it should be pretty good, but it can always be scary. He's got a kit, he's got a flash, he's got plenty of time to work with here, Swizz. Clearing all his angles nice and diligently. Nothing coming his way, but he just does not give any respect to the AWP. 6-6 at the turn. Really well done from Apogee to keep the dream alive here in the lower bracket. We'll see you after the break.
I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you.
All right. Well, there's life still left in this Apogee side, as we see. That was a very good half out from them. And 9Z, their map pick, and still the same issues that we did see as well against 3D Max. Still making us question, why is this their pick? What is the reason as to why they go in towards Dust 2, despite having pretty limited success in it? They're going to have to prove to us now that they're on that CT side, their reasons behind it.
Very true. Flash comes in. And the mid-aggression looks set to find success. The bomb is revealed and hits the deck. It's all really going to be on Huaso with these duels. He's got to be expecting fights from everywhere. He's got to be careful behind him, but not even needed. 4 versus 2. Pretty good here for Apogee. They force the save out. Not really what you want out your pistol being forced to save, so yeah, great start for them on their T-side campaign. Yeah, absolutely. Good little play as well. We just kind of barrel in towards mid. Just know that, you know, Glocks on the run have a little bit more versatility when it's on the move in comparison to that USP, and just nothing at all that 9Z can do. And even still, we're once again conversing about this idea, why are we going for this pick? On the CT side, you generally feel like you're going to have a little bit more to work with. Terrorists win. Yeah, tough old predicament. That is for sure. That 9-0 in. 2 saves coming through. What is the buy, if any? Yeah, they are actually going to go for this. Scouting a picked up by Martineza. I'm assuming it's going to be investments alongside him, just because the scout tag and bag is pretty good. So yeah, we will see. FAMAS, MP9, 5.7. Max has got himself just a deagle. Okay, so it's a somewhat okay CT buy. I think especially because they had armor on 2, so it makes it a little bit easier. If you find this though, it's an 8th, then most likely a 9th as well to come behind it. I feel like realistically, the best way that we're going to find sort of 90 us back into sort of a strong momentum sort of position is actually by winning a low buy or eco round themselves, something that Apogee did a couple of times in that first half. Eagle spam. Unsuccessful. Kind of like the look of this force buy. There is something to it. 90 might be able to upset here. You'd hope at least bring things close with, you know, the FAMAS scout combination. Deep. Oh no, just he was about to start making a move. He fades back into the smoke. Tag from the scout, but an instant dink will leave it in a 5v4.
And now, tough spot. Bomb's not committed either. Slap bang in the middle. Doesn't need to make too hasty of a decision. Once again becomes just a little bit of a waiting game. This does feel now like the A finish. DGT, FAMAS, right hands could be okay. He probably needed 2 there. Only gets the 1. Prism actually just spotted Wasso as well. He's probably in a bit of trouble here. I don't know if he's surely not. Oh my god, he's going to get it. The second as well had a potential behind it, but he just tucked his head for that plant. He's not committed to it now, and we'll get it off from Molotov in towards CT.
So, again, some damage done. Potential of some more into the next round. But Apogee are going to start to really build a lead here and build some cash as well.
Yeah.
It's a really, really good look for them. 9Z. You have to start proving why they're picking into Dust 2. You know, they had 1 against Alliance that was really one-sided. Beyond that, I don't think they've won the map. And they're now being brought to a head against Apogee. Really, really difficult matchup here, it would seem, even though, you know, they've just bested Apogee on their own pick.
No, you are right. What is the reason for this? Still not convinced about this selection, and it is most definitely getting to a concerning point. That goes without saying. 8-6, probably should be 9 as well, off the back of that failed force. And yeah, man, I'm definitely feeling a little nervous. It's feeling like that nuke might be required here. There's still just not enough on offer to convince me for the moment, for the time being. And credit to Apogee, they didn't get disheartened. They could have very easily sort of rolled over off the back of map number 1 and just called it internally, but they haven't. They've looked pretty prevalent what we've seen thus far. Out towards B, no one's here. The pistols are rotating over, but a little late, unfortunately. This shouldn't deny this bomb going down.
Yeah, bit of a weird one now. You kind of just throw yourself at this, I think. Maybe a couple of the players have an argument to save their armor, but even then you've got plenty of cash coming into the next round. Might be a gun or two to steal away. There is one spotted, but it's a difficult cross, and they're on the way. Oh, they were hoping the Julies would get the backstab. Not going to be the case. Virtuoso is head on a swivel right now. Really playing well to make sure that he does not get caught off from any angle, but eventually the 5-7 gets the better of him. EGT knows, unlikely to be able to grab it. The bomb explosion might send it towards him, not quite sure. Goodness me, they all ended up so low. Very close to that bomb there in the closet position, as some call it. Because, you know, there's 2 cars on this map, so it's a bit of a confusing one to call it car twice.
Tough though. 9-6, 3 rounds ahead, and have been very sort of easily showcasing just the level that they're at the moment. It's an impressive showing, it really is. Basso out towards long, super labored spray, and I mean, it doesn't even do a point of damage towards Swizz there.
Yeah, not the best. A little awkward now for 9Z. They're not looking great, but Max has made his way in behind quite swiftly and probably completely unknown, to be honest with you. They feel like, you know, it should have been spotted. Not the case. He's waiting out at the moment until the full commit comes in. It's unfortunate. He really could have pushed in and gotten great timing in behind them here. Full contact, full walk up. Buddha looks set to get caught off, and Max, as soon as he starts making the move, Polo gets him in the back. For goodness sake. So, what could have been there for Max? That is very, very unfortunate. 5-2 now, make it 1. And Apogee just playing a really great game here off the back of that early pickup, especially.
10. Now put up, and yeah, definitely feeling like this one is, I mean, already potentially on its last legs. It's just not a good showing, is it? 9Z look all over the place, and in not the way that warrants any sort of the kind of what ifs, or if something else had gone right. They're just getting outplayed. They're getting out aimed as well, losing on not only just the mechanics side of things, but the strategy. And it's a seriously tough watch. So many question marks are being asked by us as to sort of why this is happening. But it's an uncomfortable showing. They do it flawlessly, so credit to them. This is already feeling like we could be kind of dead in the water here. I'm not seeing a lot that's giving me any sort of luxury about this side. 9Z mentally sort of feel like they're checking out. It's hard, and Nuke might be required in this series. Again, getting 3 out of a side that's no mean feat. Especially when it's 9Z in the form that they're in.
Neza will open up on the AWP. Blasso traded out, though. This is a dangerous kind of look. Finds the head on the other side of the map. 4 on 3. Damage. All for 2. Been very, very good here. The 5-7 can't really find anything through the smoke. Buddha a little late to the party. Probably just saved this AK, to be honest. They maybe want to get in there and get that AWP out if Max can do so, but they know what's up. They're watching for it. Buddha on the other side, I guess they are buying into the next round. So again, it's another argument of doing damage, and you never know what you might be able to find.
It's true. Anything would be nice? Like that shot, for example. But he's not going to get greedy. Going to find his and dip away, realizing it's probably not worth sticking around for. Which I think is smart. I think it's pretty heads up. Yeah, this has definitely been one of the more uncomfortable showings from 9Z. I mean, obviously we saw them look very uncomfortable, but they came alive against 3D Max. They haven't here. That's the unfortunate decision that we've kind of seen all the way throughout. They've really felt off their game, and they've really felt overwhelmed by this scenario that they currently find themselves in. A great display and a lot of credit, of course, has to be given, but a serious amount of question marks from us. What is going wrong, and why is it taking this much effort to get even just a single round for 9Z? The second off on CT side, they're struggling with everything.
Yeah, it is a little wild, and again, you know, really anti what we wanted from them. Should have been a good map here. Should have been a 2-0, really, based on the first. Budo ready and waiting on B. Ooh, nearly the double kill. Bunch of Molotovs down to give them the space that they need to plant this bomb, but not over just yet. A lot of time being bought by this utility. A lot of damage done through the smoke. Late lurk towards long. DGT spammed away. Got to be careful. There's that lurk being a nuisance, and Prism knows what's up. He's out of there. Yeah, they're just in full control of the map right now.
It's brilliant. I mean, a lot of credit. Apogee look fantastic at the moment. It's very, obviously it's kind of very simple in the way they're going about this, but they're hitting the shots that matter most, and they're making things look very, very effective. So a hell of a lot of credit has to be given over, and yeah, so many question marks towards 9Z. And I think now we can more than happily throw that kind of conversation out there and say, fellas, why are we picking this map? What is the reason behind this? It doesn't seem to make any sense. In both displays that we've had of them, they've looked so off their game and so ineffective, and it's unfortunately just another one of those. This is a map that it's obviously so stubborn to make work for them, but it's not good. They don't play good Counter-Strike on it. They've won 1 of now what's about to be the last 8. But they still are trying to make this work as part of their pool, and it's just not one that they really should be trying to utilize. I think we've got to change up this pool in some way. And if they make it past today, they make it past Nuke, and in towards that next game, that's exactly what we're going to be looking at. Saying, surely we're not going again towards a Dust 2.
Yeah, no, it's very true. It is very true. Like, I would say it's hit or miss, but really it's just miss and one hit, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I don't rightly know where it's coming from. To be fair, forcing the issue a bit too much in this is kind of an egregious one. It was close yesterday, I guess, against 3D Max. But this just goes to show an inconsistency.
Yeah.
You've got a super one-sided victory, a really close loss, and now a one-sided loss. Unless, you know, you can turn this one around. Also, Budo goes down here. I'll maybe hold the point. We'll see where things are. Going to end up not looking good. It's down to just Max. That's surely got to be it. Budo was B last round, and now he's out all the way long. Like, what is going on, man? I get bits of switch-ups. Maybe he plays towards mid. Maybe he plays, like, more of a rotator B player than anchor. But why the hell is he, like, flat out long, you know? They just seem to be a bit pawn-based, a bit all over the place. Roles-wise, not as much structure to the CT side as we really want.
Yeah, Max looking for stats right at the tail end. He's now going to fight off the AWP at range. I mean, basically, it's not wasting our time, mate. Just get it over and done with. The round's done. The game's done. And a really good performance out from Apogee. Look fantastic here. It will be Virtuoso and their AWP who see this one to its conclusion. They push us towards our map number 3 of Nuke. And we have to ask that question again. Why are we picking Dust 2? 9Z, there is... I mean, I can understand that there's maybe some signs of life, right? And maybe, you know, we've got like a 30 or 40% win rate, and we've had our good moments. We know what we can play at, but they don't. They're 1 from 8 now. Like, it actually doesn't make any sense when you've got other maps in the pool that are actually pretty clean for them. I mean, they banned the Anubis, for example. They're 3 from 5 on recently. You know, that's one that they could have potentially even floated. They could have gone for a pick in towards something else, potentially like an Inferno, which is not played, or maybe a Mirage as well, which is also a ban for Apogee. Either of those maps felt like maybe workable, but we're continuing to be stubborn on this Dust 2, and it is a real big hole in the pool for them, and it's not a fun watch, right? They just don't play good Counter-Strike on it. Even yesterday, I think it more felt like a fall off from 3D Max more than that 9Z specifically played really well on it. Either way, we're heading towards Nuke, and this is actually statistically quite weighted for Apogee. The way they've just played that, I mean, if they play to that sort of level, who knows? We're going to throw this one to a break. We'll see you in probably just about 10 minutes or so.
I'm a wall of danger, and I'm addicted to the wild and nature. If you give me your heart, I'll break it. I've been known to lie, I've been known to lie. I was sitting all alone on the sidewalk when you caught me by surprise. I'm a lone wolf, I die by my own rules. I know when to follow my prey, and now it's right in front of me. It's right in front of me. It's right in front of me. Right in front of me. Right in front of me. Give me some clarity. First time that we met not long ago. Before you had to get back on the road, we spent every second of the day together. I remember when we talked till 3 a.m. Driving around in town in your old van. Tell stories about who we used to be. I still feel your touch though you're not here. Since you've been gone, you're all I see. Still hear your voice, why don't we speak? I'm running circles. Since you're in my life, I can get no sleep. If you give me a sign, I'll be yours to keep. Just wanna say you're mine and make history. Cause I've been playing blind, wasting all this time, yeah, I need clarity. Give me some clarity. Yeah, I need clarity. Waiting for your call all night and day. Where did we go wrong? Don't wanna wait until you're just a distant memory. I still feel your touch though you're not here. Since you've been gone, you're all I see. Still hear your voice, why don't we speak? I'm running circles. Since you're in my life, I can get no sleep. If you give me a sign, I'll be yours to keep. Just wanna say you're mine and make history. Cause I've been playing blind, wasting all this time, yeah, I need clarity. Give me some clarity. Yeah, I need clarity. I keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You still live rent free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind, but now you're not too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. You keep slipping away. I learned the hard way. But something's gotta stay. Don't let it go to waste. Do you remember all of the long nights?
Hello, everybody. Welcome back in. Third map to decide this one. We definitely were not expecting that, I think, given the way that the first one went down. Maybe even just sort of looking at where the veto is. But the 9Z Dust 2 potentially needs hanging up a little while longer. Maybe keep working on it. But in the same vein, you've got to work on it in the officials. It just feels like this is definitely a series they could have won. Maybe they run into one of the favorites in that top side of the bracket in the form of 3D Max. It feels like a qualifier that they should get pretty deep into, maybe get a bit unlucky. But I would say, looking at it, they're one of my top 3 to get a spot for sure. And there's 2 spots available. So, you know, it feels like they were in with a pretty good chance. Now it is up in the air. Apogee moving through to Nuke looked like a good squad on this map. It is one that they have saved. Maybe interesting that we don't see them actually pick into it. So they'll be feeling pretty confident about this, I think.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really solid map for them, and they've actually been able to take on some fairly decent sides and beat them. OG, yesterday, 13-11, did go the distance there, but we know that Nuke is one that they do like to play and at least have it sort of under their belt. And before that, we're looking at teams like Navi Junior, which that Navi Junior side are actually relatively scary these days. I've seen them actually recently. They were kind of stomping a few fairly decent teams of these youngsters coming through. So yeah, not a bad team to beat. And then even still, you know, Johnny Speeds, you know, not that bad of a loss towards them, at least decent reps under the belt. And who knows what they've been doing in things like Prac and the rest. So it's a pretty good map for them. I would say the caliber of opponents they play against are vastly different, though, in all fairness, towards what 9Z own on their belt, right? Even if you look at kind of like, for example, their last like 6 or so games, right? You've got Mongols, 3D Max, Wildcard, MIBR, Pain, Falcon. So all teams that are in and around that kind of tier 1 or tier 1.5 sort of range. And basically, that's more or less the same for pretty much every other team as well that they've played. It also includes 3D Max again, Pain and MIBR again, and then Monty a while ago. So all the teams they play up against, I would say, are either the top end of tier 2, if not into tier 1.5 and tier 1. Still, it's not statistically the greatest, but I think having reps like that, even if they are losses, I think you learn a lot playing against those tier 1 teams, especially teams like Mongols. I like the Mongols on Nuke. They play a very cool style. It's a little bit different towards what we see in EU. More retakes when they're in like a 2 versus 3, for example, which can be a little bit difficult to kind of prepare yourself for. So I you know, internally, I still want to lean 9Z here just because of the caliber of the players, but Dust 2 was awful, right? Fellas, put it back in the workshop. Let's go back and prac it. You know, maybe when this qualifier's done, I think that's probably what they're going to do. And they don't, they're in a lot of trouble in their upcoming tournaments because they cannot have this as part of their map pool. It is actually so bad, it's actually borderline permanent permabanning. Like, yeah, that's actually how bad it. Like, I'd rather chant on a vertigo with no lineups than see that again.
Yeah, to be fair, I think just not a lot of variety in there, right? Especially on their T side. It's something that maybe they have been working on. Maybe they felt good about it, and unfortunately, they've had, you know, a red herring, as it were, pretty clean victory against Alliance, and I think that set them up for a difficult run. It's tough. It's tough. You've got to make it work and eventually bring it out in the officials. But potentially playing it every single series, maybe could have floated it a little bit here, maybe could have gone towards a different map for sure. They, you know, picked up the 2-0, of course, against that Alliance squad. So there's a bit more potential in there for them in terms of keeping things with some variety. I don't know. It's hard, but I think we are kind of agreeing that, yeah, hang the Dust 2 up, if we get to see 9Z move forwards, if it comes out in their next series, which, you know, we will be covering, hopefully no Dust 2. It's hard though, man. You know, when you've gone 3 for 3, what's 4 for 4, I guess. But we're not even there yet. We're not even there yet. And I think, honestly, things do swing a little bit back in favor of Apogee. Players like Martineza that we might say are pretty influential on, you know, Dust 2, not really there. On Nuke now, are we going to see him finally have like a strong performance in this series? It is very, very tough to say. But yeah, really, really surprising stuff that we end up on this third map. I'm not sure. I think that Apogee, for me, like I say, they still have that control. They have been playing well, and a lot of really, really sort of wacky rounds coming in from them. Might not work as the qualifier goes on. Few teams might get used to it, kind of thing. But at 9Z, it seems, you know, just really we're not ready for all these like low buy rounds and these wild strats that they were doing and getting in their own heads a little bit. So hopefully they can refresh themselves. But I just feel like we are lacking a bit of the bite from the 9.
Yeah, they don't look like a tier 1 team. We'll put it that. They don't look like a 19th ranked team in the world off the back of that. I mean, Martinez went 6-13, 9-13 in DGT. He was the top fragger on Ancient, and Wasso 8-14. I mean, yeah, it was tough. It was really tough. Not a good showing at all. I mean, you had 2 players with 40 ADR in that previous matchup. It's not what you want to see, but it's a good start for Wasso at the very least. He'll catch Prism to start things off, and Prism was the main man of Dust 2. 17-11 for him, 1.46 rating, so it's a big scalp to find early.
Oh, the push in towards Hell is a really, really nice find. The nade, however, is a fantastic response. Good damage done, scares them off. They are just sort of all over the place right now on the 9Z side of things. Really confusing, really hard to keep track of. And they have found a pretty good spot in at B. Bomb going down momentarily, one would assume, not rushing straight into things though. They're ready for Ploku to indeed take a peek here. He takes a fair bit of damage. Just looking for some kill bonus at the end of the day. Oh, hold on. If he's finding 2 headshots like that, maybe you have to give him some respect, some space. Indeed, be careful. Martineza knows that, pulls back and finds it cleaner than just rushing straight in, giving him more and more fights.
Yeah. Okay, 9Z. Yeah, thank God. Thank God we see them start things off well. That's basically all we wanted to really ask for, I think, in that sense. But I still need a lot more. I mean, I need to see consistency on the gun rounds. I need to see them not fall flat to the low buy rounds, and etc., etc. There's going to be a force buy out from Apogee. I guess they get a couple of kills towards the end and blame them, but it doesn't work out too well. Wasso for a double start things off, but Obby Crunch is a big call, and it's one that doesn't look like it's going to pay off. Prism, all that's left, 1v3, 5-7. Big ask.
Big ask. Not going to happen. No kills coming in for him. So, 9Z rolling through the motions here. Good conversion from them. I see a few deagles into this one from Apogee, actually, just because of where the money has landed. And yeah, it looks like they're thinking about it. 1 or 2, a few more upgraded pistols. Just keep the pressure on 9Z, but it's a fantastic start. Exactly what 9Z wanted. Forget about the Dust 2. We've talked it to death. I'm sure they're in a bit of a feeling of like, what is going on? You know, we've had 3 incredibly different maps in the space of 2 days. Just really can't get their finger on how to work the Dust 2 ultimately. But Nuke, something they have a few more reps on, and like you say, a lot of experience. It's maybe not as many wins as they would like, but a lot of high-level experience on this map.
Back 10, 3, 1. Some Polo though. In main control, they've got the crosshair of Buddha, but actually Polo does manage to dodge it, finds a corner which isn't affected by the flames. However, they still got top ramp control. They can still move down towards B and we'll get some pretty solid control down here.
Switch. Ooh, I was going to say the glass might work against him, but he gets the frag and he gets out of there. He's got an AK now. And he fully save this, I think would be the mission. And he's potentially been given the opportunity to do so. He's sticking around, though. He fancies himself a fight here. Bomb going down. Information gained on that. No kit, though. Yes, they have the manpower. I just don't know that Apogee are really going to be able to get this one done. Some wild shots have to go their way. That AK dealt with could still be scooped up, but it's the MAC-10 in particular that is mowing down the unarmored opponents. Fight towards ramp here, goes the way of Huasso. Oh, low. Still alive and still doing damage. Unaware of Buddha, though, will be dealt with in time, but still a really nice round coming out from Apogee in terms of the money game.
I mean, they'll take the small little sub lines. This is the big one I'm looking at, though. This is their first gun round. This is where we need to see what have we got on offer. What's the idea? And where they're going to find ways back into. They've got to put on a stable first half. CT side of map, the most CT side of map. They have to make this one sink. And they have to make this first half have, at the very least, a lead, right? I think 7-5 for me feels like a... Not even just a handshake. I feel like if you get 5 rounds on your T side, you're actually doing relatively well for Nuke. In terms of, like, statistically, it's one of those that's like 60+% CT sided. So 9Z are already most of the way there. Creeping through. Max pushed through the smoke. Timing eludes him just about, but the angle gets spotted. And then that baits in Polo to go kind of hunting a little bit where Martineza will pounce.
Virtuoso with the AWP here, really awkward position for him. He knows that outside and, yeah, deep outside, fully compromised. Max opts to stay downstairs, or rather down ladder, and will find yet another kill. No opportunity for Virtuoso to really do anything, so it becomes a saving mission now really quickly. 9Z walking around finding frags. This is not a good look for Apogee.
No, not at all. Double stack down towards single door with that bomb in tow. No one there to meet them, so all in all, it's about just cleaning up these final few. Virtuoso and the AWP. They'll get one.
Bomb has been planted.
Now it's about whether actually they hunt for him and whether they deny him saving this. I'm sure they will. They've got money in reserves to warrant this, so I wouldn't even think it's the worst decision in the world. Send a few bodies his way and try and do it in a way which you can't just isolate them with ease.
Looking good. Virtuoso. Oh, to use this smoke to his advantage. Pretty important to stay, but he's got so much time to kill. He lined up for a second there. He can't quite land it. Slight shot, but too much thickness to get through. 9Z will find that 4 in a row, and they eliminate the entire contingent. So looking really substantial now as Apogee. They lose a lot of steam from Dust 2, maybe even a timeout here, because this is already getting out of hand.
I'm with you. Pacing to the next full buy. Timeout. 9Z a little bit more akin to map 1. And the funniest thing that will kind of just add to our narrative about the Dust 2 is if 9Z win Ancient and win Nuke in real dominant fashions, and then they've got this glaring weakness in the pool that they're picking into. That'll just add more kind of fuel to the argument we're making here, where it doesn't look like a great map for them, and just the prime showing of it. But it's a conversation for the future. For right now, it's only 4-0, which is very good to start off your T side, of course, but far from the game being over by any point just yet.
Absolutely. I don't know, man. It's could kind of tell though. This round not expecting too much. Hopefully just keep some pressure on the 9Z side of things. It's about to run into 2. Could be scary. Clean find on the first, not expecting the second. Wiz is out of there. While the walk in towards Mini proves to be effective. A real outside presence, not enough anyway. 9Z. Swizz comes up. The MP9 lets him down. 5 in a row now for 9Z, only losing 1 there.
Okay. This is very clean. And also, just nice to see that against the low buys, they're not losing as they were a couple of times in that previous, where it was definitely just a little bit uncomfortable. They lost a one was a complete basically no buy. It was like I think 2 upgraded pistols. The other one was similar to that, where we had like kind of 1 MP9 in the mix. Oh well, 5-0. We finally get that pause out from Apogee, and we finally get the chance to consider what they're going to bring to the table. But I think for my money, I mean, 9Z have already done sort of job number 1 on this map, which is if you can get 5 rounds, I think you've done a pretty solid job. And they've done that. And now it's anything else they get is just a bit of a cherry on top in a way.
Okay, let's see. Apogee back in with a clean buy here, should be able to contest. We haven't done an awful lot of that throughout this here Nuke. It has been moving very, very quickly, similar to Ancient. Tenaza around towards ramp, no real peak coming his way. So 9Z, I think, with a firm pace change up here. As they look to maybe just figure out what Apogee are doing. Is there any aggression coming their way? At the moment, not quite the case. We do have a slow-moving AWP downstairs. He might come up secret. He might not. At the moment, just kind of holding the angle.
Swizz. Decent angle for him, though, but being flashed off. Yeah, he's getting peppered with flashes there, so completely gets out of dodge. He knows that sticking around towards orange box was not the play. And Virtuoso will get the first. Max peeks in, and Danny falls on. He's actually he's gonna stick around. No one's trading me here, so why not hold this strong angle that netted me the first? DGT doubles back and catches that lobby aggression off guard. Polo still stays in a very, very strong position.
Yeah, we do like this. It could be big. All on DGT and the awareness, really. Has he spotted a bit of a barrel there, maybe? Ooh, steps out, forces the fight here, but he will win it. Well controlled, well played. His 11th kill in only 6 rounds. Hell of a performance here. And he's going to get 12, so that's some good maths. So, indeed, 2 for him every single round on average. Pretty nice stuff. Looking to make it 4, but denied away. Bomb goes down. Location of 1 confirmed. The AWP as well, just too far away to really help the situation. So 9Z have done it again, and that is a very, very different style of play that they've come in with there, and it works just as well.
Yeah, and they actually had to work sort of from the back foot, right? They lose that opening fight. They actually lose very, very, a very strong position in that lobby, and they retake it with DGT. So it's a good round to be taken, and one in which, obviously, being well worked like that is going to help massively, but just panicking. He's really panicking. Oh, the flying shot. Buddha gets him just as the bomb explodes. And that'll be a 6-0 for 9Z. What a display. What a display coming through from 9Z side, who look completely different than what we saw in towards map number 2. And we might go, we're glad to see it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. Where's the timeout? Honestly, Apogee just hitting a firm brick wall with Nuke. Complete disappearance of this team. What? It's close, but DGT not able to find anything with it. There's some trades off of damage here. It looks to be another low kind of start from 9Z. They've got that lobby control. They're not really looking for much more just yet.
He was close though, wasn't he? He had the right idea. I just don't think that one's... I don't think it's manual with the AK. I think just the AWP. And even then with the AWP, it would be not doing that much damage. Virtuoso. Good angle. He's got the support of Polo. They can sort of play contact off each other in that spot. Oh, good due diligence. Good clearance. Polo falls. Virtuoso. I mean, he hears him running away and escaped into a fight that he definitely does not want to be taken. Down he goes.
Wiz back with a kill for the CT side here. Going to need a little bit more of that, of course. At the moment, it is a money mission, I would say, for these MP9 players. Rocky's in a good spot. DGT's pretty low above him, but doesn't commit in. Little two-man setup here. Could find success. He's trying to play it to the best of his ability. It's not quite good enough against the likes of the AKs. Is on the ladder. Will catch Max completely off guard. So you know what? This is not completely impossible, to be honest with you. This rolling round does get timed on, but for a moment there was a window. Just can't quite find it. Can't quite squeeze through it. 7 in a row. None for Apogee. 9Z firming themselves up to stay alive in this qualifier.
Yeah, nicely done. This is really, really good to see. I mean, already Apogee are in such a tough spot. I mean, you've seen them use one pause, but with how important the CT side is, they should be burning more or less all their pauses on the CT side to make sure they can clean it up. But getting far from it, one's up the pause main, and what a shot! Oh my god, Watto. That is a nuts one to hit. He faces a pixel to work with. Polo also going to get caught as well simultaneously. He's 1-8, 1-7 to prison. I mean, this is, oh, it's so tough to watch.
Nice find from Huasso to just confirm the round fully. Poku is chasing ghosts here, it would seem. So might even get the better of him. Yeah, he does. Man alive. Where's this come from? Where was this on Dust 2? Why are we playing Nuke like a pug?
Yeah.
Absolutely wild stuff from 9Z.
Of all the maps that needs a bit of pace, Dust 2 is the one, and then Nuke's somewhere the one you slow right down, but they're flipping the script, and obviously it's working here. Yeah, cool to see. Still, I want to see more. I want to understand if Apogee have anything left to offer up. But 8-0 down, it doesn't exactly fill you with joy. Already feels like we're verging on. A little too late. Position, Polo. He gets aggro, he gets proactive, and it'll work for him. He'll get another as well. Spam, though, brings it very quickly back down to a 3 versus 3. Now 3 versus 2 as DGT also gets caught by an MP9.
Virtuoso. Nice spot, but he can't win it.
How?
That is the question, man.
He has the shadow advantage. How is he actually, and even the left eye peak from the T side, how has he actually lost that?
Yeah, it's kind of wild. It's just a bit of the crosshair placement, I suppose, right? He's landing the shots, but they're just not in the head. And that's the millisecond differences that these high-level players are able to find. And yeah, while they're a bit different from you and I, Martinez will eventually go down.
Yourself.
Okay, well, I know you talk a big game, but I think you'd be losing that fight as well. Okay.
Yeah.
At least that one. Might be a few more you get over me. That's fair. But that one you'll definitely lose.
No, yeah, no, for sure. I think the one thing that Virtuoso does wrong there is, well, I said does wrong, he doesn't adjust for the fact that he's crouched. So he's crouched, so his cross is actually more at the upper chest rather than the head. If he was uncrouched, he hits that shot, but he's trying to tuck himself in towards that corner, so he's not showing it all. And his placement needs to go a little higher for it to work. Tech pause? Yes, tech pause. I'm assuming called by 9Z, judging by the fact that nobody's moved outside of spawn and only one player, Martinez, has bought. So yeah, little match reset. Little tech pause to come in before we head. I guess we're back underway, hopefully, sooner rather than later. I mean, it probably, I guess, justifies the conversation we were having earlier when we weren't too sure, you know, where the tech issues were coming from. That probably now explains a bit.
Yeah, possible. Very possible, but I don't know, you feel like it might have come in a bit earlier. Still, a slowdown here is going to be good. 9Z have obviously just been rolling through this Apogee team. I think that taking inadvertently their foot off the pedal should be enough for Apogee to maybe just get a bit of a mental reset. Looks like we are close to being all good here, though. People are starting to sort of buy up. once again. And indeed, we are back into the game. So, not too much to wait through. Nice short one there. 9Z looking to get back on the board, but there's still room. There is still room. You know, the 8 in a row is really scary, but Apogee could turn this into a serviceable half. Not considering where we're at, what side they're on, but numbers-wise, it's still workable.
Yeah, I mean, it is one of those that just don't count them out yet, but they're rapidly approaching the point where they probably should be. Sorry, back out towards our sides. He wants to try and get that opener like he did in that previous round to kickstart things for them. And yeah, got a bit of support too, and he'll get his first. Max gets caught. Nice work.
So, up top. Is anybody else outside? Buddha finds the ramp player. This now opens up a serious threatening avenue. They will drop down. There is presence from Clocku and having the best half, so I need him to step up a little here. Polo has made this look doable for his team. The glass already broken is indeed beneficial. Good timing. Catches one. Looking for a bit more. Polo is also down here, ready for the fights. Fights off a bit more than he can chew, though. That's AK versus M4, unfortunately, for him. They still know that Clocku is around here. He's got to find a different way around. Molotov forces him back. He will indeed move back, but it's an advantage thanks to the AWP. Low HP, Martineza. So this is not going to be easy to clutch up. Martineza trying to get into the safe angle. He does. So, door opens. Oh, the anti-flash nearly cost Clocku there. It's all down to DGT. It is indeed planted for him. We'll see what he can do. A hop, skip, and a jump to assume where he's at. He knows there's one in at door. Doesn't quite know the location of the third player, importantly. Just going to hide away. Tap onto the bomb. There's no kit, importantly. So if he finds his defusing player, which he will, he's going to win the round. And Prism does not have time. Prism does not have time. DGT with a huge stolen clutch.
And he only just survives as well, Prism, too. 8 points of HP. Oh my. Oh my. What a way to just steal that one away. Right at the tail end. Play timing perfect. Didn't fall into the bait, you know what I mean, of that first tap on towards the bomb. Just says, I'm sure you don't have the nerve to stick this. So I'm going to just try and play off that, and yeah, expertly done there. 9-1 for 9Z. This is the first half that only they could dream of, coming off the back of how poor that map 2 was, but what a showing it is, and inching closer and closer to pushing this through into the next round of the lower bracket. The opposition set just, yeah, I know they were in a third map as well. They are. Saw and Amiga have gone towards that third map. It's all to play for. Both series go in the distance so far.
Slow roll here from 9Z. No value of the position that they're in. Will pick up the pace. He will find the A bomb site. And it is all too easy. Clocku desperately tries to get in the carnage there and catch them off guard. Does not happen. 9Z. They've made a small blunder, but ultimately a flawless half.
Swizz, for him, M4 to be kept afloat. It's better than nothing, I guess. I mean, we really are clutching at absolute straws here. But what a showing out from 9Z. Cracking towards double digits. There's a way to really put themselves in such an advanced position. You really gotta love it. Brilliantly done. Swizz will keep on to the M4 short. That's the luxury they've got really to work with. Obviously lost bonus too, so they can get an okay buy to work with. I mean, he can drop over towards Clocku, for example, so he can have a full buy of his own. He will do exactly that. Useful around it. Fine, is what it is. But I think it goes without saying, I cannot see a world in which 9Z let this slip. And that's even part of me kind of tempting fate with the Caster's Curse, just because it's so unlikely. That's just how good this has been from 9Z. 10 rounds on T-side Nuke, on those CT side of the map in the pool. What a display.
Looking perfect. We'll see whether they can keep this going into the second half. It looks likely. 1-for-1 trade there out towards ramp as Martineza wastes absolutely no time. Max just showing some presence outside to keep them a bit frightened, and he'll keep it going. You know, very confusing kind of movements here from Max. A little bit of a smoke. That should keep at least one player entertained. But DGT is down below. What's one? Just going to take the kill. Advantage now secured, but it is brief. To be fair, maybe Apogee can do something with this. Commit towards B from 9Z, and the drop down is quite quick. DGT, though, you got to bear in mind, he's in super deep, super fast. We didn't want that molly. I think he had the opportunity at the kill quite easily, but here north there. Bomb goes down. The retake in full swing. There's only the one kit in the hands of Polo. Keep your eyes on it.
Who gets caught? Buddha. Nice find, but an answer back from Polo. Just to give them maybe a bit of a chance at time ticking. I'm halfway through now. Got to make a move. Sure, we got a kid on Polo, but he's not exactly healthy. Tap on towards it. First fight and second as well. Buddha and DDT tried to make it work there for them, but it's not to be. 10-2 at the tail end of the half. It's a brilliant display from 9Z. Can they continue it after the break?
One night together, baby, take me higher. You've taken all my love. I just want to feel your touch, yeah. Oh, it's one night together, baby, take me higher.
We're going to come back to us very briefly. Slight tech issues coming through before we get underway into the second half. But something that has not been an issue has been the display out from 9Z. Fantastic work in that first half. 10-2 on the T side of Nuke. That's no joke. That's no easy feat. And unfortunately for Apogee, they're looking more like map 1 Apogee than map 2. And that's the one thing we were worried about. If they kept that consistency from Dust 2, it was chance for an upset here. But unfortunately, that chance is very rapidly flying out the window.
Yes, indeed. Indeed. I think there's not really much room for them to do anything. This is where we do talk about the game kind of being over in that first half, unfortunately. It is really tough to sort of paint a different picture, really. But again, fresh slate, change up. They might be able to make something of it, but you're going onto the harder side. You are going onto a side as well where I think that they have looked a little less comfortable across the course of the series. So I think that it is going to be a really big challenge here. And that pistol, there's always a bit of randomness to it. You know, that is very low-level analysis, but it's a pretty common line that a lot of people go with is, yeah, you can't trust the pistols necessarily. There was maybe a time where we saw a lot more pistol strats coming out, but now a lot of the common ones, a lot of the effective ones are pretty well known. And I think that 9Z will just sort of put their best foot forward to begin. And then that should have them in a really good spot, even if they like lose out on force buys and things like this. They have so many rounds, you know, just cannot be reiterated. And I think that you at home will be aware of that fact, I would imagine, as a gamer of Counter-Strike yourself. But
yes.
Yeah, it's going to be tough here. Apogee, it's unfortunate sort of where the fall off has happened. But again, maybe just have to look a bit internally. It's not a bad map for them, typically speaking. We didn't really see... I don't think we saw any timeouts at all. We obviously had these sort of technical pauses, but yeah, really nothing to be proud of almost, and it didn't result in very much. So I think that they've made their own bed in a sense, just no real massive change-ups. There was so many rounds where 9Z were just working outside and walking in, being given way too much space, and Apogee just didn't clock onto that, didn't change things up, just sort of stuck in their ways. Bit more of a heavy, like, B commit setup, which is not all that common, generally speaking. So, yeah, a weird kind of showing in that sense that they just couldn't battle outside, and it gave 9Z a good run of rounds before maybe they were able to, I think, pull off a retake, right, to win their first CT round, their Apogee. But by that point, 9Z were already comfortable enough. Yeah,
absolutely. They're called one tack pause, right? I just think for me, I said it, I think, probably about 10 rounds. I think they called the attack pools around the 6th. And at that point, they were already at a massively kind of unfortunate spot. But basically, you've got to try and burn all your attack pauses in this first half because of how important this is. We have actually missed out on the pistol, though. And Apogee did win it. So, there we go. Apologies about that, ladies and gents. Nothing we could do here on the Carson side of things. So, 10-3 is where we're at. It has been a... pistol round that's gone Apogee's way. Who knows how, but all the same, they'll take it. They need it. It'll be a force fight from 9Z.
Indeed. Not out of it just yet, Apogee. Of course, going to be a lot of work here. You need a solid, like, 3 rifle rounds before we can even start talking about comebacks. Does begin here, though. Get a firm anti-force buy, and maybe you give yourself at least the logistical parameters to mount said comeback. You have some breathing room in terms of the econ. Not that they'll be wanting to lose any rounds, really, and they will indeed know that. A slow move, though. We're a minute in. Only just starting to get some util round. Bloku. Unfortunate. That is unfortunate. That maybe just goes to show how the game's been going. Tag through the smoke and then the bag through the smoke as well by the Deagle. I don't know that he's necessarily played that wrong. Just gets unlucky.
Very true. Very true. Opening kill, though. To work with here. Body shot is what Max was hoping for to kind of tag him up a little bit. Doesn't even get given that luxury.
Oh, up close. Does go down. Still looking good, though, for the CT side. Uda gets the door open sort of in his favor because of the smoke, and it's not been blocked. Hello? It makes a noise. It makes a really loud noise when the door opens. He's strewn chaos now on the bomb site, and he will finish the round. No stress to get this defuse. That is egregious from Apogee that nobody is ready for that door play. Nobody is ready for the run through. And he, yeah, pretty much single-handedly wins because of it.
Yeah, fair play. I mean, it's one of those, again, where it's just, you know, these are the sort of rounds, for example, that 9Z were losing in Dust 2 when they had a really bad run of things. And on the flip side, now they're the ones winning it. And it just showcases where the momentum is in this spot. Credit to them. A successful force buy, something that is quite rare. Over past few days, we added to the stats. 58 failed, 17 successful, if we're going to count that as EU. But second tac pause is going to be used. I mean, look how late in towards this game we are. The second tac pause is called when you're 11-3 down. Fellas, ship sail. Job's done. There's no change in fate here. Not 11-3 down. No matter who you are in the world, I know we've seen comebacks quote-unquote bigger, but this one just does not have... Well, there's been no indications of how Apogee are going to find, you know, sort of ways back into this. So, I mean, calling attack pause now feels like it's, you know, far too little too late.
Yep, for sure. I don't know, it's maybe even like a detailed attack pause rather than actually talking over a round. Not sure how much time they will have been able to allocate to that one, because I'm sure there was a bit of frustration in there around what has just happened. But potentially some thought given. They're going for the straight up outside execute, rushing their way down. Molotov slows them slightly. They're just going for it though through the flames, not really taking all that much damage. Of course, the changes to the Molotovs a good number of months ago now have really nerfed them, I think it is safe to say. Guasso, not quite heard there. Picked up the pace, but his steps didn't register. Drops the bomb. The pistols are actually finding the kills. Polo in particular with a big one outside to just cut off any kind of a flank, and that would have been the earliest rotation downstairs as well. Low roll in, gets caught by the off angle. It's all on Buddha. He might just give it, to be honest.
Yeah, this one was 3. I think it's probably one of those we can internally accept a bit here and just say, okay, you know, we're not in a rush to close this. We're not got that pressure on us. It's fine. We give up one over and well, that'll be that. So good work, I guess we can say, on the Apogee side, especially in terms of a response, but still plenty more needs to be seen to how we're going to get back into this game. I mean, I need to see consistency of like 3, 4, maybe 5 rounds in a row just to showcase, right, this is what we've got on offer before I'm even going to remotely start to warrant the conversation about getting into this game. Buddha, I'm surprised he's still actually kind of peeking at the end there. If he knows that they haven't crossed, just tuck yourself in the corner. Just make sure that you guarantee don't give any fights away, but it doesn't make a difference. 11-4. We'll see what seems to be actually a little bit of a buy around. I mean, DC's gone very quickly in towards the armor, MP9 and the UTOL, so that'll probably goad in the rest of them to join them. Wasso in with Deagle, Max will join the MP9, and Martinez, it probably is just going to be a lower, I'm going to say a lower buy for him if they want the AWP in a few rounds, but no, Scout is where he goes.
Wiz. Rolling in quick again, a fast round from Apogee seems to be what they're going with. As being found as well. 9Z losing themselves slightly. Money all over the place. Rounds all over the place. They are, of course, in such a strong position. Maybe does not matter, quote unquote, but still, you've got to be careful here.
Yeah, you don't want to give up so much control where there's like no way of talking about closing this out. It's like 3D Max, they obviously had their problems themselves yesterday against 9Z, right? Where they 12-8 up, failed to close it out, and you just don't want to give those sort of, sow the seeds of doubt in your own mind of actually, can we get over these final couple of hurdles? I think they still should be fine, so find that worrisome spot potentially just yet, but just about being careful. Into 5 though, still a massive resurgence needed to get back into this. We need to see a lot more consistency through and through. This is the only way you can start. And I think probably for Apogee, the way you've got to approach this as well, you can't look long term. You can't talk about how we're going to get back into this or what we're going to do to get back into this. You have to just take it one round at a time, bit by bit, and just start working in that direction. You've got to think super short term.
Last round here. Patchoff's coming in, and unfortunately, again, 9Z just not quite ready as Apogee are throwing all caution to the wind. EGT going to hold his AK. Will he even be able to do that? Not a single point of damage traded across onto this T side right now. What is going on? EGT will look to move away, but predictable. CT is predictable.
True.
They might be after him.
They hunted to Oso in this position earlier, yeah, so might be something similar. He's going to go in a little bit of an off angle of it. It looks like he's actually going to be given that full luxury of the save. So, yeah. Not bad. Apogee looking good. There is now money to work with. And potentially an AWP. Yeah, it might be a little bit of a squeeze, but potentially an AWP to work with. Actually, no. Not going to have the money for the AWP. So it's going to be rifles built up around what DGT saves with that AK-47. Go from there and see. And 9Z can finally get these couple of rounds over the board. They're struggling to do so. And it goes without saying, these last few have actually looked very clean from Apogee, and they're actually going to call a pause when they're up in a sort of successful spot. And I can appreciate this, right? They know that this is starting to look fairly decent. So let's try and utilize this in our favor.
Yeah, to be fair, they're only a couple rifles away from seriously threatening the 9Z position. And with the way that the rounds have been going thus far, 9Z are going to need a big change. And I suppose it's one of the nice ways that Apogee can now look at their T side and be like, okay, we've just gone absolutely wild. Kind of a bit tilted, maybe. It's working. Now, potentially, we pull out one of our worked rounds, one of our set rounds. Let's try and tactically outbrain them in this one. So we are feeling a switch up from both sides. All about how the reads go down. 9Z also as well, though, after a time, I think we predict that it's like, okay, it's going to be a set execute. Maybe we don't go crazy either, because that might be what they are expecting from us. So some outside presence, some B movement as well from both teams. Nothing too wild. Spam through, nets the first CT side.
Polo. Drop down in towards Vent. He's going to sit here and hope that one of the CTs try to, at least in some way, I guess, reclaim that space and fall straight into the trap. I don't know if we'd be given that luxury just yet. Max, this position is quite make or break, but they're not actually going to commit towards wrapping. They're going to go down secret and join him for this lower site. So now they're going to have 4 players, all 4 in this lower end. And DGT could be a blessing or a curse, depending on how he plays this.
"35 seconds. Apogee have got to get something going here, man." All the way downstairs. Max has come to join and may well end up, or being the distraction is Martinez. Excuse me, but all the same. Lasso peak. Still not revealed. Still looking good numbers-wise. Bomb is out. They're on top of each other. Will be traded, but damage is done. He's bought so much time. Is there anything left in the locker? 3 on 2. But Polo doing God's work to keep them in it here. Still not looking good, but at least the numbers are even. Polo's managed to get away as well. This is a safe area now, and maybe starts to give the game away as to where these final 2 players are coming from. Buda and Single. Molotov will keep him from getting involved for quite some time. It's DGT. Oh, they're nervous on the 9Z side of things, man. Gotta get going. Molotov goes down. Buda gonna fall. It's all DGT. Small off angle. He just can't get in there. He doesn't know that the HP bars are so low. Should be Virtuoso going down to the bomb. Chasing here, might as well. All the same, it is another round for Apogee.
Okay, 11-7. This is now starting to feel ever so slightly doable. I mean, I feel like maybe at 11-9, the real kind of warrant around this conversation does open up. But 11-7 at least makes us consider what is real potential possibility. Apogee looking okay. Both sides somehow struggling on the CT side of the most CT side of the map and flourishing on the T side. Definitely is not expected in that sense. Prism play out in front of the smoke as well. Might be something a little audacious. He's found. He'll get caught by DBT, who goes for 2.
Oh, DGT keeps it coming, man. Looking good on the AK. This is probably not how Apogee falter. Polo. Big moment from him has maybe brought them back into it. Buddha's low. Yes, he's got the AK, but he's also got no armor. Fasto's got to get in here and make this 5-7 thing on. Allow it to happen. Buddha on low HP though now. Needs a headshot. Can't get it. Can't line up fast enough. And Apogee again. Just able to squeeze it out.
Well, it's a thought after BGT's double as well that would have definitely been, you know, at least where they finally take a round in their favor. But no. 11-8 first timeout called by 9Z as they are, without a doubt, in a tough predicament. This is a big one. It's a timeout that they don't find this, especially with this reinvestment back in. Money broken. Then we're talking about actually Apogee getting up to double digits, 11-10. Surely we're not choking out a 10-2 first half.
I mean, that would be insane. That would be absolutely insane here, 9Z. Unless these tech problems are, you know, super deep-rooted and they're all on like 70 ping right now and it can't be solved. I don't see any other way that this would be acceptable. They are getting unlucky. They are getting unlucky. A lot of those clutch moments going against them, which indeed sometimes is just down, especially at the super high level where, you know, the difference between players in terms of their individual level is so minute. I think that it does just come down to a bit of RNG of the game, really.
Well, speaking of tech pauses, you get one here. A brief moment where I guess it's, you know, just in general, a bit of a breather for 9Z as they obviously have been seriously in a really tough predicament and really trying to find ways back into this. I mean, tech pause now concluded. I'll go back to what we were saying, right? This buy, we have to discuss. If you lose this, Apogee are within 1 round, basically, because their money is going to be broken. They're going to have to eco it or / low buy. See 9Z. If ever they needed a round to bail them out from pressures of this situation, it's now.
Polo, okay, round not even started and he's just slammed ahead through the door. Oh, that's close. Clocku nearly getting the fine, but not quite. Huasto round the corner here is ready to go. Will go down, as does Prism. And Huasto maybe with the hero moment to give 9Z at least the match point. You know, at this point, I think they will take it, just relieve some of that stress. Still not over yet, of course, but looking good.
Yeah, they need this so badly. Lose this and they're under so much pressure. And it's not exactly guaranteed win just yet, let me just say. 3 versus 2, but Polo and Virtuoso, they are barely alive. 24 and 12 points of HP between the two of them. Wasso will hold in case they go for a ramp play. And he can afford to take the fight, or at least take a tag. Pump the brakes. 40 seconds. Apogee, where are we going to finish? On the back of Virtuoso, and now he's all that's left.
Yeah, not looking good. So very low. Could do well to take a gun away here and make it a difficult buy into the next. beyond that, there's not much for him to hope for. Nearly catches them there, but not going to be the case. They've done 4 in a row already. So just got to ignore the fact that it is now up to 12. Just, grind out the rounds on this T side. Cover up that scoreline at the top and just keep playing as you have been. And you never know, they might just pull this off. But it feels like 9Z have done the hard work.
That's right. Last point. Looking to push it in towards that next round of the lower bracket. The other match is still going as well. 7-6 in favor of Saw over the Amiga there. Clue gonna get caught early. DGT, nice find. Just as that smoke gets broken open. Just the start the 9Z needed. Oh, and the follow-up too.
Not looking good. Apogee still going to continue on with the execute, but no follow-up off the back of it, I suppose. Swizz gets caught. They've lost their nerve. Not looking good. Virtuoso and Prism save the day 2v5. They are ready and waiting for the B hit as well. I think they'll be able to deny the bomb, but looks like they're prepared at the very least. Molotov forces Max forwards. No, he's still able to play around the stairs looking for the timing. Can't quite find it. Good damage done. Some more damage done. Aid is minimal, unfortunately. A run of incredible headshots going to be required here from one of these two players. That is easier said than done. Prism. Away towards Dark. Virtuoso bested. Down goes Prism and 9Z. It takes them some time, but they will indeed take it over the line. Apogee cannot survive the South American Titan. And that will be them knocked out of the qualifier here. 9Z stay alive just a little longer.
Yeah, and you know what? Commiserations to Apogee as well, especially with that second half. 6 rounds out from them, which looked really, really good. It maybe gave them something to work with, but unfortunately, it was kind of just quite not enough. I think if they'd maybe had like 8-4 in that first half, we could have talked about something. 7-5, absolutely, we could have had something. But it was just such a lackluster CT side that they left the task too tall. I said it was impossible, but it very much did feel possible at one point when they were snowballing at such a massive way, and 9Z were losing fights that felt completely unlosable in a way. But I think all that matters is they built the foundations, a fantastic 10-2 half to kickstart things, and then they made it near impossible to lose, despite how bad that CT side did look at some points. And it will mean they move forward in towards the lower bracket semis. They'll be taking on one of Sort on Amiga. They are currently in the game right now, but this one won't be starting for about an hour and 15 or so. So, yeah, interesting times. But, I got to give credit to Apogee. They're a side that I have not really caught all too much of, and I think I was quite impressed with them.
Yeah, some good moments in there. Always in the Polish scene, there's been so many of these teams that, are really quite scary on a few maps or a few halves, but it just doesn't quite keep up, doesn't quite go the full distance, right? We've seen a lot of roster moves coming around for a lot of these teams. A few of these players you might, recognize the names of, but something that is a bit different that we mentioned about this team is, there's some newer names in here that you may be less aware of, right? And I think that's one of the things that's maybe slightly exciting about them is the fact that there are some guys sort of trying to move up a little bit. Swizz in particular, I think, is one that only really has started to turn a few heads this year. A few different rosters this year. Maybe this is one for him to stick with. I think he looked all right there, to be fair, but ultimately they are lacking a bit of that extra kind of level. Again, we look across to the 9Z, Dust 2. What's sort of happening there? There are a few gaps in the game as well. I don't think that one should have come that close, to be honest with you. So, yeah, it's a very, very weird sort of series from 9Z in particular, but Apogee, hopefully we get to see more of them. We'll see. At the moment, as I've just mentioned there, there's a lot of movement going on in the Polish scene. Maybe, a few players that are a bit unhappy with each other, just can't quite find and sort out the inter-team play. There was a couple rounds in there, especially that force buy after the pistol, you remember? The comms were just all over the place. Buddha somehow managed to push out single without anybody paying him any attention. So I think there's a few things like that they just have to work on, really. But individually, they seem to be able to match up to 9Z, which I just wasn't expecting almost all, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I'm with you. I am absolutely with you. But like you said, hopefully we get to see a little bit more from Apogee in the future. For now, though, it won't be the only Polish team in this qualifier left, potentially qualifying for that, I guess, local LAN in a way in Katowice, but not to be, unfortunately. 19 move on forward and to see who they'll be facing off after the way. I mean, maybe go and check out on the H stream, see how Namiga and Saw are doing. We've got about an hour, 15-ish breaks like that. We'll be starting the game around 6:30 UK time, 7:30 on the continent. So just check HLTV and ESL socials and all the rest. We're going to take a little bit of a break and all the rest. And yeah, we'll see you in about an hour or so. Take care.
I cannot sleep at night, 'cause in my mind there's only you. When I step out, when I step out, when I step out, when I step out of the light, I come into the light, I will be happy, happy, happy. How could I not be, not be, not be? And hey, do you think I can stay? 'Cause I will be happy, happy, happy. How could I not be, not be, not be? When I'm with you, you, you. When I'm with you, speak to me, your silence spoken. Share with me your heart's desire. Hey, shout it out in words unspoken. Shout it out above. When I step out of the When I step out of the light, I come into the light. I will be happy, happy,
fast lane. We're looking for satisfaction. We're looking for bigger action. And the world is spinning round and round in the fast lane. We're looking for satisfaction. We're on the chain reaction. And the world is spinning round and round in the fast lane. Oh, oh, oh. All days, all you had. Go on and turn around. Welcome to a brave new world. Or rather, where you're bound. Running down the road, running down the road, following a shooting star in the fast lane. We're looking for satisfaction. We're looking for bigger action. And the world is spinning round and round in the fast lane. We're looking for satisfaction. We're on the chain reaction. And the world is spinning round and round in the fast lane. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, always thought I could walk through fire, blow up the storm and see the light, yeah. I told my friends that I could run on water, and they said nobody can. They'll see me flying through the sky, yeah. Play hide and seek behind the clouds. I show my friends that I'm not scared of dreaming, and I'll do that again, over and over again. Suddenly, the heart and chest running lights so blinding. It's on the ceiling and the walls. Where is my name? 'Cause I can't find it. Those early memory lane walls. But I know it's the price that you pay. For living it up on Saturday. I can't win, I'm giving in. 'Cause I can feel something coming over me, holding me till the morning. And it keeps me dancing when I feel something
the beat, the sound of my heart. It will be alright, just to make a start. Feel it close to you, like a wind. Say it again, set me free. Feel it close to you, like a wind. Say it again, set me free. Set me close to you, like a wind. Say it again, set me free. Feel it close to you, like a wind. Say it again, set me free.
It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you. Kick back, relax, there's no rush in wrapping things up for good. Feels like you're my first crush back then in the neighborhood. Higher we fly, higher, the beautiful things you do. And higher we fly, desire, these moments just with you. With you, with you, with you, with you, oh, with you, with you, with you, oh, with you, with you, with you, oh. Yeah. Never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. I can't believe it's so true. Whenever you touch my hair, I'm feeling closer to you. Nothing else can compare. And higher we fly, admire the beautiful things you do. And higher we fly, desire these moments just with you. With you, with you, with you, with you, oh, with you, with you, with you, oh, with you, with you, with you, oh. Yeah. It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you. Look, that same old feeling. Don't know what's right or wrong. Searching for meaning. I've been thinking about it way too long. So whatever you long for, don't give up along the way. Don't give up along the way, you know, and cherish the moment. Come on up and just let go. Come on up and just let go. No more competing, bound to your inner voice, yeah. Things seem misleading, it's until you stop and make your choice. So whatever you long for, don't give up along the way. Just don't give up along the way, you know, and cherish the moment. Come on up and just let go. Come on up and just let go. Let it 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 go.
It's a beautiful life. It's a beautiful life, don't you think? It's a beautiful life. It's a beautiful life, don't you think? If we go down in history. If we go down in history. If we go down, if we go down, if we go down in history. If we go down in history. It's a beautiful life. It's a beautiful life, don't you think? It's a beautiful life. It's a beautiful life, don't you think? If we go down in history. If we go down in history. If we go down, if we go down, if we go down in history. If we go down in history. Beautiful life. Beautiful life, don't you think? It's a beautiful life. It's a beautiful life, don't you think? It's a beautiful life. It's a beautiful life, don't you think? It's a beautiful life. It's a beautiful life, don't you think?
why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye?
It doesn't matter. We seem too young to understand. For the better. The weather changes when we dance. Belong together. Catching sunsets, riding waves. We stay forever. Where the rhythm never ends. 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 It doesn't matter. We seem too young to understand. For the better. The weather changes when we dance. Belong together. Catching sunsets, riding waves. We stay forever. Where the rhythm never ends. 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 Where the rhythm never ends.
into the wild and nature. If you give me your heart, I'll break it. I've been known to lie, I've been known to lie. I was sitting all alone on the sidewalk when you caught me by surprise. I'm a lone wolf, I die by my own rules. I know when to follow my prey, and now it's right in front of me. It's right in front of me. It's right in front of me. Right in front of me. Right in front of me. Give me some clarity. First time that we met not long ago. Before you had to get back on the road, we spend every second of the day together. I remember when we talked till 3 a.m. Driving around in town in your old van. Tell stories about who we used to be. I still feel your touch though you're not here. Since you've been gone, you're all I see. Still hear your voice, why don't we speak? I'm running circles. Since you're in my life, I can get no sleep. If you give me a sign, I'll be yours to keep. Just wanna say you're mine and make history. Cause I've been playing blind, wasting all this time, yeah, I need clarity. Give me some clarity. Yeah, I need clarity. Waiting for your call all night and day. Where did we go wrong? Don't wanna wait until you're just a distant memory. I still feel your touch though you're not here. Since you've been gone, you're all I see. Still hear your voice, why don't we speak? I'm running circles. Since you're in my life, I can get no sleep. If you give me a sign, I'll be yours to keep. Just wanna say you're mine and make history. Cause I've been playing blind, wasting all this time, yeah, I need clarity. Give me some clarity. Yeah, I need clarity.
Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out, 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 out.
I keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You still live rent free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind, but I am up too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. You keep slipping away. I learned the hard way. But something's gotta stay. Don't let it go to waste. Do you remember all of the long nights, warm in my bed, nightfall to sunrise? That's what you said. You held me so tight each time again. I keep your picture in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind when I am up too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. Don't win silly games. Don't leave me hanging on. Keep me hanging. I said it once, I'll say it again. Your love is what I want. Do you remember all of the long nights, warm in my bed, nightfall to sunrise? That's what you said. And you had me so tight each time again. In my room, I'll keep you safe. Don't stay up way too long, pulling back and forth. Still got me paralyzed. Got what you came for. One thing that I've kept. I keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You still live rent free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind when I am up too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. I keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You still live rent free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind when I am up too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you.
Don't you think like that? I will love you endlessly. If you only believe in me. Don't you be like that? I will love you forever. If you only believe in me. Yeah. Don't you think like that? I will love you endlessly. If you only believe in me. Don't you be like that? I will love you forever. If you only believe in me. Don't you
little, babe, and I give you all of my heart. If I meet you in the middle, babe, would you give me all your love? 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 Your love. Come and meet me in the middle, babe, and I give you all of my heart. If I meet you in the middle, babe, would you give me all your love? Would you give me all your love? Would you give me all your love? Would you give me all your Stay here this time. Show me a sign. You are always on my mind. Always on my. The stars align. Show me a sign. You are always on my mind. You're 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 always on my. You're always on my. You're always on my mind. Slow down this ride. Speed up this high. You are always on my mind. Always on my. I will this time show you a sign. You are always on my mind. You're 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 always.
After an extended break, we are back in here to continue on the ESL Challenger Katowice qualifiers on the B stream. Continuing on with the lower bracket as well, if you were here for that earlier game, potentially a fan of 9Z. And we are once again back with 9Z, of course, up against Saw here. It's going to be now. So a bit of rivalry, I'm sure, between some of these players. Maybe, you know, indeed scrimming and practicing against each other quite a bit at the moment. But yeah, I think this should be an absolute banger. We've got some high-ranked teams as well, technically speaking. Whether they can perform to those high ranks, that's the big question, of course, for these two teams. But maybe a bit of a surprise to see Saw down here, you might argue.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that loss against Bait, I mean, to some people, I guess it wouldn't be a surprise, and others it would. But I think, you know, Bait are, in online tournaments at the very least, they are kind of what I see as one of the real scary opponents. They've been grinding out these sort of online performances. So I've actually been very, very impressed with them. I'm looking forward to see if they can do it on LAN later in the year. I think I'm right in saying they're going to be doing Elisa, for example. So they've got at least one under their belt, and we get to see potentially even them make their way towards Katowice as well. They're in the upper bracket final against 3D Max. That's going to be happening over on the A stream. We're down here for the lower bracket semi-final with 9Z taking on Saw. This is 19th in the world versus 10th in the world. So yeah, a bit of a spicy one. I guess in a weird way, if you were going off just rankings alone, the sort of bracket would basically be flipped.
Yeah, that's true. That is very, very true. I suppose it is the way that things can pan out in the online realm, of course. Beta team that a lot of us in the tier 2 space are kind of watching. This could be potentially a breakout sort of tournament or LAN for them. Yeah, definitely going to keep our eyes on that upper bracket game, of course, and see how they get on. But the 2 spaces available, worth noting as well, if people are unaware of that. So we'll see. We'll see whether these teams make it through. But I think all 4 of these teams that we've got left, it makes sense in some kind of capacity. I think if, gun to my head kind of thing, this is probably the 4 teams that I would have gone with. Yeah. It just sort of depends on how things look. Saw a bit of work for them against Namiga earlier on, although the 2 maps that they win are pretty one-sided. 9Z, I think in a way we're quietly sort of disappointed in them that they allow it to go to 3 because they took Ancient, which was the pick of Apogee, pretty one-sidedly, and then just, capitulated and disappeared on Dust 2. I'm not sure that we have the veto through on our end, or at the very least, okay, I think it's sort of just come through. Maybe some bad news. I don't know if you want to go into it, Neo. I don't know if you want to go into the veto already. To
Set
be
me
fair,
off on a bad note, yeah.
Yeah, basically, I'll set it up this way, but that might just give the game away a little bit, that we've looked at this 9Z Dust 2, really not massive fans of it. They've had a clean victory against Alliance, where I believe it was 13-2 if memory serves. Then it was an overtime loss against 3D Max in that upper bracket game you can see there in the semis. And then they lose again in one-sided fashion against Apogee earlier on. So we're saying just relax on the Dust 2. But I think it segues quite nicely into the veto. And if you are a bit of a shrewd viewer out there, you might figure what I'm about to say. 9Z have picked Dust 2 again as the opening map as well. So there's that to bat, which I think, really just cuts deep here in the casting booth, to be honest. Then we've got Inferno picked out by Saw, and it is Nuke as that remaining map. So not a bad veto overall in terms of like where these teams want it to go and maps that they should be comfortable on, but the 9Z Dust 2, we just really are not feeling. Maybe leave it as a little bit of a decider here. Sure. It feels like it's potentially at that kind of level where it's like slightly random, not consistent enough for a first pick 4 series in a row.
Yeah, 9Z are 1-8 on this map. Why are we playing it? And they're playing against Saw. Saw are 5 from 7 on this map. I mean, this feels like a crazy decision to be making as well, right? One of their losses was the Gun 5. They then played them again literally the day after and beat them handedly as well. And the other one was to Vitality. Fair enough, right? But for them, they beat Mongols on this map. They beat Sinners, another really solid team within that kind of tier 2 state. So you're really trying to lay the gauntlet down against Saw here. I mean, they are so stubborn about making this Dust 2 a strong part of their pool. And I don't know, man. This feels like such a big call. It was pretty woeful earlier. They lost 13-6 and it did not look good. I mean, we were saying it was so bad it was actually entering kind of permaban territory. It just genuinely looked like they were all over the place. So they looked so timid in terms of their fight, tepid in terms of their control. I mean, it was just not what you want to see from a side who are meant to be of 9Z's caliber. And so far, we're coming into every series and we're saying, I wonder why 9Z are picking this. Then every time we finish the series and we're like, why are 9Z picking this? It doesn't make any sense. It just reaffirms our ideas. We go in maybe cautious and saying, okay, let's say there's a question mark here. And the questions get answered every single time we've watched them so far. They aren't good on this map. There's not been a showing yet where they've looked solid on it. For me, this feels like a massively bold call to be making, especially after how bad you were against Apogee. No offense, but I would probably make the assumption that 90, maybe 95% of the CS scene couldn't name more than 2 players on Apogee, on the Apogee with kind of, gun against the head type thing. They're a very new side with new players, no veterans, right? They've come up through that play scene and, credit to them, but put up a very, very good win. The one win they got, granted, was in this qualifier, was against Alliance, the lowest team in this qualifier. Lost the 3D Max, was OT, but it's kind of got worse and worse as things have gone on. So I don't know. This feels like a big call to me. And then even, some of the other games they've been playing, right, before this tournament where they were on this sort of loss streak, a 5-match loss streak, only in 2 of them did they get double digits. One is against Astralis, as we know, dead last at 4 finals, a team that was dead at the time they played them as well, with Bro leaving. It doesn't mean anything, right? And then Ruby as well, another team who aren't really too scary in the grand scheme of things. So it's not exactly like they've got, good performances against good teams and then being like, okay, this is how close we were. Now we're quote unquote dropping down a level into tier 1.5 maybe. That's why we're going for a dust 2. It doesn't actually make any sense yet. So the only thing going for them, they played it a little bit in some Dallas quals, online, best of ones, played it a decent amount, won a decent amount, but that was back in South America. So it changes the caveat behind this. So we're perplexed, I think, is the main thing for us. I don't really understand this decision, but credit to Sora. Sora absolutely chuffed to see this. They like this map a lot. Potentially could start off the veto in a really positive way as well. And then they go into their pick of Inferno. I think Inferno is very good for them, and it's actually very weak for 9Z as well. Arguably, bar the permabans, one of the 2 worst maps in the pool for 9Z right now is Dust 2, it is Inferno, and that Nuke isn't exactly fantastic. I mean, Apogee looked very, very rough on it, but statistically, they have had their worries with it. It's the other 3 maps in the pool for 9Z that are better. Mirage, Ancient, Anubis, and they're the ones that aren't played.
There's a lot of potential behind this 9Z team. I think we see flashes of it and whatnot, but there are a few maps where they don't look comfortable against the European competition. Again, maybe still getting used to the way of playing it, maybe trying to play their style of, South American domestic Counter-Strike to such a good level as well that they can get the victories against these EU teams. It's difficult. Maybe you have to find something that works for you where you're still playing a Counter-Strike that you enjoy and that is a good identity for you, but also something that can work against the European teams. It's tough to say, but it does feel like there are a few holes in the pool, really, is their big issue. And then some of the other maps that they're supposedly sort of good on, they're not getting as many reps on at the moment either. So it's a bit of an interesting one. Again, it feels like this team should be making deep runs. Would we argue top 4's a deep run? Potentially, right, in a qualifier like this, but I think that they, at the very least, want to be vying, want to be contending for one of those 2 spots. It's very, very rare that these qualifiers, particularly for EU, that you get 2 spots. Generally speaking, a lot more of the invites go to European teams, so it's usually some of the other regions that get a couple more spots available to them when it comes to the qualifiers. So I think that is something that you really have to consider here, is that they really have to take this opportunity with both hands to grab one of those spots, or at the very least be competitive for it. Saw might be a bridge too far for this team. I think that as well. Saw obviously look fantastic thanks to their Cologne performance. We do have to look at that and kind of take it with a pinch of salt and be like, okay, it's a run in the LAN environment, in the sort of peak of the career for some of these players, for sure. Definitely some of the members that are a bit older on this Saw team. Can they bring that to the online realm? The answer so far has actually been yes. They've been looking brilliant. So I think that they should continue that, and 9Z are not necessarily going to struggle here, but they're going to have their work cut out to take the victory here today, especially given what we've seen earlier, right? They could be a very different team, but we can't keep clutching at all these straws for a squad like 9Z, as we feel they're not really helping themselves. Yes, there does too. There might be something in there, might be a map in the future, whatever. But at the moment, it's just not official ready. I think that, with the way that the veto goes down, as you say, we've got these permas for both of these teams in the form of Vertigo and the form of Mirage. That leaves Ancient available. That leaves Anubis available. Maybe Nuke, you might argue as well, right? As a high rep map for 9Z. So why do we keep going towards this Dust 2? It kind of does just circle back to that. Again, maybe float it, maybe have it as a bit of a risk map that Sora have got to be kind of aware of when it comes to what they're banning or whatever. But as that first pick, every single series, really rigid and unsuccessful, it just feels like strange decision-making here from 9Z.
It does. I really don't understand it. I'm looking through some, just potential, other things that are going on right now. And for 9Z, while we're in Europe, if we were maybe playing CCT Europe, for example, or Yala Compass or Shuffle Masters, a tier 2 tournament, which maybe doesn't have the biggest ramifications going, I can understand trying to get quote-unquote official practice under your belt. But it's not what we're doing. We're not getting official practice. We are actually letting things just play out and hoping that we can sort out all the issues we've got on this map in arguably what is a tournament that I think is actually very important for 9Z at the moment. Now, in the position they're currently in, they might actually already be in the area of direct invite towards Pro League regardless, but you don't want to leave that regards. Leave that. Kato, win Kato, and hope that you can do it. I mean, we'll come to all of this a little bit later, but my God, I feel like we do feel like we're beating a bit of a dead horse here, but there is actually rhyme to the reason of why we keep bringing it up, and we'll have to see. 9Z, so far, we've had our troubles with this map from them. Let's see how things start off. It's very good. For the first, the seconds do come around, and it's actually a very clean pistol take out towards Long. There's a player in towards Car, causing a couple of issues. You jerk, he steps up, he can be difficult, got to pull off a reload, and yeah, that leaves him isolated.
Yeah, they needed a Rozdosh there with the Julies, didn't they, really? I think they did a very good job of slowing them down, but unfortunately, he was nowhere to be found. Still has potential here, yet to reveal himself. Just waiting for a head to come over the lip of the platform. It was there for a moment, but he misses the window. Really hiding away against this smoke right now. I think they're going to start to get a bit of an idea. The ADHD gamer in on the site itself, but it's all good. Max goes digging in the 1v3. Why wouldn't you? And gets that 4K overall, in fact, for 9Z to start off here.
Yeah, good start. One that we absolutely can take. I mean, the big issue that we actually see with 9Z has to be over towards that CT side a little bit more. They get pieced apart for me in ways that become very difficult to kind of deal with. I mean, we'll see, right? I think the way I'm looking at things at the moment, though, pistol is good. It's at least putting some of the doubts to rest early. It's going to be a force buy for Saw. They do like them. Whether it's successful or not, we'll have to see. But if it isn't, it should be 9Z taking a 3-0 start, which on Tita does too, we'll absolutely take.
Ooh, nade. Minimal damage off the back of it. Gotta know something's on the way. Nice little anti-flash move, but Roman, the MP9 spray transfer, he can't get away. His cartwheel to finish the 2K, I suppose. Could bring Saw only in contention for this one. Story on the scout. Headshot and a tag. Looking good. Buddha gets the trades out, so at the very least they have secured the site, it would seem. Still not over just yet, though.
Alright, smoke down. Material's going to play behind this. Won't be able to deny the bomb. Look how low Buddha is. And Wasso's not exactly healthy. Buddha's going to go to probably the best position to play from here. I'd be sending the MP9 in first. There's a bit of a insurance. There it is for the first. Wasso looks for the second as well. He's already made his way out. Window, head spotted. Messy fight. Wasso trying to find to work with, but the pixel works in Ujerk's favor. Force buy, conversion, successful for Saw. Okay, game on, and this is what I'm expecting in this series. These are two sides who are kind of playing at the best we've sort of seen them maybe for a long, long time, potentially in ever, as arguments we play. Both of them find themselves top 20 and not Saw being top 10 currently. That's a good response. Back and forth, high impact on each and every time. Or immediately going to put a bit of a stop point to what was 9Z. He looked good out the gate.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. That is very unfortunate. But Saw showing what they are kind of capable of, right? I think that there's going to be a real clash here. Almost of similarities. Both these teams have a aggressive kind of backbone, but you have the ability to wind things down and rely primarily on individuals to try and pick up. Roman will start this round off. Immediately, though, we are seeing 9Z play a bit faster.
Yeah.
Which is kind of interesting. Maybe this is what they've talked about and worked on over the course of the break. Really want this Dust 2 to work. That super grind to a halt kind of style. I don't think, as I say, is part of their DNA. Nice little find on the Mac 10. Another one for Huaso, actually, to open up the A-bomb site. So we are back on.
Hello. Buddha will get his. This round feels like it's won or lost by Story. Oh, when he gets a little The little answer, you get tagged with the smoke. What? Did he get a kill for the smoke? What are we seeing? Oh, hello. Buddha. Now with it all to do. Bomb is dropped and Arishdosh just going to wait. He's still got that inkling that it might be a play. Doobie now he's getting noise as well, so he knows for sure. Arishdosh sees it off. And so, survive a little bit of a scare there, in all fairness, but runs around 2-1. So, should get a freebie of a third here. So, nice way to start off your opponent's map pick.
Looking good indeed. Looking very, very good. 9Z. Still keeping the contest there, I think it is fair to say. Get the flash for the peak. Contact flash, I suppose. Unfortunately, there's a Molotov in the way. So they got to put this on pause for now. Here we go. Here we go. Is it going to work out? Nope, it goes a bit too far behind. I think Roman knew what was coming. He overstays his welcome for sure, but he's done enough there. Gets the information as well.
Sorry. He doesn't actually need to move in a way here as well, right? I think just kind of internally keeping them locked in towards this pit position isn't the worst thing at all. Especially if they end up staying alive, or if they just go in towards the MP9. Martineza. Yeah, desperately trying to avoid flashes, trying to fight. Not to be seen off, and we'll take that gun back. I'll upgrade to story. 2-1. Nice work. Back into the buy for 9Z. AK's out. Story will have the AWP as well. So, it is now an interesting thing. We want to see Martineza get active, but he can't go in towards an AWP himself. They don't have the money built up just yet for that. I think in a fair, we're trying to push Story off his, what seems to be an okay form. I mean, if Story gets going, he's very difficult to deal with.
It's true. It is very true. And someone who has been severely missing is the 9Z author, so really could be dangerous if Story can take over the game with no responsive element on the other side. Early spams across here, not netting very much, but there is some, short presence coming in. Story finds that first kill, and they will be able to stick around. Not much resistance.
All right. Well. Story posted in towards short. Bit of a tight angle here, but make it work. Nothing. Offering up, though, for the moment. A little quiet. Smoke going to come down. Roman going to get flashed behind it. Doesn't have to spam either. Smoke broken open. Wants to pounce then, but nothing really being dealt. I say that Story had just the finest of margins to work if he gets his.
Flank goes down. See if they can turn it into something. Gutierrez waiting patiently out towards long. Finds his kill. Martineza maybe keeping him in it here. A couple of missed shots. A well-timed peek. Gutierrez to find that kill. It's all onto Martineza. Nice find. But no more. And Saw will roll through to 4. Looking very, very good here indeed. I think this is, again, timeout territory for 9Z potentially.
Yeah, I think we're getting there for sure. I mean, it's nice to get that positive of the bomb plan, some decent kills to come through, but we're still in a bit of an awkward financial state where you could even make an argument that half buying's the best option here to full buy next. Looks like they are sort of going to get into that, right? Yeah, they are going to go for it. So, Galil going to be brought up. DGT is dipping a little bit low. Same with Wasso. And Max only a P250, Buddha only a Deagle, and a Scout for Martineza. They've got lost bonus, so we do have money heading in towards the next. This one is just a sort of hope and a prayer, but expectations from us are probably relatively tempered. It's nice from Sort at the start. They're making the hard rounds work in their favor. Everything bar the pistol has been, for the most part, looking very positive for them.
Roman gets caught on the contact. Really cheeky move. Will be stopped, but definitely something to work with. Mutiris is just half a second late. Could have found one on the way out there. They will fake it out. Potentially move back in. I think they themselves don't quite know yet what they want to do. Just forcing Saw to make a mistake, ultimately.
All right. Nope. Story. Dangerous angle to play from because the only pixel showing is your head, and that's all that Martineza needs. Now, gun picked up for Wasso as well, but both him and Martineza are low. Not impossible. The short player's sort of got to go huge here. The damage dealt. Huge jerks. Nose off one. He's actually going to get out in front of this. There's one. Head. Popped up. Second as well. The player on towards the site. Swing. And a find from DGT. Back and forth. Last player is Martineza. They know where he is and they know he's low. So he's got to get active. Oh! Martineza was so close as he plucked Aristosh out of the sky, but it's not enough.
Bro, that would have been crazy. He got a shot off as well.
Yeah.
Got a shot off. You know, if that's straight in the head, that would have been absolutely insane. Not to be, but in a round where not much is expected, and it felt a little weird with them, you know, leaving long, going back to long, leaving long. They get a lot out of it. They get a lot out of it, man. So, really could be something. Timeout being used here by 9Z. It is at that point where they have to close this gap. So, yeah, makes a lot of sense. They take a moment here.
Okay. I think this is a good time to call it. It's not too early, not too late, but I understand probably the situation that they're in where bit by bit in the spot that we're in right now, we saw even get 2 more rounds on the CT side, especially if they're soon as well. Might already be talking about this half being more or less chalked up, and we're talking about them being under a lot of pressure, so we need to be a little careful. The flash is over towards long triple, in fact, actually. Looking for a bit of early presence towards B. Martineza posted. A smoke will come down. He doesn't take a pop shot, but U-Jerks will get caught.
It's a nice find for 9Z. Super clean. Super early. A lot they can do with that. Looks like they want to end B. Now, this is also something we very rarely saw them go B, especially in the rifles earlier on. Upshot rings off. That maybe starts to give the game away for a Rostar. She's looking for a good timing here. Got to be careful. Molotov will force him into a fight. He takes one. I think that's kind of fair. They obviously need a bit more. Mutiris gifted Max's head. Still not in the B bomb side. Still not committed in. Nice find from DGT. Cuts off the rotations and maybe carves a path for the bomb here. Roman is around. Roman could stop it. Go jumping in. Yorp doesn't land the shot. It's a lot of damage done there. Yes, a 2v3, but it's not a bad looking 2v3 for sure.
Oh, Story. You know, even like a quarter of a second off timing wise there. Roman does have to go massive. Catches the player swinging. They both run out of ammo. Thankfully, Buddha is there to bail them out. And yeah, I think Story might have internally given this up a little bit. He's over towards that B site. And maybe we can catch one for free, but I don't think he even wants to test those waters. I think it's just about keeping this AWP in play. They aren't broke, but they're not exactly financially super stable either.
No, it is true. It is true. I think it's also that element of like, it's just not going to happen with an AWP.
Yeah.
So valuable as well. So, 9Z, timeout works for them. It is won by a thread. One more bullet lands on a couple of these players, and it could have been a very different story. But not the case here. We don't work on conjecture. Second round for 9Z. Have to string it into a few more, though. Saw still have a substantial lead.
It's true. We need to see, obviously, the word that we always use out of consistency, but we do need to see it from 9Z. They want a chance. Saw not going to take any chances themselves. So I'm going to go for a pause and see if they can do what they're hoping for, which just reclaim some control, make sure they don't let things slip away from what is still a 3-round lead and a relatively comfortable one at that. But, of course, about to be concluded, and then we go back underway with a relatively okay buy. FAMAS and MP9 are required, but a double rifle as well. Roman and U-Jerk supports this AWP. It's serviceable. And MP9s in the right hands are always super scary anyway. And Aristosh, he's somebody who can get really active. For me, he has been so important to what has been Soar's recent and quite monumental success. Especially at times where maybe, you know, U-Jerks, he can be a little bit hit and miss. Having a player like Aristosh, who actually, I think, is super consistent. It's always good to see. Oh my.
That's a dangerous move, for sure. Definitely a bit carefree from Rozdosh. Still play at B, though. They're not really wanting to mess with it. The short lurk, as it were. The head. Oh, that is so close. Get it. Smoke goes down, but Mutiris, he gives him a bit too much. Ooh. Story, I thought that was a shot, but not really. Okay, a little weird. Quick switching up. It's thrown us all off, I suppose. 4v3 now, and the bomb has many options.
Do that. Gonna go back in towards upper tons. Denaza. There's a CT smoke going to be thrown here. That's going to give them the ability to wrap. Pop flash through the doors as well, just in case anybody's sitting close right. Obviously, they got a kill from there earlier. All right. Story posted first. Good. Second, behind it. You're going to go up on high. Story, be careful. He's still doesn't really realize it, but the Lions are smelling the prey around there. He dropped the bomb as well. Just one more on the side to try and find. But he can't hit the shot. He's in the flames trying to get caught, and it's all down to Roman.
Might be able to find something here. Only 10 seconds. Bomb's going to get planted, but it does mean the fights are isolated for a moment. Molotov will slow him down. He's going through it. Does not seem bothered. All brings it into the 1v1, and he lands the dink with an AK. That is his round. So fair play to Roman. It's a good go at it. Unfortunately, does not get the look. And 9Z, really big round for them. Breaking the bank. This should be a 4.
Yeah, it should be. And for 9Z, get him on a form. It has to be said, being found here by them. They're going to call for their second time out. Maybe just to make sure that they do see these off kind of cleanly and do make sure they're not probably as close as they are. But I think all in all, this is a good spot that they've kind of put themselves in. They are feeling really, really solid in these last few. More than we kind of had out from them when they were 4 or 5-1 down and the rest. So pause concluded. Buy is, yes, that'll be great, is it? Obviously for Soar, their money was in a tough spot. Do you see a scout up a story? I don't know if he's going to keep that or if they're going to invest around him or he's just going to solo scout and then hope he can kind of tag and bag a little bit. No, okay, he's going to sell. I was going to say that felt like a very odd decision if he was going to go down to 500 with the rest of the team kept their HP. Get their money, may I say.
Back up towards short here. Might create an opportunity for at least one. Axe is ready and raring to go. Not standing still here. Makes him a bit harder to catch. Surely a move's got to come in eventually. There's the smoke. They are not budging. Axe will go to them. Spots them out. Oh, but that's the one he wasn't expecting. The burst through the mid doors. Beautiful find. Rozdosh in on B is gathering this information. And they are unable to grab the gun thus far, but I think that's kind of what they're really wanting to go for. Rozdosh dealt with at the back. Or he made it through the smoke. Could again be a bit cheeky, and he is. Paso Peak trying to spam through. This is getting kind of strange. The fight going down towards middle as well. Bits of damage traded back from the CT side. Mutiris. Oh, come on. So close to catching them, and then Martinezza, he hits the just insane shot that was it really round the corner. Absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
There you are. Lots of damage from Saw.
Didn't fully look on him, but all right. 1 round game now is what we're at, and it's safe to say this one is looking good. Pop shot with the ult from Martinez. Tries to get someone on the cross, and feeling we're not going to try and fight behind this. But I say that, Ujix, it will break open. Just looks for any short aggression. He doesn't stick around for the fight. It's just about... I'm sure they get something. Speaking of information gain, they're going to come in behind this as well. Could do a decent shot. One's prepped out, and Max on that creep will catch Irish Dosh, but will he expect Ujix?
The answer is yes. Down Ujix goes, and with him the hopes of the round. 9Z, after the timeout, have turned this half on its head. Turned it probably in their favor, but certainly into something that looks a hell of a lot better. Felt like Saw were really going to run away with it. 9Z, they have the capabilities.
Ooh.
And they have the individuality at the moment, looking great.
Yeah, for sure. Playing fantastic right now. This is good stuff from them. Story, I doubt he stays alive for much longer. He will get his one. He's then tagged incredibly low as they, of course, going to call for a hunt. And I don't blame them. He's dead, surely. 1 player out towards long, 2 coming towards doors. And then they should do the job anyway, and it will. Buddha sees it off. Yeah, brilliant stuff. And that will be this one tied all a piece, 5-all. But kind of most importantly is that once again the economy's in a bit of a bad way for Saw, so it does start to, you know, make it look like 9Z probably get the 6th here. Get the 6th. Could even be in for a 7-5 and ending this half in their favor, which is something we just don't really see them do on Dust 2 at the moment.
All right, another A-sided kind of low buy here. By the same short presence, but I think a nice idea, and I think one that could end up, again, netting some results for Saw. As they have a lot of players in the right place. Nice nade. Softens them up, though. 9Z, I think, learning their lessons from the previous timeout.
Yeah.
And taking it a bit slower here.
Yeah, I think that's smart. Max will hear a couple. Doesn't opt to go just yet. And actually, his timing is exquisite here. As he moves up short. Should get a bit of timing on at least one. And he will. Story gets caught. They're going to double back over to try and see if they can answer back. And Max is fighting off against a Deagle, but Ujix can't hit a shot. Max can for a second.
Good from Basso. Looking good here. No real difficulties. Rosdosh still alive. They know he's this B player. So should be expecting him momentarily. Just got to check your angles, though. And Max, punished for not doing so. I'm sure he will not forget that next time.
9Z, take a lead. And we will see now whether they can close out the half in their favor, whether we can see them going towards the second with a lead and a bit of positivity in that sense. Something, again, like we said, we just don't see them do all too often on this map. They've been some pretty unexciting halves from them to start them off. I did say I did worry a little bit about their CT side, though, so just keep an eye out for that for now. But 6-all, I think Saw probably, I mean, okay with it, but generally I think for Saw, the big thing for them is that they were 5-1 up, and now it's them who have yet to get around since 5 in a row for 9Z. So they have, regardless of how this finishes, let things slip away.
Yeah, potentially. They'll be disappointed in themselves for sure. But still another half of Counter-Strike to go. And some flashes of brilliance from Saw, of course, in the early stages. This is the competition we wanted from these squads. Or I suppose can get back into things, Story. He hopes so too, finding that first.
All right. Smoke down over towards CT as they're moving a bit forward. Sort of an opening kill early, and then obviously time pressure definitely on, and a nice kill. Material's just got a gap in that corner of the smoke, and it's beautiful. A flash behind it, and it baits out one man who does get caught. A one-bow combo as Ujerx is the one to confirm the kill.
More coming in as well. Rozdosh, good timing from him on the peak, of course. That ball half long. An inevitable missed shot from Martinezza, unfortunately, in the end. So Saw they do round it off with a little cherry on top, but 9Z, hell of a recovery from them. Very streaky game thus far. We'll see if it continues after the break.
This chemistry, one look at you and my heart explodes. Just let me be the one you keep. I'll be right here through the hot and cold. But I'll be loyal to you. No need for drama. Farewell with you. Cry like Impala. Is it important for you? There ain't no bother. No, no, no. Hey, 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be sure, no. 1, 2, 3, oh, I want you near. I need you in my life, but alright. 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be sure, no. 1, 2, 3, oh, I
Welcome back in, gamers. We are looking down the barrel of this second half, of course. 6-6. It looked at a moment like Saw were just going to run away with things as they won the force and strung together 5 rounds, but 9Z, they managed to pick themselves out of the dirt, and they indeed won 5 of their own in a row. So, pretty streaky game. Each team sort of finishing and ending with a single round. Nonetheless, Saw now have the opportunity on this T side to start directing the game. We'll see as the 9Z Dust 2 were a bit against it. Saw's Dust 2 actually not bad. So maybe this is where they kind of turn up the heat a little bit.
Let's see. All tight square, though. And, of course, this is anybody's game. What have we got to work with? Fighting towards suicide seems to be the first port of the call there. It's an upper B take, but Martinezza waiting. They're not holding for him, and it's a little later. But he gets his, gets one. Ujerx, Materials, onto Blacker. Still a 3 versus 3.
Later. Holding. Oh, he runs out of ammunition there, I think. It will cost him, but ultimately looking good here. Rozdosh has to make this cross with the bomb. He will. Costs him a lot, however. So the 2v2 looks pretty damn good for 9Z, if I am honest. Swasso in the perfect position as well. Looking to get the peak. Downrange. First comes in nicely. Second one might just join. One more bullet required anywhere in Mutiris. And he does not fancy sticking around. There is a window. If he went for it, he could have made it to B. I think now he will have been heard, and Max should be able to get the better of him in due course.
Yeah. Materis, this feels completely like a lost cause. You'd expect anyway. With how low he is, with 5 points, to pull off this would require something quite special. Maybe even a USPS, but he's going to get caught on the crosshair. Oh, hello. Okay, yes, he will. I thought for a second Max was going to look the wrong way. Doubles back. All he needed was a body shot. And it will be a 7. 90 take both pistols as well. Also something they didn't do last time they lost this. So, again, feels a little better in that regard. And might just be something to consider going forward. But the sort, the bomb plant, the real buy going to come through here. We see Materis picking up himself a Deagle. Yujo's trying to get a P250, but this one should be a little bit of a throwaway. It should be. 9Z. Get themselves up to a 2-round lead. Again.
Yeah, you would assume so. DGT, a little nervous. Sorozdosh, a little nervous. Shot in the back. Never nice to get shot while running away. E250, instant dink. Kind of a weird round here, considering the buy from Saw. DGT got to be careful then. You don't want to be losing anyone early when you've had a player dinked out. Max holds and gets the bomb, kind of importantly. He also takes the dink. Some pretty soft players here. They're all helping each other out, though. And it will be all good in the end. Just the one going down.
All right. 8-6. At the very least, I mean, we're all going to see a buy-in now from Saw. Story going to go in towards the AWP, AKs, and Agalil around that. Double MP9 to keep an eye out for over towards 9Z. Full battle util 3 kits around it, so definitely somewhat salvageable. Saw need to win this round. I think if they don't, we're talking about 9Z going 10-6 up. I mean, at that point, it sort of feels like it's probably done.
Yeah, I think so. This is a really, really telling kind of round, in all honesty. We'll see. I'm going to tell on it. Roman trying to creep in there, gets pushed back. Story found a kill out middle. Really pivotal area of the map, of course, so it could be pretty scary if 9Z can't find an answer back.
All right. Story. Making a bit of a move over towards long. Will be a slight play as well. Coming through from Kai, trying to draw attention. Max. I feel like if he can pounce for a trade here, that'd be huge. And he'll do exactly that. Brilliant. Keeps the numbers level. That's all that they need.
Oh, Martineza, good for one. Traded out instantly. So again, as you're saying, level numbers. The bomb is so far away here, though. Not sure I'm a big fan. This could be somewhat problematic. It limits Rozdosh. He can't go in too deep. Just waiting for his teammate to join him, really. Max also not wanting to take the chances, but now, next time he peeks in, he's likely to be the AWP. Story takes the Hail Mary run. The MP9 just gets better of that frag. Block out. Unfortunately, Max not low. He was. Could have been a kill. So, pretty important that 9Z get that done. It's very close, but they will keep the winning streak here on the CT side.
Yeah, that's the big thing. They are building up a nice buffer zone to work with. You know, yes, there's a bomb plant out there from Saw, but I don't think the buy is going to be... I mean, my assumption will be it wouldn't be full because they would lack so much util if they went for kind of the AKs and the armor. They are going to call for a timeout to discuss. Not an easy spot, though, that they put him. This is the big thing that we're looking at. And yeah, I mean, credit to 9Z from what has been back-to-back poor performances on this map where they've been read like a book. They're looking a lot better here on a map in which Saw are generally speaking, actually pretty good on themselves. So definitely feels uncomfortable in that sense. Not how we sort of predicted things to come in, especially considering how things have been. But yeah, pause concluded. We are going for that buy. Sora are going to try and gamble and go for a bit of a Hail Mary, but this is a big call, right? Lose this, and it probably does conclude in them losing the map. But win this, and it keeps them absolutely in the money. So this feels like really for all the marbles.
Yeah, it definitely does seem that way. This could be pretty worrying if it goes south. But you got to put all your chips in at some point, right? You got to make the big play, the big risky move at some point. Once again, up through short. So, not necessarily mega predictable, but there's not a lot of variance thus far from there to the side. Play around mid-area again, just contacting in, see what they can get away with, and then burst straight out. It's worked nicely. Martinez, that AWP is dropped without finding a frag. They'll get the bomb plant down. A Rozdosh holding the rotations towards mid, and this is a really nice place to be for Saw. I think 9Z know that, and they're going to save immediately.
Yeah, I think this is honestly actually a really good call from 9Z. It's just not worth it. They don't know how deep they could have put this post part into place, and I just don't think it's worth even having a look in. Lasso will stick around for exit. Oh, story. Nice couple at the end. Aristosh just going to triple check through doors and make sure there's nobody there. Also gets an upgrade as well, I think. I thought there was another M4 down, but maybe not. Either way, 9-7. So, he said that was a big call to be making. By winning it flawlessly, it massively helps out their situation, helps out the long-term econ, gives them a bit of confidence saying, okay, we can still compete in this. That was a good call from us. We spread them thin and basically get them no way back in towards that map, and that's what you need. Yeah, good work.
All right, let's see if they can keep it rolling, though, is the big question. Pace pick up here in a couple of positions, trying to make something happen at long. It nearly cost Roman life. Meanwhile, pre-fire in, and DGT just survives it. A wild move, though. However, it's created space for it. Maybe this was all part of the plan. They're in quite deep here. You jerks. A lot of damage. Finds one, heard the second, finds him two. Ooh, does spot out another and gets his head also. I was going to say, are they ready for 3 on B? Potentially not. Must have been spotted on the mini-map. And a call comes in. So well done from you, jerks, man. You can see why this guy, again, has got a lot of eyes on him in that Iberian region.
Yeah, exactly. Real nice little isolation there. That third one. He had like 4 bullets and 3 of them are perfectly placed. Real credit. Real credit indeed. Martineza, Wasso, just saving. They'll be given that luxury. Not going to go for too much of a hunt here at the end. So, simply put, it is going to be a 1-round game. But the real interesting thing now is that 9Z economically aren't great. We always come back to this point because it's going to have a big effect towards this next round. The buy is probably going to be either one or two things. A force around these 2 rifles and a bit of a hope and a prayer. I mean, even the 2 guys with rifles can't really drop a lot. Or we just full eco around it, buying towards the next. But by doing that, we are allowing Saw to tie this game up, and then we're putting a lot of pressure on our gun round. So let's see. Hence why they are calling for the sack pause. I think this is a perfect time to really have a conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, really tense game. Really close game as well here. Saw definitely capable of snatching it back. The Inferno, yes, isn't the map that everyone's talking about when it comes to Saw, but I think it is still such a safe map for this team. So 9Z need this one. I don't see them picking up Inferno, to be honest with you. I think it would be a real surprise, especially with how close this one's coming. You know, it feels like Saw will have that extra edge. on that map. Would have been an opportunity for the AWP if he just pulled the trigger. Not the case. Trying to get these M4s into play. Iris knows what's up. Catches one. He's traded quickly.
Okay. Is that gun going to be recovered? It seems for now, no. 5-7 of DGT, maybe something to keep an eye out for, but they did opt for the lesser bite. Saw, took a gamble. The gamble obviously paid off for them. Is car going to get cleared here? DGT, 5-7. They are eyes trained, or at least Roman is, but then he's not. Oh, hang on. You jerks. We'll clear it, thank God. For a moment, it looked like he was just going to be angling over towards Cat and CT and not do the proper clearances. Flashing towards doors. Aristosh should pop these up. Neighbor. That will be the case. 3 for him. Goodbye. 9-all.
Okay. Getting dangerous now. 9Z. This is where the timeout comes to a head. What have they talked about? What have they got in this back pocket? This Dust 2, we've seen it so much. We have criticized it a decent amount, I think it is worth saying. And 9Z keep coming back to it. We've had plenty of time to sort of work through things in about an hour's break. We just hop on, work out a few rounds, work out a secret round that you might have after taking a timeout. That's a lot of nade damage. Max doesn't want to stick around. Rightfully so, they were after.
Bam from you jerks, just trying to catch anything, just in case they're close. At the moment, Martineza. Aggro move. Molotov will come over. Will they equip anyone close? Now they will. And he's actually in a little bit of trouble. He does have the support, though, which is good. Another molly can come down through, and U-Jerks, I think it's probably wise he just dips away from this. I don't think sticking around and trying to force the fight there is the best option, especially considering he's taking damage, too.
Sorry. Coming for him. He goes in deep, not going to find anything. So all looking a little stretched out for ideas here. Where do they end up? It looks to be an A plate. Oh. Sorry, movement. You know, netting it good, netting it hard, but thing to move away from short now. So 30 seconds left. Hardly any utility to work with, and they're going to quickly switch things up. In at middle, that smoke is not the best. They're also walking into the brunt of the CT defense here. Bomb hits the deck. They're caught in a fight. It's a bit all over the place. Maybe it can be made to work, though. A Rolstosh with a hero in from behind. Knows the angles. Hears the bullets. He doesn't see them. He hears them. Martineza, meanwhile, will get caught here. I think he will, and Story takes him down. The chaos was enough in all of that. And like I say, the hero of a Rolstosh to come in from behind and save the round.
I can't believe they've actually managed to recover that. So well done. Because, yeah, I mean, Saw looked in serious trouble. That semi to the mid crunch from 9Z is really well done. And, for a moment, it was an awful spot that they were put in. But, yeah, great little display just to make that work in their favor. Stoking. 9, gonna get caught alongside DPT. They've heard another in the molly. They've seen it, but you jerks. Thankfully, Roman's there to bail him out.
That's a little wild. But yeah, there is the bailout. And Max is left like, where the hell did everybody go? Ooh, gap on the smoke. Exactly what he wanted. He's waiting for the opportunity. That one's a little better. But still, he's here. Oh, he's moving away. God damn it. Go for it, man. Go for it. 1v5. Go for it. I think he's going to have the top of his head shot off here. Indeed, Roman finds him. So, flawless round. Store have found that second win towards the very end.
Yeah. Okay. 2-round lead. 2 rounds away. Let's see. What is there even left to work with now for 9Z side, who have fell apart a little bit? It goes back to this 4 spy as well, which Core made work in their favor of primarily Galil's, and it kickstarted the momentum that they've got here, and it hasn't dwindled since. GT has a little look in towards short. Get a long control of Martineza, but both of them not opting to fight too much.
Coming off the long presence here from the CT side. Or are once again looking at their mid-short plays. Been very popular. They've been able to work around it and keep the variance. 9Z this time not really giving them the fights. You know, this is something that they've fallen flat to, is taking some early scraps. Martineza, though, he will have the AWP train. They walk into him. He's, of course, got to find the kill. It's only polite. You jerks the first to fall.
Okay. He's a big kill to get early. He's obviously primarily the space creator for this Source side. They do look to him quite a bit. One spotted. Oh, gets a tag. They're not going to clear close right, I don't think. Hot flash round. The M4's keeping attention drawn. Story. Did he spot him? Yes, I think threw away toys. But a missed shot to the pistol, not pulled out in time. Finally, looks like 90 are going to get a round back in their favor.
Mutiris keeping it interesting, though. Get that bomb recovered. Martinez around the corner, finishes him off before he can do any real damage. We are indeed back on now, 9Z, keeping them off that all-important 12.
One round game. Both hit double digits. Both been at a really good spot of where they've had momentum and let momentum slip, and this, that, and the other. And we'll see now, as it gets so close, right toward the tail end, there is no room for error. You've got to be extremely careful where Store not to let this one slip away. It felt like it was guaranteed they were going to see this off.
Max trained and ready. Smoke goes down, though, and he will pull back. Learning a lesson finally. Rosdosh got to be careful. Traces followed. Could be a worrisome couple of moments here. Minute and 10 left on the clock, and again it is this surrounding mid from Source, starting now to lose traction and become predictable, I would say.
Max doesn't need to peek too much here. He stays in that position. Let's say no for now. Tip away. It's a very slow round. I think you can also sort of feel just how nervous we are here. For Saw, they don't want to make any sort of mistake. 35 seconds, we've got to make a decision.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like they've maybe left this quite late. Actually, considering they're now fully a man down. Big nade damage. Rosdosh, though, will catch through there. Max in a closet, looking good. And they're all softened up. He's going to get them all. One magazine, 4 kills. Absolutely wonderful to even up the scoreline.
Yeah, that's so well played from Max there. Needed a bit of a hero, which obviously had a good game as well. And a good time to really come alive. We're tied at square. Money's still great for Sort. No issues about investment, but that round and a lot of issues. They just, yeah, they looked. It felt like, you know, they made a bit of a call of let's have a slower one. Let's see what we can find. Let's default, basically. But then there was no actual real decision of what do we do to give ourselves space in towards the side. And it obviously just kind of fell apart in that spot. So, yeah, well done. Good reaction. And well done from 9Z in the sense as well that they didn't fall for any of the traps. They didn't take any of the bait. So we go again, 11-all. We're getting the full 24, bare minimum. They have had OT on this map already. Is it going to be the case once again? That could be the plan.
Okay, progression towards long. Keep it simple here. Flashed up on both sides. It's a quick 1-4-1. Rosdosh nearly goes down, actually, but thankfully the flash has just kept on coming. And that's all they wanted, just lay down the law towards long. No real follow-up.
All right. Well, 1-for-1 isn't terrible. It's quiet once again around it. They like this default towards B, and a lot of it's off the back of Story. Spots one there. Flash going to come over. If that repeat again, and if anybody is there, the Molotov comes. That Molotov would be great if the smoke wasn't placed in front. The smoke, that Molly, you might say, is actually to bait out the fight, but doesn't get it. Under a minute now.
Not looking good.
No.
This is rough. They have to work their way in with limited space, limited utility, importantly. Just one contact flash to go for it, though. DGT hidden away. Might not be expected here. Trade is there. Nice job on the mission directive, on the role playing from the Saw T side. Bomb plant coming in for the short play. There's not going to be anyone towards short from 9Z, so it would be difficult in the final moments. They've missed the window to catch players getting into their post-plant spots. Story has been heard. Max doesn't quite know where to look, though. This is rough. This is dangerous. Story with a keen find. You jerk should solidify this one. He does. It takes some work. Martinez, he will save. Never gets a look in at the round.
Yeah, a little laboured, but gets it in the end. That should be that. The question is now, what are we going to get in terms of tail end? Martinez is actually making it expensive. Not that makes a difference, but it's good for at least for his confidence. He had a bit of a rough map earlier on Dust2 specifically. He was, I think, lowest rate was like 6 and 13 or something along those lines. He really did struggle against Apogee. Yeah, good to see him that he's, rekindled that flame, found his form, especially, where he knows Story can be quite deadly, and he has been so far, but it is sore. Map point on their opponent's map pick. There's 9Z on the brink of going 0 for 3 in the last few days on this, which is pretty crazy considering they're the ones taking into it. Back to the first. Tyrus for the trade.
Flashes towards middle. Mutiris trying to create another frag. One on the end of it, though. EGT, meanwhile, dangerous game here. Story is ready. They're opting to go B while Story has got this line. And they've taken a player out in those tunnels. They feel like the B bomb site is easier, is going to be open. I do think they have the correct logic here, but Budo on top, not really spaced all that well. The trade just isn't there. He's able to drop back and kind of keep him distracted. He does get dropped. Story, meanwhile, has been clapped in middle, by the way, by an M4. So yes, we've got a bomb plant potentially on the cards, but the fake out, I think they were going to, go in quick. Unfortunately, a failed jump towards window kind of works out. 9Z, if nothing else. Suasso loses his head. Really good damage done, though, to these remaining two players. This is for the game to stay alive. Bomb doesn't have a clear path. Pulling out to potentially go A. That is wild. For Rosdosh, keeping their attention, trying to make as much noise as possible. I think steps have been heard here.
Yeah.
Mutiris is still going to get the drop. Down goes a Rosdosh. He should get the plant. It doesn't matter. He needs the round. He needs the 1v2. Maybe enough of a weird situation created here that he can get it done. The AWP shot is close. Not another ringing off. Steps down below him as well. He's trying to isolate the fights, and he will indeed do so successfully. GT moving up the ramp. Headshot required, and Mutiris, that's exactly what he's looking for. A couple taps around the corner, hoping that one of them lands, but it won't. And DGT denies him away at the very final hurdle, but a few more suddenly spawn out of nowhere as we get overtime.
Oh, what a clutch that would have been, but DGT here to spoil the party. So maybe celebrate a little early, but no. Not this time. We go again. Overtime required, as it was as well when we saw Them against 3D Max just the other day. Oh, what a game. What a game we are being treated to. Last time when they played against 3D Max, it was 16-13 to 3D Max. They were able to see things off with a relatively clean overtime, and it was in a similar sort of vein. 3D Max had map point in regulation, see it off. Same thing there. Wasso, lucky man to even be alive as he gets tagged in just the corner of that wall and starts this one off at 18 points of HP.
Okay. Generally speaking, it's the team that let the game go to overtime that find the first round in overtime. We'll see if that keeps to the trend here. Any damage onto Mutiris, or back to their regular ways here. No real change-ups. Martineza, meanwhile, holding. Roman's made the noise now. Oh, taking the fight. Fancying it, but at least keeping some eyes on the longhouse.
Alright, under a minute now. Sorry. It's almost mid. Spots one through those doors, but can't hit the shot. Now his job is window primarily. DGT, his spam good. Mutiris gets caught. Oh no.
Looking good. Maybe falling apart in the middle here. Martineza as well. Pushing down behind. Has done some good damage. Drops the bomb, you know, buys some good time. 3 versus 2 now, but site itself, of course, not really all that well. Roman trying to get some catches on the rotators. EGT that's close by that might go under the radar. Yep. On some heads, misses his shots. Oh, the flash comes in. It doesn't really do all that much to a Rozdosh, though. He still finds the kill. 2-on-2. Bomb severely ticking down, and they are so far away in their respective positions. Max at long has caught Roman out in the open. He's just trying to survive and wind the spot down. They'll have hits, so he needs to win out a fight. Does well for the first. Looking for the second. Positional change up here and a quick snap for the 1v2.
Oh, Roman. Oh, Roman. That is so well played. So well played. My God, what a game. What a game we are being treated to here. Back and forth. This is two sides at the top of their game right now who are playing incredibly. It's so good to see. 13-12. Saw draw first blood. And towards overtime. My God, what is this we're getting here? 9Z. So close. It's so far. I mean, that's the clutch that Saw would have wanted in towards that previous round in the regulation, but it's, I guess, better late than never.
Indeed, better late than never. As we always say. A little bit of tit for tat once again. Towards the mid arena. So they have a formula. They stick to it. And sometimes they make it work. Other times, I think, just a bit too predictable. But, you know, you're constantly sat as 9Z like, are they going to do something different this round? Are they going to do something different? Don't rightly know. And look, when it's well bolstered as well, this is how Saw, I think, gains such a strong advantage on their T side, is that it is a really solid default that they have. And 9Z just could not quite compete. Once 9Z stopped giving those early fights, stopped contesting middle, they actually started winning rounds.
That's it. That goes long. Oh, shot. Baited in. Story. Try and get one of his own as well. He can actually stay posted here now if he wants, as Martinez has got the right read. He had the right idea, but he just gets clipped. Oh, what a shot. And Story should get one for free, and he will. I don't know if he was just taking some time there, but he will get caught in a trade regardless. This is back and forth. This round's still on.
Yeah, we'll see, man. Oh, the blow of the smoke. It was close. Roman denies. Just 2 remaining now. And don't tell me we're saving. Oh, my goodness. I think it is just, unfortunately, not going to happen. Might as well. And, you know, the CT economy, if you do lose 2 in a row and everyone goes down, it can be a bit rough into that final round. You look at Martineza, he's only got 100. So if they want him to have an AWP especially, then they do need at least 1 player to save, or an AWP to come their way. That also helps. Oh! Alright.
Okay, alright. Nice couple of shots at the end there. We'll keep that AWP in play. I mean, obviously, Money's not really that much of a talking point at this stage. I mean, here, I guess in the other way, the only time it really is if you're continuously buying into an orb, you can actually be a little lower money, as Martinez sort of is, right? You know, he only had just shot 3k or whatever to work with. But so 2 for 2 in OT, 2 more is all they need to take this map and start the series well. Wow.
Oh, he gets an opportunity for another, but just can't find it. 4 on 3 now. Saw after, you know, conditioning in. They do pick up the pace here. Roman. Nade could have done a lot. He kind of gives his position away, unfortunately. So, sneaky little move to get round. We know about it. Not looking great, though. Lead blow comes in. Buddha uses it to his advantage. His 2 breaks of the smoke that we've seen, and they go against the guy that's done it. So, you know, I think that's something that needs to be studied. How successful are the smoke breaks, and now they are fully back into this retake.
Stosh. Tapping. 1. Looks for 2. Only a pixel really to work with on that CT player, but it might be enough for somebody of his caliber. He's just trying to stay alive now as well. He really can't cross the safety, you'd assume, and he will get deleted. Planted. 4-story. All down to him as well. And this orbit has got to go huge first. Great. Second not to be. Time for the retake. Hello. No, he misses the jump. I don't think it's the time. He doesn't. He missed the jump up, so he cannot get that defuse. That is a terrible way to lose the round.
Ouch. Very much ouch. That is, yeah, not ideal. I think it's safe to say. But we'll see if 9Z can bounce back. I don't know, man. It's pretty quick parameters to do so. And now, of course, they've got 3 in a row here now. Timeout coming in from Saw. Ooh, cheeky. Very cheeky indeed. Just let them stew in that.
Yeah. Let him sit. Let him think about what's up ahead. Let the pressure build. Oh, man. I mean, sort of looked great, right? That's it. That T-side was really solid. And we have to see something equally as from 9Z. I don't know if they've got it in the locker. 9Z would require something pretty sick. However, though, you know, both halves were 6-6 in regulation. So in a way, maybe the same way that Saw got 3 in OT, that 9Z can do. I mean, that's probably the cope that they're going to be huffing on a little bit to try and keep the spirits high. But what is realistic is that they are actually backs against the wall a bit.
Martineza going to open up the round, though, sir, and that's actually across the B. It was the only crosser to B, so they are quickly acting upon it. Looking to hopefully find an empty B bomb site. Oh, Lasso. First is ridiculous. If you look at it on the minimap, it's so far away that spam through the smoke. The second, I think he definitely hears the player come in. Maybe he saw him like dodge the smoke. Very, very good here, of course. 9Z with fastest round in a long time. They will keep themselves alive here on Dust 2.
Roman, guess one, but very big trade. Very good round from 9Z as well. I think, you know, when they are having a bit of pressure on their shoulders, they just go quick. Go for one that they can rely on in a way which is quick, aggressive, get up in their face and make them feel uncomfortable. 15-13, 9Z, far from dead. They're not just going to roll over just yet. And Martinez is saying exactly that with his actions.
All right, maybe we are back on here if 9Z can keep up this kind of form. 2 early pickups. Really, really solid. Not quite as fast this time around. We're not expecting Martineza to find another early mid kill. Want to go B, it looks like. Martineza will keep them coming. Story going to drop. A really nice look. 490 jerks. So creeping in. Will he get checked? White work. Potential to smoke stuff. 2 for him. Would be brilliant. There's nobody around to support. But a kill at short brings it into the 2v2 directly. We'll see.
Okay. Let's not count this out just yet. I was going to say, just before the double from U-Jerks is like, we're going double OT, aren't we? This feels really good from 9Z, but this is a retake that does have a bit of potential behind it. Be careful. Yeah, couldn't support his teammate. He now goes in a bit of a panic and a bit of a rush. And he will be clipped. Martinez, a fantastic round from him. DGC, super important double. And here we are. Once again, 1 round the difference. We only go 1 or 2 ways. Either we head to a break before Inferno as Sora take the map, or a second overtime required as Sora looked very limp here in this second half of overtime. They've just not really put up too much of a fight.
It's true, but they only need the 1.
Yeah.
So something goes sideways for 9Z, and they've not got their early kill this time. I was asking a lot of 9Z to remain ever consistent 3 rounds in a row. They have had some of the luck go their way. Certainly nice finishes from them off the back of the early pickup, but it is worth considering here. A short presence, but not a lot from 9Z.
Max. Just holding in case there's a bit of lower tons aggression. For now, that's anything but what Sora want to be doing. They trying to fight, and it's not been going well, so they're opting now just to similarly sort of slow things down a tad. There too, though. For 9Z, bomb is in the direction of B, but with 45 seconds, you don't have to commit.
It is true. Pasto Peak gonna get the catch though. The one area that is overlooked is
Yikes.
the area that gets abused. That surely has to be it. 5v3 with a B take. There's not many teams in the world, if any, that could win a situation like this.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. This feels nigh on impossible, especially considering the site that it's on as well. B site does do statistically the hardest site to retake. I think that's going to be the case. Martinez gets a double right at the end, which should really seal the deal. Flash going to come over. Story isn't probably going to make too much of a difference. Constellation kills are one thing. 3 running at a time. He's got to go now. F1, looks like a second not to be. Double overtime needed here in map number 1 as these two sides even in quite literally every single half so far.
Madness. Pure madness here on Dust 2. We did say it would kind of be the map to sort of decide the series, potentially. And it feels like that might be the case. Still not done with that first map. Inferno up next, as you can see. It's hard to say. Both teams have now been in winning positions. Who's deserving of it? I suppose we're about to find out with another out of the overtime. Story trying to pluck someone with this AWP. They are just escaping him right now.
Shot. You'll get it in the end. Nicely done. And well, the kill and the start that Sora have been desperately looking for. They finally get it, but it's double OT. This does feel like basically who's going to have the slightly better CT side or the slightly worse T side is going to be the difference maker.
Max with a nice spam kill. He nearly does go down for his trouble, though. So hanging in the balance here as they keep things even. That nade finds him. That's a little unfortunate. To be fair, he was a distractionary element at short, but they probably wanted him alive a little longer. Leads towards B. Oshkosh swings in. Dangerous. Be a contact flash on the way as well to help him out here. Time being, just trying to keep presence. Molly comes his way, forces him back. 4v2 though, it looks pretty damn good here for Saw.
It does. It feels like they've got the advantage. They've got this The CT round we've desperately been looking for, but then Roman will get caught. That'll change things. So will Irish. Oh, surely not talking about a 2 versus 4 conversion. Now 1 versus 2. DGT got to go huge. He's looking for that fight. Smoke going to be met with lead to the head by the hands of Materis. They've been desperately looking for that CT round and saw finally get it.
Yeah, man. Better late than never. I think that's like the 3rd time we've said that this series, but here we are. So will indeed keep things interesting. If they can string a few together here as well, we're confident in their T side, but super difficult stuff. I think it is safe to say. Where are they going to go with this? Long is successful for 9Z, but no kills off the back of it.
All right. Watch out, Roman. Just having a little look, but of course with 2 smokes in front of him. Nothing really going to be happening. Hattle's on just yet. Then he'll get caught. Force the angle a little bit. I just stick around a bit for a fight, and he's trying to break open that smoke ever so slightly to see any information. So far, none, but they are in this direction, so Spidey's instincts tingling are correct.
He jerks. So wants to get aggressive here, and indeed the nades place to do so, not spotting anyone out. Buddha looking to be alive and rush through the smoke here as well. Could be absolute pandemonium. 9Z, they get the kills, but they're left a little worse for wear. Serious not going to be dealt with. However, the player at long is, so it's now 4v2. Frank coming in and Mutiris is hard selling this. He'll peek out. Loses life. They were ready for him. Story. Nice pickup. Surely no more kills until he makes the cross. You're up on the cart. Dealt with. Okay. Hold the phone. Making the drop down potentially. Tip of the head spotted, but I think he's been seen as well off the back of that. So it's a difficult parameter to work from. Oh, it's all over. It's all over. Buddha in a boost. Shot comes out. Pistol is out. He's low and he will fall. Story. A huge 1v4 out of thin air. How does he do it?
I can't believe it. I cannot believe he's got away with that. Oh, and a little bit of BM as well, just to rub it in. 9Z, how have you thrown that? It's a 1 versus 4. Immaculately played by Story. But they just let him isolate fights. Bomb is planted. And after that, that's when the 1v4 starts. So he's got a clock above his head. All you have to do, technically, is just play time. Even just sending someone over towards pit might have been enough. But, oh, what a misplay. What a misplay from 9Z. And what a round from Story. That's one of those perfect ones if they had a pause where you can just make them sit on it off the back of that. Losing a 1 versus 4 post plant. That is, I don't know, that's past the point of, you know, it's unapologetic at that point. And Story will start off this round too.
Yeah, this is really difficult to stomach now, I think, for 9Z. They've had a couple of those moments, to be honest, at the tail end regulation into the overtime. Or just seem to be relishing in the extra Counter-Strike, the competition, and how close it's being brought. Looking for the all elusive 3 in a row. And surely, if they do it a second time, they should be able to close things out.
Okay. Oh, Irish. Oh, she was a little too confident there. And Max will catch him. Nice shot. Back to the 4 versus 4.
Oh, Martinez will get the trade out here. So, bomb site falling. Numbers looking good. Somehow, U-Jerks is through the smoke. Will go down. There's a bit more chaos coming their way, though. This is kind of wild. 2-on-2 now. Bomb has yet to cross. Oh, the fight at middle. What is going on? What is going on? This is a wild run. Ooh. Pick up. All onto Roman. He can't get it. And it's a 17-16 finish. So 9Z at least give themselves that.
All right. Thankfully, at the very least, it's a round to work with. But It still is a really decent showing from Saw on a side that they were obviously struggling on to some degree. Obviously, attack timeout now from 9Z. Get one in towards overtime. So we shall see. For Saw, they can also utilize this themselves. 2 more rounds is all they need. And as we saw in that first half of that first OT, they were a little bit better on the T side. So I'm sure they're feeling pretty confident.
Ooh, okay. The action continues here. Saw, yeah, as you say, feels like the T side would be good, but you know, that was a millennia ago now, bro.
Yeah.
This game has been going on. Each round feels longer and longer, more and more draining. I think we start to feel the fatigue. God knows how the players feel. So, Saw, what have you got cooking up for us? They obviously love this play around middle. It's very rigid, very effective default. It seems like they are slowly edging their way towards that as the round goes on.
Terrace. But you told towards short. Just a flash to give them eventually that jump up on towards Xbox. Still nothing happened in the early part of this round so far. 110 on that clock. So still plenty of time for Saw, who are setting a slow tempo, as it did actually when they looked a little worse for wear in regulation.
$50 seconds left. Starting to get to go time here, fellas. Rail smoke baits out some utility. Going for both of them, the old trickle smokes. Super, super common towards the end of go. We do know their lineup, so looking to do something similar. DGT. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Flash is also ineffective. There's no one around to really capitalize. They're moving fast through middle here. Max with a good position. Buddha to back him up. This is a 9Z classic. Very similar to the last time out, though. There's a man who comes in from behind.
No.
GT, though, he's got a gap above the smoke there, and he makes it work. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Huge, huge round from 9Z.
That's great. Again, that gap must have been minute, and it might have even actually come off the back of him spamming a little bit earlier, just breaking the top of that smoke open, but oh well, does it work? 17 all. If someone's going to win this in overtime number 2, they've got to go 2 rounds back to back, and well, it is feeling very chop and changing in terms of the swing of momentum, but it's looking very good here. Max for that first. That's big.
It's very, very big. Trade is there, though. You know about Max as well, so fully his days are numbered. Feeling too confident. Smoke comes in. God, it's getting a bit messy over here, isn't it? Mutirius, no way, he's just moving through it. He's waiting. He's waiting. Waiting and waiting. Here's Max stepping. Trying to get the catch. It looks like he might just here. The timing is good. Max thinks falsely that he's safe. Can Mutirius get any more? Yes, he can through the smoke. Martinez also out here. Looking very solid for the Saw end. 18 on the horizon.
What is this game, dude? What is this game? Each and every round is its own mini movie in itself, right? And oh, the position that we're at. It's 9Z again on the back foot. It's Saw again with that point. But again, we asked the question of, can they do it? Because so far, 0 for 2 in map points. Zero sees off the last as Martineza is caught. And I think it's a big sigh of relief for Saw to have this comfort of the map point. However, there's also now probably the other side where it's like, where we failed this a couple of times already. Let's not do it again, right? We've been so close and failed. We've done the too little too late now twice as well. Let's do it early. Let's be proactive. Let's get this last round. And see. Max once again, as they've been doing all the way throughout this game.
Rosdosh looking for the lower push here. Max is on the way. This could be devastating. Max. Oh, looks to check. Rosdosh just able to get the drop. A sense of timing. Knows that he's probably on the way around that corner. It's a big old kill. It's a big old kill. Denies so much information away. They've lost like mid-presence as well. Very problematic now for 9Z.
All right, bit of util thrown. Irish Dosh just going to stick around towards upper tons. For him, it's about control. That control is so important. Terrace a couple of taps. He likes playing around these smokes. I just think opting against not going through it is probably the primary thing. He gets pretty close with the spam onto his car, though. Towards B. The first. Buddha takes the second. Damage dealt. He looks for a third as well. He now knows there's a couple here. He's going to fight a war on one first deal. Damage plot. Darish Dosh with a big kill. Looking a bomb plant here as well. And it should do. It will do.
Yeah, Saw looking good then into the post plant. Rosdosh finds the first head. There's a fight going out towards Longs. It's a 2v1 directly on the site itself. Story drops DGT. It's Lasso to save it. Can't do it. Saw finally get the leg up over them. 9Z, though, fair competition throughout, keeping it close. It was a super solid start to that game, if you remember, way back when, from Saw. And 9Z managed to close the gap. They do that multiple times. And unfortunately, playing from the back foot a lot, but they still kept it close. And a much better performance. Still yet to get the victory. Still yet to sort of prove to us that this Dust 2 is all it's cracked up to be.
Yeah.
But entertaining Counter-Strike nonetheless now.
It was a great game. I would probably even throw the argument out there. Obviously, we didn't really watch all the other games as we were casting ourselves, but I would throw the argument that that might be the best map of the tournament so far. I mean, that was actually, that was magic all the way throughout. However, we do still have that argument. Fellas, that Dust 2 success rate not looking all too good. 1 from 9 now for 9Z. So definitely not what they want to be seeing. We're going to head to a little bit of break. We've got Saw's map coming up next. And obviously a map that they're very good on and a map that 9Z aren't. We'll see you after the break.
It's right in front of me. It's right in front of me. Right in front of me. Right in front of me. Give me some clarity. First time that we met not long ago. Before you had to get back on the road, we spend every second of the day together. I remember when we talked till 3 a.m. Driving around in town in your old van. Tell stories about who we used to be. I still feel your touch, though you're not here. Since you've been gone, you're all I see. Still hear your voice, why don't we speak? I'm running circles. Since you're in my life, I can get no sleep. If you give me a sign, I'll be yours to keep. Just wanna say you're mine and make history. 'Cause I've been speak, I'm running circles. Since you're in my life, I can get no sleep. If you give me a sign, I'll be yours to keep. Just wanna say you're mine and make history. 'Cause I've been playing blind, wasting all this time, yet I need clarity. Give me some clarity. Yeah, I need clarity.
My eyes are closed, I'm feeling. I hear the silence speaking, and every nerve vibrating. And in the clouds, I'm reading the silhouette of meaning into my lungs, inhaling. Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out, 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 out. Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out, 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 out. My eyes are closed, I'm feeling. I hear the silence speaking, and every nerve vibrating. And in the clouds, I'm reading the silhouette of meaning into my lungs, inhaling. Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out, 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 out. Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out, 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 out. Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out, 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 out.
I'll keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You're still a free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind, but I am not too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. You keep slipping away. I learned the hard way. But something's gotta stay. Don't let it go to waste. Do you remember all of the long nights, warm in my bed, nightfall to sunrise? That's what you said. You held me so tight each time again. I'll keep your picture in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind.
got me paralyzed. Got what you came for. One thing that I've kept. I keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You're still left free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind when I am up too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. I keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You're still left free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind when I am up too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you.
Don't you think like that? I will love you endlessly. If you don't believe in me, don't you be like that? I will love you forever. If you don't believe in me, yeah. Don't you think like that? I will love you endlessly. If you don't believe in me, don't you be like that? I will love you forever. If you don't believe in me.
Well, an extended first map there, I think it is safe to say. Once again, 9Z unable to pick up the victory on Dust 2. Maybe it's us now. Maybe it's us that's the problem. You know, they absolutely smashed Alliance. Sure, maybe not the best team in the qualifier. And then since then, their Dust 2, it has been a rough ride. You know, 2 overtime losses now. And of course, a pretty one-sided loss earlier on against Apogee. So maybe we are the curse for the 9Z Dust 2. But that's said and done now. That's said and done now. So have got their pick coming up. It's Inferno. And we were confident in this before the series got going. You know, once we saw that veto, this has got to be Saul's map, we feel. And then Nuke is the decider. Even if they do slip up here, they've got their merchant map coming up next as well.
Yeah, you know, you said maybe we are the curse. I think I would sort of change that to we are cursed for having to watch it. No, I'm joking. But at least that one was actually pretty good. The previous ones, the one against Apogee earlier, wasn't great.
Yeah,
even 3D Max. Right. I know that went to overtime, but it wasn't like the overtime we just had was actually, like I said, probably one of the maps of this qualifier so far, and one of the maps that we've casted all the way throughout this year. It was a fantastic showing, very, very exciting. The first OT against 3D Max wasn't. It was really scrappy. It was actually just 3D Max just sort of fell asleep, in all honesty, more than that. 9Z played in particularly well, in my opinion. But that's over and done with. Like you said, we can move forward from that. This next map, Inferno, coming up next, is actually one for me that is really interesting because 9Z, if we minus their perma, obviously, of Vertigo, they have two glaring weaknesses in the pool. One of which, as we've already discussed at length, they pick into themselves and it backfires. But the second is Inferno. Inferno would always be the pick here for Saw. I mean, traditionally, Saw's perma pick is actually Nuke. Funnily enough, that's the decider. But
they're, in this situation, it's such a good punish, right? For 9Z, they've played this map 5 times. They've won 1 of them, which was Alliance in overtime. It took overtime to beat Alliance, right? So that for me says it all. They lost in double OT against 3D Max yesterday, which, fair enough, a relatively kind of close game in that. And then before that, Pro League lost to 3D Max again in overtime, and Pain and Astralis. And Astralis was 13-5, and that was against a dead team at that point, So it speaks volumes in a way. So what we are trying to say here is that Saw coming as a real heavy favorite in towards this map. Obviously, closing map number 2 is going to give them a lot of confidence. They've now got time to prepare what to do in towards this second. And, it has just been a really solid map for them throughout the last few months, right? 65% win rate, taken down. In all fairness, some pretty scary teams. New Look TSM, I think I rate them quite highly. They look actually pretty scary. They're a side who have been making decent runs. Permitter, they played the most maps of Counter-Strike this year. So, again, can't really sleep on them. And then beating FaZe 13-6. Can't turn your nose up at that. Beating G2 13-10. Can't turn your nose up at that. And Big 13-11. And then you can go a little bit further back for some others. So, they're beating big teams on this map and beating some decent tier 1 opposition. So you really can't overlook Saw on it. And that's against any sort of caliber. And this is against a weak 9Z on this map. All signs say this should be 2-0. But if we know online Counter-Strike, it probably won't be the case.
Well, indeed. And after a long one like that as well, a few mistakes are going to start coming in now. As you can see, usually we'd maybe be in game by now, but I'm sure that the players are sort of milking a bit of a break in between, which is totally fair enough. So, yeah, you can feel that there are the parameters set for a bit of a conditions set, I suppose, for a wild sort of ride here on Inferno. I think, you come off the dust too, a lot of slow rounds in there. We might see these guys just want to play a bit faster, a bit scrappier, just to kind of get it out of your system. And it can be really, really grueling playing the long Counter-Strike. But then this is where the differences are. A team like 9Z might argue that that is a good kind of space for them to begin Inferno. I think Saw are starting to push themselves to that higher tier 1 level where you don't look at series as map breakdowns. You look at it as the whole thing. The whole thing.
Yeah.
Well, so there again, they are a stronger mindset coming into the second map for sure after such a long first. But no more guessing games. Saw starting off on this T side here as Inferno gets underway.
Let's see what we've got, man. Let's see what we've got. All eyes on 9Z, who have obviously had their worries, but what a way to start things off. Buddha gets his, and a lot of presence towards me. This feels like a very immediate counter towards Saw. Hey, they know something, but Saw will adapt and double away. But look at this. Productivity from 9Z. They're already halfway down Banana. They're going to flank them here. They should catch them and see the bomb in just a moment. Max will. Thank you very much. Fly by Materis. And his teammate might follow too. It's scrappy, but he gets it.
That's the bomb as well, unfortunately. So, yeah, totally caught off here. Blocks could find a couple of heads, and they do in their respective locations. Still a bit more work to be done. Oh, they're giving it. They're maybe giving it. I think the bomb retrieval is certainly possible here. Huasso just flies straight across. That's maybe indeed what they call a Huasso peak. And they will clean it up in the end, not getting too overzealous there with the peaks, giving a bit of respect across once the kills came back in, but just that initial move was far too effective.
Yeah. Sure. All right. So, 9Z start well. However, it did start well in towards Dust 2. We can see a very early attack pause here. Okay. So, I think honestly part of this is probably just to discuss what actually went wrong there, because it was just one thing in particular. They just actually didn't expect to see anything in the region of that sort of, fight at that time, right? Immediately what happened is they go over towards top B, they take a bit of engagement, they lose the first life, and they just, in their own mind, okay, let's dip away. Let's go and test over towards A. Let's see what's going on there and this, that, and the other. And they just don't expect, like, why, a team's surely not going to push down Banana at this point. And 9Z just do something that's a little bit unexpected. That's a bit of that South American flair for you. So just a moment to converse before we go back underway. So, little investment, just one Tech 9 and one smoke.
Yeah, not expecting too much out from this. They have a lot of presence in apartments now. So it is potentially just this sort of burst out waterfall, as they call it. Smoke comes in. Maybe not too deep, but it's enough to turn them around in towards short instead, bursting out of boiler. Same kind of logic, hoping to overwhelm, trying to get a bit of a catch in, but fortunately not going to happen. I think we may well have hit a bit of a game crash there, unfortunately. So hopefully not too long of a wait.
Yeah.
Counter-Strike 2 still delivering a few issues in places, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But
It's all happened to you. It'll happen to us. You know what I mean? It's bound to, right, at some point. So, yeah, you hate to see it. Hopefully, yeah, we'll get back on the way. Like we said, I mean, if we're ever going to crash, it's kind of the perfect time to crash, right?
True.
It's basically a non-existent round. The best we're possibly talking about is Saw winning, getting a bomb plant, but not winning the round, but just having a little bit of extra cash on hand, and that's really about it. So that round was always probably going to be, for the most part, pretty non-existent. It's actually the next gun round that's the most important thing. That's where we've got to hope to see potentially, a little bit of something out from Saw. We hope for that they can answer back and start to find form. The way they found form in Dust 2, especially in that second half, was they won a force and then they got going. This time they opt against it early and towards the game. I think it's the right call, and I think maybe that's where we can see there's something. We're on the way into the first gun round, as expected. Saw did not win that no-buy. Will lose U-Jerks early, but then Wasso keep that T. Trying to popularize a bit, and Roman will get one of his own on towards the Orpa, who just panics.
One plant coming in. The Saw will make themselves known in this first buy round. There you go. Save coming out from 9Z. Well, it was like we were never away, I suppose. Pistol indeed is good from 9Z, but they're not really able to give us too much in this one. A very quick round coming in from Saw, though. As I mentioned, I think exactly what they would be trying to go for here. Dangerous moves now for 9Z. They've got to find a response.
Okay. Nice save. I mean, I don't think it's the worst call. They don't have that fully fledged econ and all the rest, but saving the MP9, you could question that a little bit, but I guess it's probably just because beta was so low. It's just internally more of a, what if? Like, what am I actually going to do here? Speaking of crashes, though, we do get that once again. So, yeah, apologies for that. We can just, I guess, hope and wait and get underway when we can. But it is a big round for Saw to be taken, at the very least for them. That's going to give them some comfort here, right? And, of course, it's not too expensive either. So it's going to give them a bit of stability in the long-term funds, going to give them an easy rebuy back in. But that's technically speaking also a bonus buy for 9Z. So it's not one that they come in and they're sort of expected to win, or it's the end of the world if they lose, because they can buy back in. I mean, even if they went down to 2, for example, they could have still reinvested in with the funds they had left in arrears. So they're sort of chilling.
Yeah, hopefully, I think they will be all good getting back into things. But I think that, again, Saw are bringing this kind of energy from Dust 2, trying to continue it over and just pick up where they left off, which, yeah, it's going to be hard. 9Z have got to, I think, just keep the competition coming and not let these rifle rounds really spiral away from them. Early timeouts, things like this, show a lot of respect. Of course, your tournament life on the line. They are back into it. Hopefully, touch wood, cross your fingers. It is all good now, but not all good for the side of 9Z. Looking very, very strong, of course. They will keep the advantage. Fast Sophie. The double. U-Jerks making a meal out of that. A nade. Didn't quite go deep enough. He will get shot in the back. So, again, another pacey round, but this time no success for Saw.
Yeah. All right. 9Z. Onto back. And it will mean that there is a slightly interesting situation here in terms of the funds, because you've got like 3 players who can really comfortably buy, U-Jerks who can just about buy, and then Aristos who can't buy. So it's do you go with the majority here? And I mean, in some cases, that's probably the right play to do. Aristosh is generally, especially on T side, not the most impactful player. I think it's just making sure that Ujerks make sure he has an AK and head armor, and then that's basically all is sort of needed, and give him the support in that sense. So we'll see. For now, it looks like these crashes feel a little persistent. You hate to see it, but we do have the match paused, I guess, in this sense. So hopefully we don't miss anything. I think that'll probably be the case. And I guess with the match pause, they can actually give us a bit of time to fix, whatever's going on, really.
Yeah, I've kind of been running into this issue a little bit where, like, maybe something similar where, like, the Steam just sort of disconnects fully and, doesn't want to reconnect itself or whatever. I'm not sure if it needs a bit of a hard reset, which is kind of a problem. So, hopefully the server paused for us while we get it sorted, but we are at the behest of the technology, unfortunately, and not really in our hands. And I think it seems also production kind of out of their hands as well. So we ask you kindly to bear with, and hopefully it won't be too long, but we keep getting in there. We're getting little drip feed updates of what's happening, so we can at least sort of keep up. And so far it does feel like a lot of these rounds quite flat, just very, very predictable stuff. There's nothing too deep in there, and ultimately one team just finding an easy kind of victory. I think, again, they're getting very, very tired. They just need to get into the role of playing Inferno. How do we do that? How does it function? And kind of reminding yourself, very different map, of course, from D2. So, feels like we're maybe not missing, like, the best Counter-Strike in the world. So there is that at the very least, I suppose, as kind of a silver lining. But where we had left off, saw, I think, again, maybe not the most creative T side from them thus far. And a very, very readable A play coming in. We saw 9Z set up. We saw 9Z rotate early. And there was no getting into that A site.
It's true. It's very, very true. I mean, at least 9Z out the gates do actually look pretty clean so far. We know this is a map in that we've kind of touched on it, that statistically it hasn't really been kind of flourishing for them. It's not exactly been one of those that they've been kind of loving in a sense. And obviously the results have been showcasing that. Right? The 1 from 5 is definitely not where you want to be. But at the same time, it is Inferno. It's fundamentally quite simple. It's a map in which we don't really see all too much new on in that way. And I think because of that, 9Z sometimes can just fall back on the fundamentals or fall back on the mechanics and just hope they can hit their shot. And especially, Ujerks in his first few rounds has looked, a little quiet, in all fairness. He's 0-3 heading in towards that fourth round. He was definitely looking a little worse for wear in a sense. So you at least have that kind of going for you, that potentially you might just catch the source out a little bit napping, a little bit off guard, a little bit confident in their sense as well. And then things might drift. We still are waiting though, and I guess while we're waiting, we can have a look at kind of what's going on over towards the other match. And I've been sort of checking in a little bit. Bait took map number 1, right? And it seemed to be what was actually a pretty, very, solid game out from them. Just a classic Bait, 13-10, looked really good in the first half, and then just did enough to close it out in the second. And now 10-all in towards map number 2, into Dust 2, our favorite map at the moment. And that one seems very back and forth, but Bait have just taken an 11th, so they're on track for that 2-0 and actually guaranteeing the spot. Winner of that game does book their spot to Kato, and then 3D Max dropping towards the lower bracket final tomorrow to take on the winner of our game.
Yeah, man. I think should be a really, really banging final day, of course. Just going to be the one stream for that, so you'll be able to keep up with all the action pretty easily. What are we saying? We got kind of a favourite to get the spots out of the 4 that remain? What do you think?
I mean, for me, I would probably, if I was going to throw any of them out there, I would probably say Bait and Saw, the 2 I'd go. I feel like Bait can beat 3D Max. I think actually currently, as much as 3D Max have had this sort of LAN experience recently, and a lot of people who maybe don't watch Tier 2 as much as kind of we do would probably say, 3D Max, right? They've just had Pro League, for example, and this, that, and the other. But yeah, like for me, it's definitely where I think this is kind of Bait territory online. In the current form that they're in as well, I mean, they just look incredible. MPL calling, he's been playing fantastic. Headtrick's been fantastic as well. Ascenthial, who's somebody who I didn't really know before he joined the side properly, has really kind of found his form too. So for me, Bait feel like they should beat 3D Max in my eyes, and then to get that final spot, I would probably expect Saw to win this, whether it's in 2 or in 3, and then also beat 3D Max. However, it was 9Z that managed to reverse sweep. I would then say 3D Max have the advantage.
Okay. See how that pans out into tomorrow, but we still got to decide who makes it through here at the moment. See. Very, very good. Lontos trying to chase them down. He does so successfully. So much noise with all the utility. Able to bring another one to heal, but of course, the numbers still favoring 9Z.
Okay. Bam. Do that smoke is Roman, who comes out on top as DGT. Going to be caught. Molotov now to try and slow down. Oh my god, a peeking into an orb. No, and he jumps across. Thankfully, the flames is sort of the main thing that keeps him safe there. What is Roman doing? He's going A. That's what he's doing. I think Arteza heard a step there, but it might be relayed that, oh, he's actually in that CT smoke, or he's somewhere around that. I don't think they've realized actually just hightailed it over towards the A side, so bomb will go down.
Okay, I mean, they'll take that at the very least. He might actually be able to kind of clutch up here. Seems like he has baited the plant. They're both coming in from that angle, so I think they're pretty quickly going to discover that there's actually nobody in library, nobody out at long. Smoke goes down. They're still maybe slightly confused here. Hold on to the bomb from Huaso. Roman. Yeah, gonna get the kill, but just can't deny the bomb. Defuse. We'll lose it out. Still, I think they'll take a plant off that. They'll take some good damage as well.
Yeah, exactly. I guess that's maybe the, in quotation marks, we'll throw out the silver lining, but I actually think he does too much. He overcomplicates that situation for me there. It's the real difficult thing. He goes looking over towards Boiler and trying to see whether they wrap via banana side, but they just drop a smoke on it and defuse. I think when you go for that plant, for me, the best place to always play it is actually in towards picks. You've got that slight slit to work with that gives you a bit of an advantage if you're down in big pit. Doesn't. He goes for, oh, they're going to expect this, so I'm going to play elsewhere, and just stick it. Throws them fakers. The age-old saying goes, but in this case, it was the adequate one.
All right, let's see. Saw gonna have to start to put something on the board here. 9Z are in prime position. Make us question the outcome of Inferno. All our opinions, I suppose, were pretty solid in favor of Saw. And now we need to find out what this team is indeed made of and whether they can deliver. Martinez around the corner, unable to find the opener. Continues to elude him. Got to be careful here, playing with fire. Playing with fire. Contacting through. He will get the kill onto Gutierrez despite a well-timed peek. Lasso dealt with quickly. They're in towards pit, though. He's got to be known about. He is indeed down. He will go. The orb. Given a bit of an opportunity, but they blast him away through the smoke. Bomb plant coming in, man advantage secured.
Okay. 2 versus 3 for Saw. Is this just a call away? It is. I'm going to give it up. I think that's probably smart from 9Z. I mean, unfortunately, no matter what site you're on, 9 times out of 10, if you're at a numbers disadvantage, you just don't give the retake a go. This is James Counter-Strike, but it is just statistically the way to play it, unfortunately. That is how CS is played in the modern day. You can't really give these a go. They don't have the luxury of looking in here, and especially retake with an AWP, something they can't reinvest into. And speaking of, right, I mean, they've got to actually keep these two alive, especially on these two players, to have any sort of investment. There's money to work with, DGT. A little bit of fun to Wasso and potentially some drops to come through. And I think probably 9Z actually just have to force it regardless. Buddha and Max are in double eco territory, so they don't really get too much of a choice. That they have to actually sort of reinvest into this, or else their economy is going to be all over the spot. It's just about what they bring to the table. Max drops over the AWP, he'll pick up an MP9. Wasso gets an MP9 as well, double M4. as good of a buy as they possibly could have got out of this situation. But for Sort, this is a great opportunity. Take this, economy broken, 1 round, probably means a tied game off the back of it.
Yeah, really can close this gap fast. Saw going to know it as well. Opting to their best foot forward and pull out one of their smarter rounds, you would assume. But again, it starts off relatively slow. The trading of utility, tiny bits of damage done in Banana. Not much else to speak of, really. So what are they going to do towards the end? Saving a lot of utility here on the Saw side of things, however. Flash out gives them a chance, but doesn't really create very much. Martinez a tiny bit of damage off the back of the nade. Tiny bit more damage. He's not bothered. He's going to keep peeking in. Now gives up the position, but still pretty confident to play around these sight lines on the A-bomb site. What does Saw do with this position, however?
That's the question. There's the question. Let's see what the answer is. Tenaza. Go back in towards mid spots, nothing. Or dip away from that, and kind of immediately his internal clock, or I guess sort of instincts, are saying they've got to be going B. No one's pushed up A on any sort of contact play here. This has got to be them lurking behind our CT smoke on B, but he's got it wrong. Might be becking back over in a second. First fight, not great. Second is good for Irish Darshan. That should be the round here. Materius is sort of the insurance policy in towards library. A 3 versus 3, and also U-Jerk's the insurance policy. If they go through mid, as he's in, Boiler, it's a tough one to clear because it's left IP, so advantage is not in the CT's favor, but it is an MP9. Right hands could be good, and Max, make sure of that.
Looking good on the retake. Got a deal. The Rosdosh, though, he's got good timing. Catches one. That's all he really wants. He doesn't want to get too crazy, and they give up the chase. They're going to bail and go for the save. So, yeah, just not feeling confident in their position, really. Rosdosh does so very well. Obviously had to take a fight, really. I think he was going to go down to the bomb, even if there was, like, no resistance. I don't know that he makes it far enough away. You know how these blast radiuses are on Inferno. But Saw with the all-important, as you said, now allows them to, in theory, close the gap. We'll see what 9Z do.
Yeah. All right. What is the decision, 9Z? I mean, my assumption would actually just be a little bit of a half buy, stay above 2K. So maybe like, you know, or like in and around 2K. So I was going to actually probably assuming that Max would go into a 5-7, but even that is too big of an ask. It is just going to be a complete eco, bar the investment, just one smoke picked up. Keep an eye out in this round as well. Buddha, only one with a kit. He's caught on the wrong site, or if he falls, it's not collected. It's going to make retakes now and impossible, and that would probably be the case as well, considering the buy. He's over towards B. Now U-Jerks doesn't spot anything. Nate, the bank over towards sandbags. Martinez with his AWP. He's got a good advanced angle here.
Yeah, he's been liking this one throughout the game, to be fair. So he'll take it again. He knows as well that maybe the Saw protocols over here are not that sound to actually clear this angle. Hoping that that is going to be the case once again, but pretty heavy pause here from Saw as they are just trying to force a peek out from somewhere. Martinez, he's going to be the one to do it. They know the AWP is here. They know that often in these types of situations where it's probably going to be a save around, even if it is a low buy, the AWP's going to have to do a lot of work. He's away from the flash, and that will be his downfall. That's much better done, but of course it was a change-up in position from Martinez. Just now, Lasso on the USP. He tries the battle cry as he rushes in with the USP, but of course it is very, very weak. Nothing he can do. Buddha to save his M4. The rest of the squad probably try and find this AWP if they want. Or is it just kind of protect the president, really?
Yeah, that would be my expectation. Just going to keep hold of this M4 for Buddha. And of course, I guess for him, it's the other thing of he's got armor, hasn't taken any damage. Also got a kit too. Just small things that for the CT side, not having to invest into is a, you know, luxury in a way, right? That CT economy can be so feeble at times, as 9Z have obviously seen in this bump. So as we said, they had won that round where it was a bit of a half fight. They really hurt the Econ out for 9Z, and well, of course, we've seen ramifications of it. This game's tied now. So Byte's come back in place for 9Z, and a similar sort of conversation for us to have as we enter in towards this round, where we have to discuss that if 9Z lose this, the economy once again gets shattered. Bar Buddha, of course, as he obviously saved, but the economy is in a really tough spot, and in doing so, that means Saw get 5, and then most likely get 6, right? And I think getting 6 on Inferno T side, that's good. That is a successful first half of Counter-Strike on a map which is ever so slightly CT sided, but more teams have comfort on that CT side. So for Saw, they're very close to kind of getting step number 1 checked off and proceeding forward. Just to mention as well, we've got this end of the attack pause. So over in that other series in the upper bracket, it's gone to overtime, 13-all currently in map number 2 of Dust 2. So Dust has a little bit of an inkling for overtime at the moment, it seems.
Indeed. Everyone equally good or equally bad on Dust 2, I suppose, is the case.
I think ours was the first one, I would say.
Yeah. It's going back. For a little while, it was a bit fun, it was a bit fresh, and now it's been going back to, hard, chill rounds, not doing anything for a while. So we'll see. Max with the double kill. Keeping Inferno fresh. Up to 9Z, of course. They need this. They take the time. And it seems to have worked.
Okay. Slow. Off the back of the opening 2 not going your way. And honestly, the awkward thing about that is just they just don't really deal enough sort of serious damage, I guess you could say, over towards 9Z, where it's like, this is how we're going to find our way back. This guy's low, kill him, and we get our opportunities. They've just got to take fights from a 2-man disadvantage and hope they can go in their favor, and that is a absolutely sumptuous one. He's open.
Yeah, fully. That's kind of wild. 9Z dropping the ball for sure. Max, don't do it. Oh, no, he's found. No, he hasn't. No, he hasn't. Stepped a bit too early, Roman. Turned. I thought he'd maybe found the gap as Roman gave up the watch smoke. Can't win that fight, though. That's all in the legs. It's going to be down to just story here. Trigger discipline pays off. Does have the bullets available in the magazine. Oh, I select the fight. Gusto. Oh, gets the recock. I don't think he had enough time on the animation to get the shot out, but they have turned that into a damaging round at the very least. Still 9Z. A timeout. It pays off, and they're back in the lead.
Yeah. Story, of course, he pulled off that 1v4 that, ultimately we could say be one of the key rounds that gave Saw that first map. And, well, it was close to that 1 versus 3, but not to be. By 4. 9Z take that lead back, and not only that as well, they give themselves an opportunity to break the economy, which actually could guarantee them a lead heading in towards the half itself, which I think is, again, all they could ask for. I said to Saw, you generally want to be looking for about 6 rounds on T side. 9Z be happy with a little lead. How this map is played out. Chunky nade though into Max to start.
Yeah, they'll take it. Unrealized damage at this point, but something they can definitely work with into the latter stages. Fake out towards A. Trying to play things nice and slow around this rotational T side, right? So absolutely need to stay hot on the heels here in a really pivotal round. The money remains low for both. So, not wanting to take too many chances in the same vein. Sending a Rosdosh on the hard contact. Oh! Martineza will delete him into the next round.
Saw now at this numbers disadvantage off the back of, I guess, an okay start with an 8 damage. Where are we looking to finish it? Bomb collected, and it's going to join up with the rest of the group in A. It was the wrong call for a minute, and again on timing. They've been very lucky with timing, so it's going to be the right call here. Motos weren't going to come through. This might bait back Martineza, but he might be too late, and he will be too late. Wasser's going to go for 2 at the bare minimum, and he can't. Just a consolation of the 1. Oh, speaking of the Moto smoke, it didn't connect, as you can see. But it actually works in Story's favor. How?
Madness. Absolute madness. Saw indeed make it work. Get a key swing round here to keep this game close. No squad really able to gain firm control of the game thus far. And once again, we might be in for an extended showing here, Neo. Potentially already overtime is on the cards for me. Like, the way that this game is super back and forth.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. This is a very close game between these two. This is what we want to see as well. It's competitive, it's enjoyable, and it's tough to call. And it always did feel in the 3D Max saying that 3D Max were the better side, and I guess for the bulk of the series, same for 90 in the previous series against Apogee, right? But this one, from the jump and all the way to the end of Dust 2, and even now into Inferno, it feels so difficult to call. Stevo, bit of a weird bite for 9Z, double MP9. They lose this one, their money then getting broken. Of course it would. Probably give Saw the lead heading in towards that second half, which on a T side of Inferno will be massive.
Iris gets his flash in. It's perfect. That's the first, not quite the second. They know about him. They've got an advantage elsewhere as well. I think Basso is also known about, so plenty of information. Ooh. Well, there's the man advantage. That's a quick switch that wasn't supposed to happen, I don't think. Rosdosh just trying to run rampant around in the apartments and really throw them for a loop. Meanwhile, they might revisit the B side of things. Opting against it. Going to stick to A bit more room to work with.
As it goes a little quiet, the slight advantage. This is one of those advantages that can very easily slip because of how low they are. MP9s can rip. Wasso shows why. Story is going to be the one to peak. That's a wild send him into the U-jerk on that corner. And this round's falling apart. U-jerk wouldn't like 20 seconds, I don't think. The flash will probably indicate there is one more. He's running low on ammo. He needs to tap and he can't. Big one for 9Z to be taken. For a 3 versus 4 with a bit of damage dealt towards them, that's a really nice recovery.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. Again, just showing the back and forth in this game as it continues to bounce around. Either team displaying dominance. Maybe this is a moment to do it, though. 9Z going to have themselves really, really advantageous buy comparatively. So what have they got up their sleeve? Any pocket rounds for a moment like this?
All right. Well, safe to say a lot of onus on Materis, who is barely alive. Barely alive. And also 2 and 7, so interesting to make him the one to be wielding the AK in this spot.
There's a flash around the corner. Just to slow them down, actually. Not going to peek off the back of it. So firm long control for Saw. Could do a lot with this. And indeed, why not? Round like this. Let's just go for the wacky B play. Rosdosh trying to sell that it's still A. You know, one of the smokes of all time. Buddha not buying it. Still loses his head. Max that comes in. For the trade. Still not ideal, though. 3-on-3, CT cut off. You know, it's obviously the key rotational area and still not fully sure if there's someone around, if they are committing B. So a lot of time here for Saw now as that bomb goes down. It's going to be a quick old retake from 9Z.
All right, Terrorist. With how low he is, will he have the impact? There's the big question. I think it goes without saying, I feel like a lot of this has to come down to Roman, surely. With this Khalil first fight. Oh, it's so good. He lines them up. It's so good. And the Mac 10 does so much damage. Roman cleaned it up. And it's a 6-all half. Back and forth, as Dust 2 was. We'll see if this continues after the break.
So you say you got a new one. I know that you're trying to believe that you can fake a whole scenario just to make me jealous. Your shadow keeps talking, and we should stop talking. But we got that special something. Say it like you mean it, I won't fake it and believe it when I see it. But for now, be breathing, doing nothing. I won't give in if you won't make a move right now. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. You should let me know. Oh, I'ma be clear now. Patience is really not my key, but if you play your cards right, I might just think about it twice. Yeah. Say it like you mean it, I won't fake it and believe it when I see it. But for now, I just be breathing, doing nothing. I won't give in if you won't make a move right now. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. Some moves, but you're staying behind. How come you don't get it when I say it like that? Like that, like that, like that. I've been giving clues and you're acting all blind. Trying to make some moves, but you're staying behind. How come you don't get it when I say it like that? Like that, like that, like that. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, always busy. You know we always can go easy.
Dead even, neck and neck, all to play for here, and Neo has updated me kindly that the other series being pushed to 3 as well. So the spots are hotly contested in the ESL Challenger Katowice qualifiers. This is very much looking to go all the way. It is a question of whether 9Z can give us another long showing. Maybe this T-side is a complete flip for them, but this is where, again, we expect Saw to really start playing an A game. One of their decent maps, some really big scalps taken on this. They've picked it up as a punish, and I think they are a pretty good CT side team when they get going.
I agree. I agree. This is a big pistol round, though. Pistol rounds have not actually been too kind to Saw so far in this series. They've definitely had their issues with them. They've looked a little worse for wear at times. Let's see if that narrative continues. Roman drops the smoke. Beckons back to support his teammates via CT. It's actually not going to be a commitment by 9Z. They go looking early, but they just fall away. But Doesn't feel like the bomb wants to rotate back over towards A. It's still, with it lingering in towards bottom banana, feels like that's where they want to go.
Yeah, it feels like it might be the play. Saw actually pulling away from it as well. Just leaving the Julies here. Roman on sort of a spot. I think he wants to take on and then drop back. But he's alone. Oh, he hears them coming. Yeah, he's the timing. Trying to get into a good spot. Not going to happen. Really underestimating how much time he actually had available there. Jerks is here in good time, but not enough to stop the bomb crossing. Got to be careful of the church angle as well. Bank comes in. Story loses his head, as does Jerks. Looking very good here for the Glocks. 9Z just have to hold. No madness. They are sort of 3 players right now. There is a long old flank coming in, which is certainly a strange one. Mutiris can't capitalize against 2. And unfortunately, Rozdosh does not know where to look. 9Z will take it.
Yeah, pistols aren't actually very good towards Saw. They've actually really looked a little worse for where. I mean, I know that obviously they won the first in towards this one, but that is still 1 for 3 across the series. They've definitely had their issues. And that one in particular was actually quite a tough watch. We are going to get this force buy, though, going to come through. Bold call. Because lose this, 90 not only go 8-6, they probably go 9-6. I feel like you force buy a pistol and I can accept it if you've got a wealth of a lead. If you don't have a wealth of a lead, it feels extremely brazen. Even if they do win it, it's just, you know, the risk that you put out here on one round where you're basically relying off the back of an MP9 and a few pistol shots is pretty massive. Jerks, though, will get the first. A double nade, and Wim and Roman timed expertly. Isn't a bad way to start things off, and there could be a gun to go and collect there.
Definitely possible if they want to go for it, but they are indeed opting to drop back, bolster up the A-bomb site as well. This is the correct read. The numbers look good. Mutiris has got this MP9. Could be difficult for 9Z to get in. A lot of utility still remaining for them. Opting not to use it, though. They will sort of contact utility, as it were. Usually you expect this to come from a bit further away, so could catch Saw off with the timings. They are acutely aware. On top of each other at the worst possible time. Jerks comes through that smoke at the back. Still a couple more to get through here on the site itself. DGT does well. Jerks with a dink at range there on the CZ, I believe. Finds himself an AK. A Mac 10 retrieved by Roman. This is still definitely on. Bomb's only just gone down. Low HP bars, they could melt through these.
It's true. Roman, Mac 10. Blow yourself. Well, actually, gets the first. Jerks can get the second. Oh, good round. Big force buy to be taken. Like I said, the risk and the reward, I mean, it pays off in this instance, but my God, you lose that. You really are putting it up to basically a few or a couple gun rounds at the end, but all that matters, they do take it. It's very expensive. It does mean that a big reinvestment is needed back in, but also the question over towards 9Z, with that bomb plant, do we also fully reinvest as well? If it's Hero AK, that's relatively common. A full buy, though, it is generally seen as the standard 9 times out of 10 to go for a full buy, just because you match force buy with force buy. The only real difference, I guess, you can make as a slight argument is that because they did get a bomb down, they're actually all in the region of kind of the mid 2Ks to 3Ks, which meant they have a full buy next with util. Some teams might have attempted to be a little bit more passive here, but they're actually going to hope this Hero AK from DGT can give them the round.
Early nades ringing out. Lots of damage done onto Budo, of course. And Z, it's probably going to be another contact play at the end of the day. They don't have too many other options. Max making noise in banana. Hoping someone gives him a peek or, again, expends some utility. Not going to be the case. Ooh, edge spotted. GT does well. Trade's not really there. He takes a fair amount of damage. Nades go raining back in. They are sort of panic rotating here. Is the bomb going to follow up on that? Tough to say. It looks like not. And maybe with a lack of presence, they will rotate back around. I think there's good information here from Rozdosh. Finds his kill, and he also says, listen, I don't see anyone, I don't hear anyone. More and more ready now for the B hit. Mid spotted, nobody there. Utility comes in, but feeling pretty confident about themselves, I would imagine, on the Source side. Trades thick and fast. Max with the Tech 9, keeping the dream alive and forcing them back. So, one flank comes in, another retake required.
Yep. A bomb plant out of this. Not bad, and a rifle picked up too. Ain't the worst. Smoke on CT. Fades. Max. Not gonna peek. This is doable. It very much is. DGT's low. They're playing a contact play here. Aristosh turns his head but gets his kill. DGT will trade. Ujux. He has the HP advantage. Just about can he hit the shot? Can he push him off his angle? Yes. Yes, he can. Has a kit. Has the round. And so have the lead.
Yeah, man. Fighting tooth and nail for it, but they will indeed take it. And a really, really big turnaround from them. Plant is there, but it's still not really a condition in which 9Z would want to buy. They're going to go for it, though. They're going to go for it. Ooh, this is risky. I mean, Saw win this out if they deny the bomb plant. Yes, the loss bonus is stacked up, but if they deny the bomb plant in particular, I think 9Z can't do anything apart from half buy. Unless they really want to keep on it. Still, it is a realm now where Saw can find themselves double digit if they win this round. I don't know if I agree, sir.
It's true. I think I'm actually with you here. This feels like a real bold call. I can understand the Force in that previous round. Force when you lose against a Force, but forcing when all you do is get a bomb plant. I mean, yes, they got 4 kills, but it doesn't exactly justify this level of investment. Double Mac 10, double Galil, single Tech 9. It's even to the point that if you lose this round, for example, without a bomb plant, it's probably still going 10-7 up.
Yeah, I think so. Worrying, very, very worrying indeed, but 9Z surely have got something planned for this. Saw are putting a really strong wall up. Not afraid to take the fights. They know that it is down to be a scrappy one from 9Z. Story unchecked will clean up house. That's the lack of bomb plant we were talking about. Really great spot now for Saw.
Yeah, exactly. Lack of bomb plant, lack of kills, lack of money heading into round number 17. Saw should get double digits here. You'd expect for the most part without breaking too much of a sweat, considering as well. I mean, maybe I always actually like this is like the perfect time for me where I always look for teams to do Tech 9s, but we got just the one on Wasso, a few PT50s, and a Deagle. This is like the perfect Tech 9 rush round, and hope to just barrel in towards B or pop out a Bauk, something like that. But looks like we're going to play basically a default, in all fairness, with a low buy. This is actually the main thing I don't like. I don't like defaulting when you don't even have armor. It's like, what are you actually, well, I can say, what are you legitimately expecting? But then Story will be caught by a PT50.
Serious. Good angle for him. Got to be careful, though. I think he probably wants a couple. Oh, never mind. They're not even going to go for it. Buddha that goes down in Banana as a retake of the top from Saw. They sort of fake away a walk back as well, baiting out the death cams and whatnot. He'll be sticking around here. I think that jump will have been heard. Still going to be tough here, of course. The lack of armor. Team kills not nice. Lasso goes down as the straggler. So there it is. The double digits for Saw. Now, for my money, one good, clean rifle round away from 12.
Yeah, I'm with you. We're only 3 rounds away as well from taking this series. First 2 maps, as we mentioned in this veto, statistically the weakest maps for 9Z. The third map is arguably the strongest for Saw. They won the veto from the get-go, and at the moment they're winning the game too. Potentially even the penultimate gun round, as you were alluding to. Heading in now, we lose this. Probably have to bid farewell to 9Z. Saw on track as well for going to back-to-back challenges. The spot that they're in, of course, they will be attending Atlanta. Looking to attend Kata. Wasso, nice. Oh, Wasso nearly gets the second as well. And then he eats a dink.
Well, the best start for Saw, but maybe recoverable. They're trying to get the guesswork in as they rotate a few more players around to A. 9Z have slowed things down. Looking to net this next frag, Aroz Dosh. Dangerous angle, but he's got backup. Hoping that they come his way, hoping to just sort of bait them in with maybe a step or two. Make his presence known. 9-0. Start the contact in. The edge. Spotted. You jerks. One's not going to be enough. He remains alone now on A as well, so looking to have an incredible round here. Takes another down with him. Ooh, a little bit of team damage in there as well. DDT left low. They don't know where you jerks is at. He remains alive. He's trying to buy time. This rotation takes its sweet time getting in, but Roman at the very least catches them before they get the bomb down. Double smoke to make sure that he does not have a chance. Molly goes in, making a run in. Looking for a gap. It's not really there. Max watching the top of the smoke and will take his head clean off.
They needed that. They really, really needed that. But 9Z, that's just going to keep them briefly afloat in that sense. So, yeah, massive one to be taken, but it's also that real sigh of relief in a sense for 9Z. Losing that, we're talking about them potentially even playing for overtime. That's how drastic of a round that was. So keep them in arm's reach. Still won't be able to deny Saw getting an investment back in, though. They get that full buy-in. Just use a bar, maybe. Harish Tosh with that FAMAS, but in the right hands, that gun can rip. Whether that's here, though, we'll have to wait and see. Lose this, though, for Saw. Probably get tied, 10-all.
Story. Flashed off. Survives it. Mutiris holding the angle here. But another chance at it. Yeah, and they let him correct. Even gets a tiny bit of damage out on the USP there, so that's 2 and a bit secured for him. Would be a fantastic response round here. Story holding down the line. 9Z, they have been stopped.
Few jokes. Adds more misery to the side. I think Roman's going to add a hell of a lot more. That bomb goes flying up into the air, and that'll be the conclusion here. Arishtosh spots at the last DGT. Yeah, best of luck. Arishtosh, he's so composed to know that there's no point re-fighting in towards that. Has the worst gone, but also just knows worst case scenario, he stays alive, right? Which still means his money is all over the shop, or the alternative is a kill on towards Roman, but no one else needs to hunt him. He cannot get this bomb. And I think that drop of the smoke basically indicates what is going to be the end of this round. So, up to 11. 9Z back to the drawing board, and actually back to a really, really dicey spot too, just because the Lost Runners isn't fully built up with that round one in the previous. DGT is not going to gain any money from this because he's staying alive. I don't know if we're going to be able to force buy in towards this, or if we want to force buy into this. Wasso, Max, really low. DGT can't properly drop. He can drop a Galil. Bluda can get an AK head armor. No util. Martineza can get half armor. It looks like bits of investments are coming through. Is it going to be full or half? I think we're going more towards a little bit of a half buy here. Just one Galil picked up for Martineza. 1.2 left in the bank for him, but of course, we do have lost bonus still. Ooh, good start for that Galil.
Not bad at all. It's all looking good. Victory on the horizon. The tournament life on the line now for 9Z. Really challenging position for them to be in. And I don't think that's the way that they wanted to kick it off either. Slowed the clock way down, as I mean, they just don't really have any options, do they? Severe lack of utility, of course. Again, looking for the contact A, and it's all very ready for it, man. They changed their setup quite actively. Story rings off a shot, doesn't land, but able to stick around.
right. Terrace waiting to swing onto the site. Played well. Gets back in towards the smoke. Expertly played as he dances around the position. Could get another. Will looks for a third. Deletes him as well. Pistol pulled out and looking to try and go head to head as he's reloading. It's Scrappy and Arithor. Just now a tad as it will be. Map and series point for Saw. Elimination point for 9Z. They've now got to go 4 in a row to take us to OT.
Yeah, no mean feat. They are not foreign to the feeling of needing to close the gap, though. Did it yesterday against 3D Max. Did it today as well. So 4 is a lot, though. 4 is a lot, it feels like. Especially on Inferno. Not usually a map that hands itself to the overtimes, just because of saves and whatnot, right? These keep their economy going for quite a long time. Crashing down middle. Force the issue, it would appear. Ujerks finds himself 2. Teammate doesn't find anything, so that leaves it even. The T side will actually kind of take that somewhat. Although it is a chaotic start, they're able to keep up those numbers and gain control of the game back. Roman takes a few bullets on the way out.
Yeah, well. Materis holds. If anyone goes looking in towards apartments, he's got a very good angle here. Getting active. The swing doesn't favor him. It's a left IP. So down he goes. Buddha takes damage, sure, but 90 are walking away with the numbers. And, of course, the ace site as well. No one's here. He was the last out of the fence, and he gets active. Maybe overly active. There might even be a call to potentially not even give this retake a go, especially considering Story's got an orb.
Yeah, I think so too. Maybe if they find, you know, something on the way in, but it's nothing there. So as the bomb goes down, they'll save. I think it is completely fair enough. 9Z have bought themselves a bit more time. Gonna need a few more of those, though. Yeah, an interesting kind of decision as well goes their way, let's say.
All right, well, AK and AWP being kept alive is fine. Still got money. Still got chances to close us out. 3D Max, when they're against 9Z, were 12-8 up and let it slip. They did win it out in overtime. That was on Dust 2, but it's still choked from this position. 9Z, when the pressure's on, they do actually do very well. I mean, Saw were also on Dust 2 just earlier, map number 1. They were on map point in regulation, weren't able to close it out. On map point in OT2, weren't able to close it out then either. 9Z, when their backs are up against the wall, they do actually do some of their best work. They seem to really step up. Hammond's made under the pressure and all the rest, and yeah, they shine in that round, but they do it consistently for a few more.
We're about to find out. Nades rain on in from both sides. Actually, no one really taking any damage. I figured it might be a bit deeper. A couple nades expended, but yeah, not the case. Still, keeping the bodies there. Roman will lose his head. Max was ready and waiting for that. It's all feeling like they have to force the issue here. Right idea. Finds the kill as that smoke begins to dissipate. I think showing up on the minimap a little bit there, Huaso, before actually appearing. Gives the game away. So back down to a 4v4.
Alrighty. Pumping the brakes here for a second, 9Z. Got a smoke up. Coming towards B. That's where they're going to finish. Materis. Ujerks. Got to go big here. Materis has come alive in the second half. He had a really poor first, but he's looked better here. Another smoke. Actually quite expertly timed. Just as the execute was being set up, but they just go through the smoke. Materis going to play anti.
Dangerous game. He doesn't get checked. He's away with 2, nearly 3. Onto the USB, but surely has been set up here. Indeed, it is just Max. Trying to work it through the smoke. Not going to happen. Saw have ready like a book in what is to be the final round of the qualifier here for 9Z. Mr. Max, it's all consolation. There's absolutely no way Story sees him off. And the 2-0 is netted. A hard-fought battle on map 1. Still challenging on map 2, but Saw, as predicted, come out as the favorite there, and they will stay alive in the lower bracket.
Yeah, good performance coming through from them. And I think actually really deserved as well. Played some great Counter-Strike. The individuals look clean and crisp, and we really got to, again, showcase just how good SOAR can be. I think they're a team that are very often slept on. As much as they are, ranked 10th in the world right now, a lot of teams, a lot of people, I think, or maybe the average person doesn't really see them as kind of a top 10 team, or maybe even arguably a tier 1 team with the year that they've had. But they continue to prove why that they deserve to be in these conversations. I mean, we are seeing Iberian Counter-Strike is actually thriving a little bit. So, credit to the Portuguese guys. I mean, a really, really solid showing from them, staying alive. And of course, will face off against the loser of Bait versus 3D Max. That game isn't concluded just yet, though. Bait are 5-1 up on Nuke, that map number 3. But we'll have to see who will join SOAR in that next stage. But that lower bracket final tomorrow will be for a spot, right? And I think now it is all really to play for in that sense. And I think for SOAR, they're a side who are already going to Atlanta just in under a week, and want to kind of go back to back, give themselves as many chances as they can to qualify for Pro League.
Yeah, definitely, man, definitely. And again, they have to sort of keep vying in. It's going to be a really interesting year next year as well. All these sorts of tournaments will give them the points, will give them a little bit of movement up the rankings. We're not quite sure how it's going to work. Maybe things, get a little bit reset, or maybe it's just going to be purely based off of like how you perform at the major, I guess. If Valve are getting more and more involved in the circuit, that might actually be something that they come out with. But all the same, it feels good to get this good run of tournaments and these good placings into next year, right? When everything's going to completely open up, and you got the PGL circuit announced, it's all invite based, etc. So a team like SOAR really do need these sort of tier 1.5 tournaments to go their way. Also, just for their own game as well, that they want to be qualifying and they want to be potentially vying as victors. Atlanta feels really good, like you say, and Katowice, if they can make it there as well, 2 in the same month, right? They could put themselves in a really, really great spot headed into the RMR and everything.
Yeah, they've actually, they've got the potential of having kind of a busy end to the year, but one that could be actually very, very fruitful. So, yeah, all the best to them. Commiserations to 9Z, but I guess in a similar vein, we're talking about SOAR. They also have plenty of LAN opportunities for the tail end of this year. They got Rio coming up. They got Elisa, RMRs for Americas and all the rest. And they're at least utilizing this EU stint well, playing against some of the best teams currently in the EU circuit. So credit to them. For us, though, that is going to be everything for the B stream. There's still plenty of Counter-Strike going on. There's the A stream going on currently, where we've got Bait and 3D Max. I'm going to go check that one out. Winner of that, well, it's essentially a best of one, a Nuke best of one. Winner of that will be booking their spot towards Kato. There's also the C and D stream going. If you want to go check out some of the Americas, South America, I think is currently going on. I think maybe North America a little bit later. You have to wait and see. But yeah, plenty of Counter-Strike going on. The A, C, and D stream are all still going. So go and check those out. And of course, if you're a fan of SOAR and want to follow this story, they'll be playing first game tomorrow in that lower bracket final for potentially a spot for them. So yeah, you'll have to wait and see. For now, though, myself and Scriv are going to bid you all farewell. Thank you for joining us. It's been a pleasure. And until next time, take care.